Game na ba? Game na ba? Hello, James. Araneta. Hello, Paul James. Hello, Natanya. Good evening. Sana ay masamahan niyo ako. Nasaan na ba? So, hindi ko na-restream yung kanina kasi tagal. Busy tayo kanina. Dapat may stream ako ng 4 PM. Kaso okay lang. Malay niya mamigay ako. Malay niya lang.
I mean, it went all the way down to the wire.
Present si Nixie. Hello, Nixie. Samahan niyo ako manood ng MPL Malaysia. Mga ansay. Hindi ko na na-set up yung camera ko. Siguro, next time. Okay na yan. Siguro.
I wouldn't be surprised if this is gonna be 5 games all the way too. Hey man, I'm considering that everybody
kanina pala nag-5 games. Wala lang.
Which by the way is the official gaming phone of the MPL MY Season 14 that has helped the pros to consistently be on the top of their game, retaining the crown as the king of performance. It now comes with sleek new design and improved cameras as the ROG Phone 8 goes beyond gaming. But do we expect the same quality this time? It's gonna be an interesting one. While their devices are gonna be high quality as always, the gameplay may not necessarily be the case. I think a lot of people came into the playoffs kind of counting
ilang hours kaya to, sabi. Depende sa laro nila.
Well, here's the thing. Both JP
kanina nag-5 games eh.
Red especially, the players, huge personalities.
24 hours. Malakas ba yung sense nung sa mga caster? Lalakasan ko pa. Maya siguro nung pagka nag-start na. Kwentuhan muna tayo. Wala pa lang tayo, Chase. Ganto-ganto lang muna.
This is what you guys have as the players. They are so vocal. Singapore is just like, yeah, they're good.
Single players ng Red Esports.
That's like Singaporean. That's Singaporean. We are too respectful. They are. I mean, I would say.
Naglalaro na ba si Isensui? Hindi ko kasi nakita.
But here in Malaysia, we love it big. We love it bold. That's why we're the
Red
most
Esports.
And we got some entertainment. As you guys can see from the updated brackets, Todak will be moving on to face off against SRG at the start of tomorrow. But for today, we are still going to witness the best of 5
Hard rock nyo na may stream natin, tsaka share nyo naman dance.
Vamos' opponent will be.
Oh, this is going to be a scary one. Now, previously, before we even got to this point, I was talking about maybe Red, they need a little bit of something, right? The last time they faced against JP were at their weakest, being able to demolish them in a 2-0 series. I think that Red this time probably is looking more like the underdogs at the very last week of the regular season. I mean, I'm not too sure if whether Red is actually going to be sticking to their MO. I mean, everyone has been branding them for the ube. But I think that they might actually come off a little bit of a surprise by not
na-adapt na nila yung ube sa atin. Sa atin talaga. Kala mo player ako. Ken Kirby, hello.
Oh yeah, this is how we do it. Yeah, this is how we do it, but instead we're actually going to incorporate like the classics.
Tagal na nag-start daw eh. Paano na sila? Malapit na sila pakilala. Ayan na o. Doon na sila. Ba't maaga pa doon? 3 games lang po yan ate. Hindi. Best of ano to eh. Best of 5.
Absolutely, and let's
not forget,
even though Red likes to play as a team, Rossi as a player is somebody that they probably have to keep their eyes out for. His tick reel is really good. His
so ang match ngayon ay JP and Red.
Right?
JP and Red.
If you want to ube, there's got to be a lot of mobility. I'm thinking the Matildas here as our players come up for their
pink test. Ba't maaga dyan? Sa Malaysia kasi to guys. MPL Malaysia to playoffs ng MPL Malaysia. Hello, Leon Prince. Eh baka kanina pa yon yung shot na yon na papasok yung players, di ba? Kaya naman.
Okay, Estes is the way. Rafaela is the way. But to be honest,
is there any other things? Because you mentioned about the Matilda. What really
Hindi pa yata
classifies as
naglalaro
an Ube
sila.
that really works as an Ube? Like,
Team fighting, Farmis for an example. But this is why even Safa has mentioned that the JP9ers are pretty good at handling it.
MPL.
The second team,
Oh,
Gen 3,
MPL
Max,
Malaysia
Rossi,
to,
as well as
guys.
Loliels. They know how to
Sila
team
na
fight,
lang
but at the
yata
same
yung
time,
wala
in
pa,
terms of
ano.
priority and macro decision making,
Wala
I think
pa
JP9ers have grown so much.
Team sa
I
M6,
like
tama
the
ba?
way that the Niners
Ewan
move
ko ba?
around the map. I like the focus that they give to specific players since they can identify win conditions. Max takes a lot upon himself. And a lot of people mentioned that he was basically carrying the lineup at the start of the season. But everyone
Nanonood
else has
din ako
really
ng
come on into
MPL
their own.
kanina.
We're seeing way more
MPL
discipline.
ano,
In comparison
Ito
to
ba?
Red
Ito.
Esports, Kim, Iris,
MPL
and Sweet,
ito.
Grayson as well as
Naglalaro
Owl,
pala
a
si
lot of the
Owl.
driving force
Sensui
goes in
din.
towards Owl's side of the map, and you can definitely tell that Red Esports have protocols set up for every scenario, and sometimes that makes them look really, really passive.
sakto, Malaysia yung
at this point in time, I
M6.
mean, looking at all of the stats over here, I just
Ate
want to
Dan,
know,
bukas
right,
magla-live
since we
kayo
have always
ulit.
been hyping up
Hindi ko
Sensui,
sure.
as well as
Yun yung hindi ko
Owl,
sure kung
how
magla-live ako
exactly
saan.
we fare against
Bukas.
JP9ers in this case?
Well, I would only imagine
Sa mga
that,
di
the big
nakakaalam,
difference
naka-live
makers
din
are
ako sa
going to be
YT.
Rossi and
Mag-sub
as well
naman kayo
as
sa
Grace.
YT ko,
Both of them
guys.
highlighted heroes being
Game na
double
din yung
matchup
pangalan
here.
ko din.
Not to mention that even in the EXP matchup, Iris, he gives up a lot to make sure that his team is going to come up on top in neutral objectives. I want to see that change. He needs to
Ang
be able to
popogi,
play like Smooth or even Momo by saying, I don't mind sacrificing, but I know
Ang
exactly what
pogi.
I need to make sure I can carry this game with enough resources.
But that does result in a variation of how Ube is meant to be played because a lot of the time the EXP lane
Malakas
is
ba
meant
yung
to be
sounds
that
nung ano?
utility role, setting things up, sacrificing yourself if
Yung
necessary.
pinaka-stream nila
So
kasi
if
sa
Red
bosses ko.
Esports wants to
O,
shift in
sakto
that
lang.
direction, it means changing
Tamang
up their
balance lang. O,
gameplay.
masyadong malakas
And
yung bosses
it's
ko.
gonna create the question,
O, mahina yung
are
kanila.
they really 100% sticking to Ube even if maybe they're not playing like supports, right?
Tinuro
Because they
nila
mentioned that
yung
they still have
Sensui yung
secrets they
Ube daw.
haven't shown.
Because honestly,
Walang pong
this really boils
challenge.
down to the
Wala,
quest
guys.
for sweet, sweet revenge. In the group stage, as JP9ers dropped 0-2 against Red Esports, but this time on playoffs with such high stakes, they just need to win this best of 5 to secure their revenge, or Red is going to continue to laugh at them and be
Iba
like,
kasi
"It
talaga
wasn't even
ng
close in
laro
the
ng
first
mga
place."
players pag
3-0s
playoffs,
are
di
the
ba?
predictions.
I honestly really thought
Nakita
that
niyo
JP9ers,
naman
they
yung
are one of the
playoffs
teams that we
natin.
gotta have to look out for. And with the fact that Red Esports, I would say that their gameplays are rather telegraphing.
Good luck, Team Red, Owl and Sensui. Kaya nga, good luck. Hello, wala kay Topher. Wala po 5v5, palong-palo na. Wala eh. Restream lang ng MPL gagawin
Funny you
ko.
bring that up, actually. I wanted to talk about Red Esports in terms of chemistry in comparison to JP9ers, because as we see JP9ers progressively get better, you can definitely tell that there are off-tempo plays that not even all players expect, but when the call is made and the fight is already beginning, it feels like JP9ers are much better at handling that mess compared to Red Esports.
I think so, because the Niners have gotten better playing together as a team, but they have built off of a foundation of each player being quite strong individually, while Red Esports is building off of the foundation of Ube with Owl and Sensui, so maybe not quite
Mamaya,
as
merong
individually gifted
5v5
in terms of
daw.
micro.
Now, I'm gonna
Ay,
hold your opinion about our
Ano na
current
to? Ito
topic,
na
because
i-stream ko
abstract,
ngayon
I
eh.
need to explain to you what burrito
Wala
is.
na mamaya.
And no, it is not a taco, okay, that you dip in great
Sa
delicious
mga
beef
nanonood
sauce,
sa
but
YT, hello po. Kaway-kaway naman kayo dyan.
no, we're not going there. Berea,
Hindi po ako nangangagat.
is an idea. How do I explain this? Is somebody who is overly confident, likes to make a lot of noise in a sense. You know, a little cocky, a little noisy
Hard
as
rock
they
na
do
naman
it.
yung
And you
stream
saw the
natin.
video
Like
just now,
yung
you saw the
mga
opinions
stream
of both.
natin sa
So what
mga
do you
nasa
think, JP
YT.
or Red is more Berea?
I mean, it kind of goes both ways, right? I mean, JP9ers, when it comes down to, you know, leaderboards, they're on top. But in Red, they did beat JP9ers, so it kind of like, they're both fair for them. So in terms of who is more Berea, I'll call it Red.
You're going for Red?
Oh.
Okay. What about you, Stafa?
100% Niners.
Reply po ba to, madam? Ano
I
reply?
don't feel like there's any
I-replay ba?
competition.
Hindi, ano
I
to,
think it's a
live
little
to,
unfair
MPL
because Antagonist
Malaysia
is in a
to,
position
guys.
where he
Yeah.
can take that heat compared to like Kim, who's just been, he's been doing this all his entire career.
Uy, guys, may
He loves
redeem
making
code,
that
oh.
noise. Guys, don't forget, join the
Maraming
fight, claim that
redeem
QR
code dito,
or just
kaso,
type in the code in game to get some in-game rewards. Now,
Hindi ko sure
I'll tell you, in terms of
kung
Beria, right? You saw like the clips right
mariredeem
there. That's the
natin.
only thing that Abstract is working
Kasi
off of.
syempre,
That's why
sa
you think
Malaysia,
it's
yung
Red,
mga
right?
Malaysia
But I'll tell you,
server,
they have to specifically
makaka-redeem.
find those clips and ask Red those questions. Whereas Niners,
Account
they were
ng
just having
mama
a
ko
regular
to. Ako si
conversation.
Paul. Uy, hello, Paul.
That's also
Paul.
true. And not to mention that the Red
Paul
Esports,
James,
that
ikaw
the
ba
Red
yun, Paul
Esports
James? Yung
import
nasa
players
YT,
actually
nag-comment sa
is pretty
YT.
chill about it overall compared to
Replay. Replay pala ibig sabihin ni Limuel. Hello kay Jessie. Desena. Dalaw-dalaw, pinapanood ko yung live. Ganon ako ka-support. Thank you, Liam Prince.
For a spot here at the playoffs.
Ayan na, pa-start na sila. Magpapakalala na sila.
Introducing Head of League Ops, Franklin and the Marshals that will ensure fair play and
Ano
professional
yung,
integrity
maduga?
in the matches.
Nathaniel. Bakit? Ano nangyari?
JP Niners.
Fueled by discipline and focus, the Niners play with one goal in mind: to
JP
rise and
Niners.
conquer. This is the playoffs where every win matters, and JP Niners won't settle for anything less than victory. Today, they're not just playing for pride, they're playing to make their mark on the league. Give us a huge welcome for the JP Niners!
Red Esports.
Known for their calculated, precise approach, Red Esports
Sayang
is here
laglag
to
sila
bring
nets
order
daw.
to the chaos
Laglag
of
ba
the
sila?
playoffs. They're conquering this season with discipline, and now, with the stakes higher than ever, they're here to show what Red stands for. Can they uphold their reputation and claim their place at the upper brackets? Focused, relentless, and
Lights
ready
born.
to give their all.
Lights born.
This is Red Esports!
Wala pong pamigay games. Try nyo i-redeem yung mga code nila. May code sila eh. Ano pa nga i-bracket?
Now introducing the coaches and analysts of the two teams. Coach Chico and antagonist from JP Niners, and also Coach Bam and Aush from Red
Ikaw yung
Esports.
isa, yung pader.
Let's keep it going with fist bumps between the teams. A true sign of professionalism. This is how we roll. This is the Malaysian sportsmanship.
Ito muna pinashare ko.
Kita.
Restricted
Good luck
link
to
ko, Miss
both our
Dan. Uy,
competitors.
hello. Topper, ikaw ba yan? Ano naman nangyari?
A match to determine which of these two teams get to move on to the next stage of the competition. The playoffs have already defied
Ayan na.
expectations here in Johor.
Tatakpan
Oh
pala
my
yung
goodness,
ano nila.
we've got some visitors from all the way from MPL Indonesia. Al has flown all the way down here to go and check out the Niners, as once again Coach Chico gonna be making sure that the whole team is going to be prepared. With that being said, actually, we did have a little bit of MY insiders. We talked to antagonists. We asked them, how do you feel getting to meet Red
Malag.
again? And he said,
Baka
dreams
internet
do
mo
come
yan.
true. We're going to beat them because they're noisy.
Saka hindi
Our
naman.
playoff
Malag ba sa
target
inyo?
is surely
Saka
second
hindi
place. I know my opponent's level. SRG still way too strong, but as for Red, they won't go far. Both are red giants, but this red is going home early. God, he's got away with words.
Yeah, this is the antagonist, alright. But he did mention that they are noisy, so technically the Beria one is
Oh,
really
yeah.
is.
That is specifically, I think, on Kim because he just
Siya
is
may pa
naturally
cellphone
quite
sa
noisy.
Okay.
That's actually so
Tapos
true.
na
I love
internet.
Antagonist so much. He really is the true branding to his
Nakakatamad daw,
name. He
walang
lives up to that
5v5.
IGN.
Okay, so at least when it comes down to, you know, that one
Hi,
person that
Madam
like to stir
Ganda.
things
Pasyo.
up, at least, to be honest, we have the same person. We have
Hello,
one.
That's
King
also true.
Pasing
But keeping it
Katakutan.
real here, let's look at
Sikat sila
Matilda's
sa
pick rate.
Sui
Because so
dyan.
far after patch 20, so many things have changed amongst MPL Malaysia,
Papusuan nyo na may
Indonesia,
stream
and as well
natin,
as the
guys. Ayan sa
Philippines.
mga
A huge
nanonood sa
surge, more
YT.
than 10%.
Hello po sa
The
isang
only
nanonood sa
exception
YT.
being
Thank you so much.
MPLPH
Sa
with a 4%
tambay.
increase.
Tapos mamaya alis na.
Interesting
Vigo,
statistics
hello.
here.
It's from all regions.
Susuportahan
Yeah,
All
natin
the
yung
important
ano.
regions, clearly.
Are we missing any, Gideon? I don't think so. Right?
Yeah, I don't think we're missing any.
Pinoy.
Don't worry.
No, not at all. No.
Import. Or kung sino man gusto nyo team na
Don't worry, the camera
supportahan.
can't see your tears.
Gabi mo, may
But talk
code
to
na
me about
naman
it.
sila,
This has been a
guys.
bit of a resurgence
Sarap
of
naman
Matilda,
ng
even in
ano,
MPL. And why we didn't pick it
MPL
as
nila
often, and I
dito.
think only MPL PH had that sort of foresight.
Yeah, because
Lucky
utility
Chess
roam
and
is
Dean
always
legendary
available,
skin.
right?
Nakalagay.
It's always a possibility that can pop out. But you need to balance it around your team. You
Attendance
gotta
check.
make sure you
Hey,
still
Jason
have
Carl,
other forms of
hello.
frontlining. And because with the meta shift, we're seeing EXP lane go more and more into the sandbag style instead of straight up duelists like Benedetta, for example. We get to take a bit of the heat off of the roam position, especially if you're going for like a fighter jungler and want to make things happen quickly.
Well, hopefully that is going to be kept in mind by both the
Ayan
coaches
na,
here. It
guys.
is time to get this best of
Lipat ko
5
muna
on the
to.
road.
Hindi natin
Yes, you heard me
makatayang
correct. It
viewers.
is a best of 5 between these two teams as we head on over to the drafting phase. JP Niners on blue up against Red Esports to their name on red.
Okay, so right off the bat, we are finally seeing a lane ban. But to be fair, it is Max on the other side, so you will be griefing if you don't go for the ban. But one thing that's fresh is the Suyo ban. You're seeing that.
I don't think anybody really likes dealing with Suyo.
Yeah.
There's no real
From
answer
now
to
on,
it.
yeah.
Lagi pa
We saw how
nanonood
much
sa'yo para
devastation
wala akong
he's done in
tanggap
many different
skin.
MPLs.
Eh, wala
This
naman
first pick
pong
from
nood mo
JP,
skin mo.
they've got a lot of
Wala naman
options,
pong
right?
ganun.
Matilda is still up for grabs. We saw how Loyi was dangerous in the previous best of 5, but it looks like they're going to double down and go for the flex pick in Gato Gacha.
Gatot is going to be a highly contested pick in this matchup in particular. It is one of the few support roamers that Grace is very comfortable on, and Rasi does a pretty good job as well. But that means Hayabusa and Eve will be locked in by Red Esports.
Well, that's kind of interesting because I know Kim is a nasty Yeve player. Did Chico make a hard read on it? Because Gato can, like, I mean, you drop that RWM, AOG is coming pretty quickly after.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that even when that does happen, it doesn't really quite... I mean, you can definitely expect a couple of blows right in your face as a Yi. But I think that he should be able to still kind of keep
Sabi
to the
mo bang joke
RWM
lang
and
daw?
hopefully someone will come to the
Nood
Yi's
lang, guys.
rescue despite all
Sama niyo
that.
manood.
Besides that,
Chikahin
Sensui
niyo
has
ako.
been really
Kahit
leaning
chikahin
away
niyo na
from
lang ako.
Assassins this entire season. So locking in Hayabusa this early for him is a surprise.
It's kind of interesting, right? But then, let's see. The response happens to be Khalidin as well as Irithel. Super early on, right? Like, I expect you to play Natan. You play anything else, I don't know, because we have a lot of strong AoE. So even if we don't have Avatar of the Guardian, at least you have Raging Sandstorm.
Actually, what I'm just looking at here is that
Wow,
both Red and JP are
Irithel.
tied with the number of heroes used, 34. Wow, sounds amazing. And
Hindi
then the
uso sa
second
atin
phase, which is the
Irithel, di
second
ba?
lowest among all the teams.
Wala
And
lang,
I'm
na-share ko
thinking,
lang.
that's very low. Okay.
I mean, it's
That means they're kind of telegraphic to a certain extent.
They are a little telegraphic. But the
MPL
question
India
is,
yan,
I mean,
ate
if they
dahil.
play-
MPL
if they play their
Malaysia.
game correctly, it feels like you're getting slowly choked out. You know, in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, you're falling into the armbar. You know,
Hi,
you're gonna get
Sherwin pala.
underneath the chin.
Oh, okay. Now, how about this? CC, is that one of those number of heroes? Is that part of the 34, or would that make 35?
I can't remember if they've ever picked it
Oh,
before,
no, yes,
but
they
it is
have.
not common.
Yes, it is not common, but Iris definitely has picked up CC before. He played it into it to Rizla before this. He also played it into the
Pinapanood ako dito, nag-ano sila ng JS
why they
Odet
were having so
combo.
much success in the early stages of the MPL. But now we go into that second phase,
Wala
right?
lang.
We're seeing the Nolan already banned out, followed up by the Valentina, rather interesting.
Nakalimutan ko
They
kung
also
anong
get
team.
rid of Harith from the side of JP. We're waiting for that follow-up.
Banning Valentina is just to make sure that JP Niners can't match and steal the RWM so that you have two zones to deal with. When you have Eve, you ideally want to be controlling the team fight, so not having another one to deal with is easier for you.
Dude, the audience here at JP, they're pretty funny. I gotta give it to them.
Yeah,
One of the
indeed.
signs was like, hey, we got the twins from Indonesia, 3-1, 3-1 on both sides. That's the prediction. And we have people who came down to MPL knowing that they gotta study for finals exams.
Wait, that is what it was written on their phone?
Yeah, he's just like, I told my teacher I'll be back to study for my exams. So funny, so funny. But now to conclude the draft, we see that Harathan as well as Tigreal getting banned out for the side of JP. Beatrix being the pick for red.
Beatrix is the fallback for Owl. If he is in a tricky situation, this hero will come out, and if he gets a couple items, just absolutely destroys the mid to late game. So what will Niners do
Absent
to
ako
respond?
kagabi,
At
blackout
this point in
din.
time, all I'm looking out for is what is that
Nawalan
assassin
ng
that
5
Max
PM,
is gonna
bumalik
be
ng
picking.
1
Wait,
AM.
Manny is
Grabe! 1 AM, hirap
You're
mo.
right.
Right.
Wait, is it actually good to play Fanny into
Nakapag-RG
this?
ka
I mean,
pala.
right now,
They don't have a lot of CC.
yeah, I don't see anything.
Isang laro lang
I
naman
mean, they
kasi
have
masakit
CC.
yun sa credit score.
That
Ah.
is it.
Oh,
Minus 5 ba yun?
Whoa. Dad jokes are not. No. I do not accept this. But
I'm a dad now.
Daming
Man, I
ads.
knew-
You're actually correct.
Yeah.
Oh. And I'm supposed to be the old
Araw-araw
one on
ba
this desk.
nagla-live?
JP, at this point of time, Julian as well as Aurora, I think this is a
Monday
much safer
to
approach.
Friday.
However, Julian is
Yung
one of those
talagang
heroes where it's
schedule
like,
ko.
it does well
Nung
against the assassins.
nagka-MPL
The earlier
Restream,
stages of the game, but
nagkaroon
you
ako
kinda
ng
have to
weekend.
snowball it out of control. And that's what I was worried about. I was
Pero
thinking maybe the
ngayong,
Joe, maybe something would pick
nung wala
up.
ng
Instead, they go for
MPL,
Kaja. They're
PH.
playing more around this
Balik
E.
na sa Monday to
I do really
Friday.
like this Kaja pick. I mean, picking up as Beatrix as well as CC, heck, even a higher
Eh,
booster
may
itself,
playoffs
they're
ngayon
really gonna be making
ng
full advantage
Malaysia.
of the divine
So hindi ko
judgment.
sure kung
I mean, I
mag-stream
hope
ako
they do.
sa
Again, it's very
weekend.
tempo-based, and the worst part is whoever gets hit by the Divine Judgment, expect to see Gatot flying at you, expect to
Yeah.
see Khalid jumping at you too. Like, it could force a fight very, very quickly. So execution is going
Kilala
to
niyo
be
si
key.
Suplado?
I
Si
kinda
Mighty
like Red Esports'
Suplado?
overall
Yes.
composition, but hopefully
Yun ba?
Iris is able to make an impact in this game because running
Minus 5
alongside
na.
Loliels is not going to be easy.
Definitely not. But if anything's gonna happen, you can be sure that these players are going
Lawrence,
to make it.
happy
So
Halloween.
we return to the land of dawn once again, but this
Nakadami
time
ba
it's
kayong
for a
candy?
second match
Trick or
of
treat
day
ba kayo?
one here in the MPL Malaysia
Akala ko si
Season
Mighty
14
Suplado.
playoffs. JP Niners versus Red
Kating ko yun
Esports.
sa ano,
Who's gonna
sa
kick things
RR.
off with a bang?
We're gonna be starting things off, of course, with this game. And JP Niners, at least for me, I'm not a massive fan of their drop, but I can talk about that in a short bit. But JP Niners starting with the blue and red on the red. Of course, we're both starting off on the orange
English
buff as
mo na
well,
yung
so they're
caster,
gonna
guys. Pag-
gonna be
Pagka
opposite
ginamit
of
ko
one
yung
another.
ano,
Definitely gonna be on
language
the
nila,
opposite
wala
side
tayong
of each other, but
maintindihan.
looks like Gato, Rasi, once again, going to go on his own signature pick. But yeah, 3
Happy
actually being the
Halloween,
one
but happy
being forced to
Hello,
play
Clarence.
Khalid.
Happy
Both of which don't do
Halloween,
very well
everyone.
into the CC anyways, which is totally fine. This is what I was expecting. Both Beatrix and Irithel both going for Master Assassin, so therefore Owl should be able to outdamage Loliels at level 1.
Now, of course, right off the bat, I mean, I'm kind of looking at JP Niners. Their early game heroes are mostly magic
Ang
damage. And
daldal
even when it
daw
comes down to
nila,
Gacha, he does do pretty good damage, but it's also magical damage. So I can only see that Red Esports want to prioritize
Ang ganda,
the
oh, Ducati.
defense and just kind of build up the silence rope real early, and they kind of mitigate quite a bit of damage from JP Niners right off the bat.
The thing is, if you're pointing that out, Red Esports' draft is actually not that tanky in general, right? They're completely depending on
Magpapalaro.
Iris with Vengeance to
Hindi.
take the front line. Even their roamer on the Kaja will be pretty squishy once the going gets tough.
No, that's fair.
And that's why you see they literally just walk up. They're like, "What are you gonna do, Grace? You have no influence over the map as of right now. You can open it up, sure, but you also don't want to lose your flicker pre-level 4. So at this point of time, very independent for Iris to stay on his side of the map, and I'm expecting a gang to go there real soon, or if not, waiting for Kaja to hit level 4.
I mean, aside from the fact that there is a single suppression
Magkasali
from the
ka po
side
sa
of Red Esports as well, but when it comes down to
lahat ng
other
skin
form of
kuha
crowd
na.
control, which Sadafa didn't point
Ay,
out,
hindi ko alam.
it's the lack of
Yung-
from the side of Red Esports. So
yung gamit
controlling
nila
the
na
mix of
na
power
account,
on the side
guys,
of
sa
JP Niners,
MPL.
yet again,
Lahat
another
ng
problem.
skin meron
Yeah, I think at this
yan.
point they're just looking to drag. Oh,
Madami
wait.
din silang
Iris is
dayas.
trying to harass Max. Already
Hindi
found the
nila
Vengeance, rating
pwedeng,
from flickers in, catches
ano,
out Grace. The turtle
hindi
is still
nila pwede
running very,
i-give
very
sa
low.
account
Iris
talaga
buying
nila
a
kasi
lot of
ibang
time.
server
He'll
yung
eventually fall first blood,
MPL
going over to Max, but he
account.
bought time for the turtle to be taken by Red Esports. And here comes the shadow kill with Sensui landing the last hit to take out Max himself.
Great trade here. Iris doesn't lose anything, doesn't lose too much. The most he loses is like 1, maybe even 2 minions here, but they've got so much by taking down Max. Oh, wait,
The
hold on.
Guardian catches out
Ooh.
perfectly into the ton. A beautiful
Oy.
setup for a kill.
Tumipi.
Man. man.
That's what I want. That is what I want. But I
Sali
think
ka
that
ng
he got a little
MCL
bit
sa
confident
Sabado
in his
daw.
lane,
Hindi ko
which is
alam eh.
definitely one of the main things that is kind of scary,
Sa
right? Because
tingin kasi
as a
ng
Kaja, you don't really
mananalo.
have that
Sa
strong
ano
of
tayo,
control
guys?
over the river lines.
Red
But in the meantime,
Esports.
you're playing as a Beatrix. You have the Master
Siyempre, nandun
Assassin,
yung
and you
ano,
want to
sila
dominate your
Sensui.
lane. That would naturally kind of get you pretty far into the lane, which puts you very susceptible to these kind of ganks.
Yeah, but Al just didn't react fast enough to it. I mean, the positioning was like really, really good for the Sky Guardian's avatar at this point. Oh, looks like
Hala, Pinas si Ate
our
Kren
very first pause. All right,
nag-turtle.
let's get this out of the way. Our very first pause of
Hanggang
the
dito.
playoffs here. I
Ate
don't
Kren
think the
pati
audience
sa
knows about it just
MPL
yet.
Malaysia
Don't
nagpo-post
worry
ka.
about it. Don't worry about it. Because if we were back in Selangor, this crowd would be
Yep.
going wild.
We have a special feature for pauses in MPL Malaysia.
I hate how you phrase that special
Parang
feature.
gumagalaw-galaw yung
Special feature.
isa
What, like all
referees.
players going up on stage to kind of perform or what?
I honestly, I
Napos.
wish that were the
Oh,
case, to be
we
honest.
did, actually.
So it's not that.
Naglag
That's
sila,
a good
guys.
idea.
I mean,
Nawala
you'll
yung
see in a
ano,
little bit.
nawalang internet
Yeah,
yung,
different
ay
kind of special.
nabunot yung
We'll let
router
we'll
nung,
let you in on it. You'll
sino
figure
ba
it out very, very
nag-troubleshoot?
quickly once we get back into game. But in the meantime, at least we can kind of talk about the compositions a little bit more.
Lagyan
Because so
muna
far,
natin
being on
ito
that
para alam
Hayabusa
kung
seems to be
sino
actually
naglalaro.
working out very well for Sensui, right? I was expecting maybe JP Niners to have a bit of an advantage with this Julian. Just expect to be able to fight on a dime's notice.
Boring
I'm
na daw.
surprised that this early game hasn't gone quite as smoothly for the Niners as expected.
Hard
It was
track nila
really
may
nice
stream
zoning
natin,
initially
guys.
by Iris, willing to give up that first blood, but I feel like the
And
Niners may have
like nyo naman sa mga
overreacted to
nasa
him. They
YT.
could have easily let one or two players deal with him and then Max walk a bit more forward to maybe Retri the turtle.
Ayan na, okay na
I mean,
yata.
when it comes
Char.
down to CC, he did manage to really
Naka-thumbs
do
up lang.
a really good
Okay na
zoning
agad.
move coming in from them. But then the problem
Pala
is
decision
CC is
yun.
kind of like a single target guy, right? And just kind of push people away, but you have no way to really lock their opponents down. So I agree, they have been kind of
Nabad trip daw
defensive a little bit. In
sila.
fact, with their current composition
Sabi
in the
naman
early
siya.
stages of the game, I really
Ate
thought that they
Del,
can be a
mag-rank
lot
ka
more
mamaya.
aggressive and really play
Hindi,
right in the
guys.
face of Kaja. Because pre-level 4, what can a Kaja realistically be able to do to you as a God of Kaja?
I agree. And I think that's why, when we saw Red actually start off Sensui on the orange side, on his orange buff instead
Sino
of that purple, they
nag-troubleshoot?
knew for a
Walang
fact,
nakalagay.
Turtle's going to be spawning here. I am going to get distracted if I take my purple first. I don't think Julian is
Best of
walking in at
5
level
to.
2 of all time,
No
so
way.
I might as well just take my time, hit level 4, and then look for an opportunity later down the line.
They were probably trying to delay Sensui with Yetri on the Khalid because that's usually his dom. Leave the lane at level 1, then harass. But I think he actually took a lot more damage than expected from the Hayabusa. And because he's
Pasaba daw
already
if
having a
maglalaro ka.
lower priority in his
Hindi
lane
ko
due to
alam
the
kung
CC
maglalaro
matchup,
guys eh.
Niners weren't as
Kasi
confident to do what
tatapusin
they
ko to.
wanted to.
Well,
Tapos
that's the
hindi
thing.
natin sure kung
Here's
anong
the
oras
trade-off, right?
matatapos.
As much as Khalid is
Best
able
of
to
5 pa
outpush the
naman.
CC, at a certain point, when your life gets a little too low, you kind of don't want to walk up any longer because CC can chase you down as soon as she hits level 2.
Right.
Oh,
Ba't
wait.
parang naglalaro na
Are we
sila?
going back in?
What?
Oh, I hear the cheering.
Oh,
already.
it's gonna happen. It's gonna
What's
happen.
this cheering?
Ayan na, ayan na.
Welcome to MPL Malaysia.
You're glad you're a married man, huh?
Oh, okay.
Don't worry.
okay,
It's not
okay.
that big a deal for you as a
Halloween.
married man, but let's jump right
Happy
back
Halloween.
into this. Thank God it was a Type 1 issue, and thank you once again to our marshals for handling it this quick. Now let's jump back into this because Turtle is spawning in about 15 seconds. Oh, is this a dive?
Arasi was able to dash away from Grace, so no Divine Judgment there. Yeah, I think that's fine, especially since the turtle is coming up now.
Grace just got his flicker back up at the same time too, and yeah, 3. Wow, he is fast.
He's got his sand plus the fact that there's the moving waters. I don't have any idea what this feature means.
Divine Judgment onto Yetri. He's gonna get suppressed. Revitalize comes out from Rasti. Raging Sandstorm flickers backwards. Catches two. The turnaround from Yetri. Bennett's Rage whiffs completely. It's a new castle, but it's not enough damage yet on Owl. So Lolil gets the double kill. And it's gonna be a free turtle for the Niners. Iris doing a good amount of damage to Rasti, but he's 1v3 right now. He will be able to jump away, resetting the turtle. And Niners actually not able to continue with taking it too.
Oo nga. Hindi
Honestly,
sila
that's kind of what I
nag-turtle.
expected from the side of JP Niners, to be able to just play it right in the face of Esports.
Absolutely. I mean, that's the first the fatal team fight so far, but technically Iris has somewhat recovered, has a level lead onto Yetri, but since he's a full level, oh wait, hold on. Sensui earlier was a full level ahead of Max, so at this point there is a slight disparity in EXP, but it's too minute.
Raging Sandstorm misses point blank. Yeah, Tree not realizing there's still a
Nawawala
delay
yung Wi-Fi
there, so
mo.
him able
Saan
to walk
nagpunta?
out. This is still awkward timing for the Niners.
And even a lane swap coming in from JP,
Bakit di
macro-wise,
turtle?
really
Hindi ko
good
din
stuff.
alam.
I mean, it makes sense, absolutely. The fact that they will be able to kind of like clear the wave in the top lane by the hands of Yetri, but it seems like they do want to have this turtle right now.
Turtle dropping the 30%. Who is gonna get it? Real Woman Edison comes out. Max secures the turtle. Nibiru's passion doing a lot of damage as the Yogi Shadow Kill finishes off the Julian in the backline. Rasi uses the Avatar the Guardian to get away himself. And only one casualty, but an important one.
Yeah, but they will be trading a bot tier 1 in the process here. Red Esports, they are going to be playing very cool, calm, collected, but most importantly, they make sacrifices, right? It's going to be a constant trade and a back and forth between the two. However, in terms of timings, both Kim and as well as Owls, their flickers are about to come offline, and Grace still hasn't used this flicker just yet.
So far, we also didn't really quite manage to see too much of a play from the side of Grace just yet. I mean, to be fair, this is definitely not the time for him to shine, but I do want to see more of the fact that when Sensui picks up more of the item and really get themselves that power spike, and perhaps even for the side of Owl, which he should probably get something real soon, then there's only the point in time where Grace will be able to kind of yoink someone in.
Yeah, I would imagine that Sensui has also got his... oh, wait, hold on.
Grace gets spotted, but they don't realize
No.
everyone is in the front.
Nice
That's why he
pitching.
gets the killing spree on Gatot. The Raging Sandstorm Flicker catches two, but they're behind their tier 1. The knockout
Oh.
from Julian will secure a killing spree onto Grace. Given over to Lolil, who actually takes quite a lot of damage from the Renner's apathy. Sensui, does he still have his ult? No, but he will do some poke damage. Force out more resources from the Niners. It's going to be a 1-for-1.
Dang, Max, real nasty with it. Not only able to kind of go toe-to-toe despite being, you know, despite
Sensui
having to try and
ako,
catch up
sabi
against a
ni
3-0 and
Liam
1 Sensui on this Hayabusa. Honestly, I can only imagine that the Sky Piercer is already done for Sensui, but at this point, oh, yeah, 3 just takes no damage from Owl.
JP Niners, they are not exactly responding to Owl's push. I definitely did not expect that, especially losing the tier 2
Galing
this
ng XP
early.
doon ng JP.
Although it's not that big of a deal as compared to what, losing a tier 1 this early, but still giving free money over to some Red Esports?
I mean, it's only a it's only a 300 gold lead for Red Esports, and as you can see, it's continuously
It's
going to fluctuating, right? Yeah. So I think the JP... Oh, hold on.
Rasi in danger. Revitalize use. Raging Sandstorm cancelled by the Divine Judgment. Rasi's already gone. Tree's already gone. Red Esports is doing so much damage. Shut down. Double kill for Owl. And Red Esports are hitting their power spike.
Literally perfect timing. Tactically rolls forward, rips out the Nibiru's Passion, buys Malefic Roar right in the middle of it.
Oh, now, of course, not to forget, Red Esports have got a pretty good answer to the counter engage from the side of Rasi, making sure that Rasi just don't have that time to just really fly up into the sky and just deal with him immediately.
I think also just how generous Red Esports is with their battle spells, right? Every single time they want to execute, they execute extremely hard. I think that JP, at this point, the biggest problem is really scary to open up the map.
Yeah, that's always been
Pop
kind of an
talaga
impressive
Khalid
characteristic
ngayon.
of PH teams. They're willing to spend their battle spells because they know it can trade them up for better resources. And we can see 9 minutes in, a 3K net worth lead for Red Esports. They have taken control of the early game, and the Niners going to need a lot more time to scale up.
Losing the T1 is also going to be a pretty big deal. Red Esports makes their way down to the bottom lane, and that's all T1's taken down. JP Niners definitely going to have a lot of a problem to actually just kind of reclaim their own jungle from this point onwards. And to make matters worse, in a minute, the Lord will eventually be pushing in. Let's not forget, Red Esports has got pretty good ways to split push with their Hayabusa on their hand. Well, JP Niners, the only one that can really just expand out or expand away to kind of deal with such split pushes is really realistically Khalid, but it's kind of valuable in team fights.
It is. I think Red Esports understands a couple of things. Number one, Zach QT is going to be the main anchor for the JP Niners, right? You disrupt his position, everybody else is going to have a tough time. Like Lolios that won't know how to play around without his anchor, and more so that both Rasi and Ye3 aren't designed to peel for Lolios. They want to dive hard and pull all the attention to them.
I think that at this point in time, it's relatively fair to say that in mostly every team fight, when Rassi wants to open up the map, it's fair to say he's going to be busted out almost immediately. So looking out for a secondary tank from the side of JP9ers, being the Khalid himself, is going to be super important. So you can't exactly just pluck him away from the main team fights and just kind of deploy him over to the sidelines, which is, or rather the side lanes, which is something that I think is going to be pretty darn important.
Iris, he's fine. He's able to jump away, but we can see how Tree can't really open up the map either. The frontliners for the Niners have been put so far behind that Red Esports, despite being the squishier lineup, are able to control the map more easily. Concealed play, Divine Judgment onto the Julian, Raging Sandstorm cancels it out, but Max has already gone killing spree for Owl, and he's dealing with 1v2 in the backline. Rafti, will he be able to finally finish him off? We will see. Sensei gets the mega kill onto Lolil in the meantime. 4-0-4 on the Hayabusa, and Gatot Kacha stuck between a rock and a hard place. Will he be able to get out? Probably not, but he's just gonna waste as much time as he can.
Yep, and Rossi's just like, nah, just take me. And Sensui doesn't mind farming up the Sky Piercer. Now, I'm not gonna lie, Red Esports is kind of looking kind of hot there. Like, whoa, the execution was clean.
Clean one from Grace, just went in. Oh, I see Max, I'm pulling him, and they got it. Just as simple as that. And now even picking up a fleeting time. Oh boy, we are looking at Divine Judgment for time and time again from this point onwards.
It's gonna be rough. It's gonna be really, really rough because now Red Esports is at this point, they're at their strongest, right? 5k gold lead ahead of JP9ers. At this point, they should start invading, taking all the gold off that map. And if they can break open an inhibitor, that would be the most ideal scenario for Red.
Pretty sure that they should be able to kind of... Okay, the main thing is Holy Defense gotta go down. I mean, the fact that it is currently 12 minutes, so they don't even have the Holy Defense that can clear out every single one of these waves, which is super important for
Divine Judgment, they found Rassi. Raging Sandstorm misses entirely. Already a mega kill for Owl, and yet Tree's just caught. He has immortality, but he's just gonna fall to the Infused Passion. And here comes Sensui in the backline. He's getting Sky Piercer monster kill. Oh, Lolil. Niners can do nothing against Red Esports.
Wow.
God, it feels so good to see Sensui back on an assassin, man. Now the team, it looks like Red is...
Execute his hate Pico! His passive isn't popped. Vengeance used by Iris. They're just chasing them down. They're just diving near Crystal Red Esports. They don't care about the Niners. Game 1 just swept entirely by Red Esports.
Dang, what was
Bibigay na
that?
po ba yung mga
where was the damage all coming from?
Owl was just hitting all of his shots. He just hit the shot after the shot, and you can see Red.
I-request nyo guys.
It's not this
Para
game day.
ma-check
Wait, was that
nyo
a Red
kung
shot?
pwede na
That
edit.
was Red shot.
I-request nyo na
Off
sa
the map,
akin.
2 screens away.
Oh,
Congrats,
yeah.
Red Esports.
Man, that's
Game
a
on.
wake-up call for JP. It's like, hey, Red ain't the same. Red ain't looking the same. They look better than ever.
This is looking like a much better Red Esports. They were doing pretty consistently in the regular season, but it felt like they had stagnated. But I feel like we're seeing an evolution of this now. This isn't really truly Ube. It's close, but it's not quite there. And they executed on it excellently.
Quick little thing. Red Esports, red side, no longer 100%.
Red side no longer 100% no more.
Wow.
I mean, I think that so far in terms of the draft, it really is just, I mean, both compositions so execution heavy, right? You'll miss an ability, it's like the whole pyramid starts crumbling down.
Kahit anong battle
What
emote
really
basta
surprised
pwede
me
i-give.
was that we know Red Esports traditionally has always played a very defensive early game, right? They tend to be passive. Owl and Sensui just want to farm, but I don't think we're seeing that this game. They were making things happen, and it didn't feel like the Niners were prepared for it.
I mean, I think Max was pretty happy just continuously power farming, right? But even so, this very first fight, I wasn't expecting Red Esports to get such a huge swing in terms of gold. Because JP9ers, they had like small incremental leads. You can see here that it's like, it's 20 gold, it's like 700 gold. And after one significant fight, 3,000, boom, out of nowhere.
Honestly, at this point in time, right, JP9ers, the only thing I would say is that it's kind of a huge waste that they didn't really quite manage to make full use of their early game and really just kind of shove Red Esports in.
Yeah, I was expecting, them to like kite towards Loliel's side of the map, maybe, catch out Kim on those rotations, maybe punish Grace very early on. Because our MVP of this game, you gotta give it over to them, your man, the myth, the legend, Sensui, 6-0-5, 73% kill participation with an 813 GPM. He probably maxed out his Sky. Well, no, wait, no, he was 2 off from maxing out his Sky Piercer.
But that is more than close enough for a Hayabusa. This is not a hero you can allow to snowball nowadays. And that is exactly what
Pwede pa ako
happened.
mag-request
That's
kahit
why
nakakuha
he's
na.
been leaning towards fighters the
Kung nakakuha ka
entire
na
regular
ng battle
season.
and
Playing
all,
Vayne,
pwede ka
playing
mag-request,
Alpha,
pero
not really
i-refuse
touching
ko
much
lang
else.
din.
Playoff start, Hayabusa, and he does this.
Looks like the revenge is not looking all that great for our guys over on the
Grabe,
opposite side.
6-0 pa
It's true, it's true. It just means I have to work a little bit harder this time. It felt like JP may have underestimated them. And
Kakaiba
I
mga
feel like Red
pickings,
Esports took
kaya
full
nga eh.
advantage of the scenarios, because even when we talked about like early execution, you could see that clearly Red, like maybe this is a bit of a warm-up game. It's not 100% the cleanest from beginning to the end, but you could see they progressively just got better and better and better. Although I will say it's kind of interesting, right? Because the first death on Iris, it felt like there was a disconnect between
James,
the
ikaw
front
ba
and the
yung
back
nanalo
line.
ng
But
battle
towards the
emote na
mid-game
siya?
where we saw those big plays and Iris
Kasi
coming a little bit
nag-unfollow
later,
ka
it
kahapon
felt like
dahil
Red
sa
Esports, their
5v5
communication
eh.
was tip-top.
Kaya uulit lang 8 days
Coordination
yung
was
ano.
excellent, actually, from Red
Yung
Esports. I don't even think that
counting
Iris'
ng
first death was a bad thing.
sa
It
friends
felt like
natin
they
sa
were prepared
ML.
and expected
Dapat di ka
it to
nag-unfollow.
happen to secure that first
Hello
turtle
kay
because they knew
Joseph
it would be an
Prado,
objective that
Power
would
Gamer.
propel
Hello
them
po,
forward.
salamat sa
Especially
pagbisita.
against a hero
And
like
follow
Julian,
nyo rin
who is
syempre.
supposed
Hello
to
din kay
be ahead
Gambit.
in the first few levels.
Annyeonghaseyo.
Honestly, now I kind of can really understand what Gideon was saying about Iris really kind of like throw body just for the betterment of the team. That initial fight, yeah,
Yan.
sure.
Ano yan?
I believe that it gives so much lead over to the side of Red, not necessarily on the economical side, but really just puts them in a pretty good foothold around the map.
Yeah, a huge foothold, but even so, I do think that JP didn't play the best game this time around, and their execution could have been a little bit better, especially with the ideas, but you can see that even Jentera, he was trying his best to like really negate the effectiveness of the RWM. He had some pretty good Raging Sandstorms,
Sanay naman ako mag-unpay daw.
three-man, and
Ikaw
consistently hitting Kim. I think 4 out of the 5 times he unleashed the RWM.
Yeah. In addition to that, I feel like the Niners drafted a bit too quickly.
Lalaro din F dyan, ate.
Like, they had Gatot, Khalid, and Iritel in their
Hindi,
first phase,
syempre.
if I'm not wrong, right? And you're not only taking away the flexibility of Gatot, you are showing Red that a pick like CC will immediately counter either option. Not to mention revealing Iritel this early on when it's not really a contested hero besides Chiku.
Fair. We can definitely see some changes into the lineup, I guess. Okay, so at least for JP, right? So they went for Julian and the Aurora for the second last pick. I mean, personally, I'm not really too big on understanding the Julian pick, to be very honest, yeah.
Well, I mean, Julian is just a really good enabler, right? It doesn't matter who goes in, as long as Julian is able to like land the chains, he can follow up and he can also initiate. I think that's the flexibility. It's kind of the glue that makes this entire composition kind of work, right? Because you have 2 big ultimates. You have Zach QT, who's like, I want to go forward, but at the same time, I need the enemy to come towards me, so my team needs to fall back to me when that initial push fails.
Right. Flexibility. He's got burst in the early stages of the game, later stages of the game. If he wants to go for enhanced chains, at least if he's got that, he can become the initiator, and then everyone else comes in for the follow-up.
Exactly.
Similarly to Suyo too, he hits his power spike at level 3, which is way earlier than any other jungler. So they were trying to have the Khalid slow down Hayabusa, then let Max slowly take the EXP lead. But since that first step didn't work already, it kind of snowballed from there.
Let's also not forget about our man Kim here. That was the big initiation. I mean, you know they're going to fight when you see that RWM, and I think right now, Yves is a little bit of a problem here. I think that teams need to be aware that Yves, so far across the regions, have been doing extremely well, with or without the Jushin.
So what exactly is the answer to Yves at this point in time? Like,
Well,
since you can't knock her away from out of the RWM anymore, so what's the main thing? You gotta have to kind of like high mobility, get yourself out of the box without being immobilized?
number one, I do think that you have to have high mobility, or number two, you take away their pickoff options. You basically hurt their tools instead of, you know, if you get past somebody your gun, you take out the ammunition and then the gun doesn't feel so bad, right? Or you take out,
Wala ba
better yet, you don't take
nagsusuyo
out
sa
the animation.
kanila?
Take out the
Puso,
spring.
di ba si
Oh,
Suyu?
what are you gonna shoot? You're gonna shoot nothing? Exactly. So they should have focused specifically
yata.
on Grace. I think that was the big issue
Hindi ko
here.
natandaan.
Besides that as well,
Okay.
if you're able to kind of out macro an Eve or keep vigil over their rotation, maybe pressure them in lane somewhat and play around the map to make sure that they're not around for the big team fights with the RWM, that can be an
Wala
option as
ba
well.
kayong chika, guys? Wala.
So there are plenty of ways to play around it. I just think that in this case, JP not feeling like themselves right now, I would expect the games to get closer as this best of 5 continues to progress.
Honestly, I haven't really been looking too much on the Red Esports. So coming in and looking at
Ganda ng
today's
tour
game,
na mode,
it kind of seems as
sabi.
though like
Oo
this is the
naman.
benchmark of what Red Esports has always been doing, and it kind of feels very synonymous to many of the other teams out there. It doesn't seem like what you guys said. Oh, they always play very defensive. They're waiting for Owl to come on with a power spike, those kind of stuff. So
Mahirap
honestly, I
lang
do
talaga
like what I'm
mag-apply
seeing
sa
right
tour
now.
na mode, eh.
Instead of the super
Sa tour na
hard
lobby
control,
pala.
wait for Owl to pop up, they have been very engaging and they have been very initiative, right on their toes.
I mean, I personally feel because the Singaporeans are around Red Esports, it's like, hey, we can't make us look bad. Right? we gotta put on a show,
We gotta
boys.
look good for our neighbors.
Yeah, we gotta look good for our neighbors here. Not to mention our Indonesian
Nag-hype
brethren
yung
who are
collector
actually sitting in the
at
crowd right
ano.
now. Some of them actually flew on over, so it's pretty
Saan
crazy
naglaro
how
ate?
much attention MPL MY is getting recently.
Shit,
But it is a
yes.
surprise for all of us, and I think for the Niners as well, because as we mentioned to you, this is not quite the style that Red Esports were doing in the regular season. It feels a lot more interactive and controlled.
Check it out.
Hindi pa
If
daw
you come over to
request.
Edu City, you're
Hindi
gonna
pa daw pwede
really
request. 6
experience the
days pa lang daw
full.
po. Bukas na lang po.
How do I say it?
request.
I don't even say it's a
Sabi
fad
sa
or a
inyo,
trend, but the
hanggang 8
culture,
days
the
yan eh.
esports culture of MLBB here.
Hindi ko
We
na
have a
tatakbo
festival
din.
outside, in a matter of fact, where you can even if
Basta
you're not
pag
into
na-request
MLBB,
yan,
there's
gigift
plenty
ka
of things
naman.
for you to do here. Basically, to park your loved ones while you check out those games.
Honestly, the main thing why I actually entered into esports is because of offline events. I love the entire atmosphere. I love the audience. I love how the places roar with
Sponsored
anticipation throughout the entire game. It's just fantastic to be part of the community.
It is. It is. We're catching up to Indonesia. I mean, I was there not too long ago. Their crowds. It's a different experience altogether.
Parang
But I feel like
hindi
Malaysia is
umaalis
catching up there
sa
with, you know,
pwesto
the
yung mga
slow
players.
progressions and things,
Ay, kakabalik lang pala
sizes
nila.
of venues and even activities.
Well, let's go ahead and switch on
Bigo,
over to
galaw,
WhatsApp
galaw dyan
message that we
sa
had with
Ate
Iris
Clem.
from Red Esports.
Bigo,
and we
wala
asked
ka
him
bang chika?
any message to Ancha, aka antagonist, for what he said about Red. And he
Oo,
said,
8 days
don't
yan na
underestimate
guys,
Ancha.
minimum.
Even though both our
Swerte
mid
na
players
kapag
are
nag
local, their
7
potential
days.
is actually huge.
Minsan
bigger
kasi
than
kahit
your
7
import
days na
roaming.
ayaw pa din masend eh. So 8
That
days,
final
yun
line,
na lang
though.
i-mindset na
That
guys.
final line.
Dang, these guys continue. Honestly, let's make it a thing. Just a rivalry between JP and Red Esports. They are at each other's throats. They throw shade with. They throw shade like it's
Yung
nothing.
sa ano ba yan ate?
Oh
Infinix
my goodness.
na coach.
This
Ay,
makes me
sa
really
coach
want to know
tama ba?
like what is like the main history behind these two. Or is it just the fact that yeah,
Hindi ako
they both
lalaro,
just love trash talk
Amaro.
and boom, rivalry.
Pero kailangan ko
Again,
mag-brawl.
there is a lot of trash talk.
Kailangan ko
There's so much
mag-brawl
trash
ng
talk.
3
But honestly,
times.
let's talk about the player
Sayang
head-to-head,
promo
specifically the
dahil.
EXP laners. I love both of these EXP laners here. Iris, one of my favorites,
sa
of course.
Infinix.
Yet 3 was an up and rising star when Iris had already kind of gone past his glory days. But even so, the stats do not lie.
Huh.
It's pretty neck and neck.
They have the exact same 3 top picks.
Oh.
Huh.
And now that I see it, where the heck is Edith?
That's what I was wondering earlier today.
But not a single pick.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, yes, I understand that Phobias, Khalid, they are like top 2. And so far for the entire game, we never seen those two being banned out in the previous series. So
Inaya
I get
mo?
that's fair. But
Baka
coming
gustong
into today's
sumali.
game, we haven't, I mean, we didn't see Phobias.
Sino?
So where the heck's Edith?
Hello, Ate Dan.
I don't know.
Kumain
Personally, I
ako,
really don't know. It
sabi.
feels like
Uy.
Edith has not been too popular
Nabusog ka ba,
here in
Leon
NY
Greens?
specifically. But then again, I do hope like we do.
But I love Edith.
I know, but the one thing that I love about Year 3 and as well as Iris is the way they play Paquito specifically. I miss those days, man.
Those
Si Bigo, inaya mo.
Paquito, when he
Kasali
used to
siya
be
dun
so
sa
meta.
tourna mode.
I've been trying to play Paquito recently and it
Turn
just
na labi
doesn't
pa.
feel the same.
Turn
It's really because of the what 4 bars or 3 bar or
Oh, he
what?
just feels so squishy.
Feels squishy.
There's no
Yeah.
effective way to build
Grabe,
it
redeem
now.
code ulit,
Unless you
guys.
put him in the jungle and your
Kaya
name's
lang, di
Boba
obra
Then
sa
I think
atin.
you have like that, you know,
Yeah.
the underdog champion of NA buff. Somehow,
Honestly, it's all about your aura, dude. At that
literally,
point in
That's
time.
true.
it literally is. It's crazy. It's crazy the things
Sama,
that he
di
gets
pa
away with. But
nakaka-share
it's
ng
still
stream, Beck,
respect
Kevin
is given
Games.
over because he is
Share
one
niyo ng
heck of a
stream
player.
natin.
Don't forget, M6 happening in Malaysia. I cannot remind you enough. Don't forget, there's also a redeem code. Scan the QR. Save yourself some time. Now, coming back into this, do you think that JP is going to kind of shift up the draft a little bit? I would assume that they would want blue side against Nafa, but like then again, Red Esports has kind of shown their hand.
Yeah. Who knew that you could overcome the blue side advantage a little bit by banning out Suyo, right? It gives you one
Yan lang
less
si
thing to
Suyo
worry
kanina.
about.
With hands down just saying you want to win on red, yeah, just bet Suyo.
That's what we said for Chip.
But to be fair though, I mean
Nagdasal-
JP Niners, they
nagdadasal pa
themselves
ako
did ban
pagkakain.
the
Very
juice-in.
good.
So
Dapat lang.
honestly, even if they do have the priority on the B1, they don't have the juice-in, they don't have the Suyo to prio pick, so they resorted to a Gatakacha. To be fair, Gatakacha is still a pretty good pick, but in this game, being completely yoinked out by that Kaja, definitely not a good feeling.
I have no problem with the Gatot first pick. I have problems with the Khalid and Irritel follow-up.
Yeah, yeah. The Khalid, I mean, when
Me
you,
too,
if you
I
are
don't know.
showing both the Gatot and as well as the Khalid, you need to expect that somebody is going to play more lane dominant because there's no way you're winning those team fights with like big AoEs like that unless you are behind in terms of gold. So let's jump back into it. It looks like Red Esports is on the blue side this time round and have already completed the bans of Hayabusa, Ling, and as well as Eve, while JP have decided Suyo, Chip, and Phoveus.
So Juicin open, definitely
ban
first
Suyo
pick
dito,
coming from the
guys.
side of Red
Hindi nila
Esports.
binibigay.
Ball is now onto the court of on the side of JP this time. And personally for me, I feel that JP's draft in the previous game was pretty A-okay, but it all boils down to the execution. So if they are unable to kind of work on that aggression in the previous game, perhaps they can play something a little bit more towards the mid stages of the game kind of thing, more onto the tempo instead of trying to aggress right off the start.
Oh, I suppose we'll see because right now Matilda is kind of that like flexible, can do a lot of stuff in the early game, still relevant in mid, and definitely has some options in the late game with her mobility and able to pull people out of tough scenarios. But JP, what is this final pick as the opener? Gatot once again. Interesting.
It's crazy how Gatot is being such a priority just because of this one play, or rather this one time. And then everyone's just really started up to pick up the Gatot more and more and more.
That is how trends start.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
yeah.
is true. That is true. But I don't know. Into the Jushin as well, like Gatot can't really do much, right? Unless it's just like dropping your ult, sure, fine. But like you can't really close the distance against the Jushin. You don't have an effective way of keeping her away. And most of the time, Jushin just completely just outranges you. It's range into melee, so that's to be expected. So Khalid and as well as the Natang going to be the lock-ins for Red Esports to finish off the first half of the drafting phase.
Yeah, it makes much more sense for Red Esports to lock in Khalid now because they already know this Gatot is in the EXP lane. That's also another thing I was thinking, right? If you're locking in Matilda or Gatot, it makes sense, but both at once, again, locks you in. It doesn't give you the flexible option of keeping your opponent guessing on where the Gatot Kacha is going.
Good point. It kind of slipped out of my mind, the fact that they have been picked together as well. So honestly, now JP losing that. Oh!
Okay.
Bing!
Yes,
Oh.
this is what I was waiting for. Ah, man. Okay, so Bane is in a very
Bane, ano ba
interesting
to?
position, especially with Matilda
Bane
as well,
core ba
right?
to?
No matter who engages, you have a guaranteed counter engage in this Bane. And I can only assume that this Bane is going to go into the jungle. I don't think it's going to go into the EXP. And
Papaya
most
back
likely,
na.
it really deters Red Esports from picking up like assassins and including the
Anong
alpha
team
as
po ito,
well.
Ma'am Dan? Mga
Yeah,
bago ba
Bane is
to?
very good
MPL
against dire
Malaysia to,
compositions
ano,
because of the way
generics.
Deadly Catch works. They jump at you, you just push
Kaya,
them back. So it
hindi
does
kayo
work against the
familiar.
Khalid somewhat too. So it does feel weird that they lock it in now. I don't really feel like they need to worry too much about it being banned.
Yeah, I do like the fact that Bane is being picked on R5 just for the X factor, and people will be just been thinking, what's gonna be next kind of thing, right? So at least for JP, what we are lacking right now is gonna be the gold laner as well as the mid laner. So I think that it really opens up to quite a bit of suggestions since JP's lineup
Ate,
it
don't
doesn't really
fake
quite
yung
fixate
gold.
them onto what
Siyempre
they
hindi.
really have to play.
Hindi niya
what works
mare-redeem
for us.
yung-
Because at least for Red, it
yung
is
code na
rather
nilalabas nila
telegraphic.
kasi,
You pick up a Nathan, Nathan, you pick up a
for
Khalid, you kind of
Malaysia
want to play
server
together,
lang
you
yung
want to
makaka-redeem,
land
no?
big ultimates and let Nathan just kind of pierce through everyone with your basic attack.
Well, that's fair. I do. That's actually a pretty good point here. But I
Hindi
think
siya
that at this
hindi
point,
siya pang,
JP are
panglahatan.
looking to pick up something like along the lines of maybe Valentina. Never mind.
never
I take that
mind.
back. Good job, Bam. Got me right there.
Okay, now that I see the Niners bans, I can see where they're going for actually. By banning out Suyo and then Alpha and Nolan, they're getting rid of the few heroes that can somewhat match up against Bane early
Punta ka sa
on,
Malaysia.
and forcing Sensui onto an assassin that would give
Ingat.
Max a bit more freedom to control the jungle.
This is a very heavy disengage slash counter engage comp from the side of JP. Even picking up a Bruno just so that they will be able to pick up a fight pretty darn early. I do kind of like that.
X-Borg.
But the Xbox, tell me more about this.
Ang bilis naman ng
Why
pick.
specifically Xbox? Yeah.
Napick
Well, I
agad
think
yung
because
Bruno.
Xborg has iframes when he loses his Faraga armor and does really well
Na-late
with the
lang
tanks
nung
in general.
pakita. Bruno muna, tas
Okay.
XB Matilda.
That feels a little weird.
That's a very
Para sa
different. Grace
Malaysia
has
lang po
not
ba
played
yung
a hero
code?
like this before.
This
sa
could
Malaysia
honestly,
server lang
this could
yan.
go
This could be
over
Hilda
the.
EXP, right?
It could be Hilda EXP as well. That's why we need to see what this final pick is going to be.
Sayang, ang dami
Okay,
pa namang
so
code
at
guys
least for the side of
lumalabas,
Red,
di ba?
Khalid can still flex over to Rome, Xbox to the jungle, and
Yeah.
Hilda over to the EXP.
Yeah,
Sa
yeah,
PH
yeah,
kasi,
that
ano,
seems to be the
inalis
case
nila
here.
yung
But
maraming
we'll
code.
see. I want to see what Chico has in mind.
Dati ang
Goes for
dami
the
din code.
Loyi. All right. So very team fight oriented, has a lot of mobility, but I think this Hilda might just be a bit of a problem, right? Where is he going? Where is he going? Yeah, 3 picks up the God Thought here.
Ooh, it does look like it's a Khalid Rome. I don't think we've seen that yet this season, right?
We have seen one Khalid Rome match. It's the Hilda EXP, which doesn't again not very popular here in MY. Was shown
Oo,
off in
no,
ID.
Hilda
But
XP
still,
sila guys.
I feel like even an Edith would go pretty decent there.
Usually,
I'm
di ba,
not 100%
Hilda
on board
Rome?
with the idea, mainly because there's no assassins from the side of
Hilda
JP. So
XP.
Iris is just going to be show up in front of their face, get stunned up, and
Yung
just get
Rome Khalid
blasted.
kasi,
And
alam
I
na
guess you
natin
can
yun.
like force ZQT in an awkward spot, but Max is going to be uninterrupted.
We've got a lot of questions here, but only one way to have them answered, and that is by bearing witness to game number 2 between the Niners and Red Esports. Will this shift the momentum, or will the Red Esports be making the Niners dance to their tunes?
Let's find out as we head straight into the game by the land of Dawn. Game number 2 underway. It's going to be Red Esports on a blue side with an early invade towards
Ang
JP
pogi.
Niners on the red side.
Ang
And it looks like
pogi.
Sensui, it's going to be an orange buff start for him. Same goes for Max. They're going to be ending up on different sides of the map. Gold is on bottom, but on top side.
Oh.
Interesting. Got a little bit of help with the Khalid to clear up that lane fast.
I mean, this Hilda pick is something that I really want to talk about, right?
Oh
I mean,
my god.
just going into the opponent's jungle and all, that is quite literally what a Hilda would want to do. And specifically if the opponent is an assassin jungler, you really mess them up a lot. But we're talking about a Bane here.
Wait, hold on. Has QT, he's not hit level 2 just yet. I think he's about to lose another minion. Just look at him just getting harassed here. He needs Rasi by his side. Kim completely outranges him.
And Grace is doing an excellent job right now, forcing Rasi to stick next to Max the whole time and not allowing him to
Go
go for the
Red
Matilda
Sensui.
Bruno combo that automatically wins
generics.
lane. Red Esports playing so much more aggressively than we've ever seen them.
Yeah, this is a very different side of Red Esports. Looking at the emblems, nothing too out of the ordinary, just a lot more wilderness blessings. They just expect to be able to rotate around the map fast, just to keep tempo against JP.
Gray's taking a lot of poke damage, but not quite enough to finish him off yet, and that is absolutely fine for Red. Sensui comes in, gonna do some damage, forces the flicker from Rasi. ZachQT should be able to fly out. Max, though, in some trouble as he gets picked up back into the last insanity. Grace gets the first blood.
Beautiful combination.
Kim just jumping right in just so that he will be able to just solidify the knockup onto the side of Max, leaving Max currently at level 3. JP9 now lose that opportunity to be able to take this turtle convincingly.
Iris, he's in the buff. Look at how much damage he's doing to Mac. He almost kills him. Mac cannot contest the turtle. Red Esports is controlling the entirety of this half of the battlefield.
They literally cannot walk up. Grace is too nearby, and he just hit level. Oh, this could be a huge opportunity for him. Force a flicker right now. Come on, you want to get on to Zach, right?
M6.
Iris jumps on. Grace almost dies to the Yang reaction, but able to heal up again with the quicksand guard since we steals the orange above Max, starting to fall behind at a rapid rate.
I can see where this is coming to, right? JP9ers, they gotta have to focus on, or rather, they only have got to catch to really be a realistic tank onto their side, while having an enchanted support onto the side of JP9ers. That pretty much means that you don't really have a very strong foothold on just grabbing your own jungle. So having a Hilda plus a Khalid just pretty much means that we want to run right in your face, into your jungle. I'm gonna poke out your jungle. I'm gonna poke out everyone in the middle lane and keep you zoned right in.
This Khalid Hilda combo is kind of gross. Their jungle just doesn't even belong to them.
Yeah, this is kind of giving me like Team Ray vibes, the way they just go in like Tigreal Khalid, walk on in, and then flicker out of there after messing with them. Except this is looking a lot cleaner, right? Because again, it's just consistent pressure time and time again. Both ZachQT and as well as Rossi have not hit level 4. How are they losing so much EXP, man?
Is it just due to respect that they're given?
Lolil in trouble, dashes away. Will he get picked up by the lantern? Yes, he does, but Grace not able to dive, so he will survive. But that's a bunch of gold shield going over the Owl, and the pressure isn't stopping.
What the heck is going on? How did... I know
diversion! Oh, I thought they were taking it. I was scared for a moment. Grace, a bit deep here, actually. His team's not behind him, gets knocked out. Raging Sandstorm to escape. Absolutely fine.
Oh, Grace doesn't even have to use the quicksand guard now. Owl knows for a fact he doesn't have to worry about anything because Rossi has already used a majority of his abilities, and same goes for Loliel's. So he can just stand there with the entropy. But in the meantime, Iris, he's just got so much control over this side of the map. A full level ahead of Ye3. Wait, Ye3 is higher level than Matt.
Oh no, this is terrible. Deadly Cat comes out. Iris does not care. And in the bot lane, ZachQT almost dies. Kim flickers into the tower. Gets the kill. All the while, Sensui gets the turtle.
Why?
Gets the knockup. Lolil doing some damage, but Grace is right on top of him once again. Max is here, join the party with quicksand guard. Keeps Grace topped up. Iris in the back line. The Niners are not in control. Avatar the Guardian comes out, wins, but cuts off Grace. He flickers off to their jungle. Red Esports outplaying every facet of the Niners.
Oh, Zipper, could you pull up that clip of Loliel's flickering in the middle of that fight? Like, what was that? Why, huh? Explain, what? I don't understand. He just did, like, he could have just walked 2 steps and it would have been fine. Why did he flicker for that? Oh, man. Right now, it's just not looking good. JP9ers, despite the kill score only being 2-0, Red Esports is absolutely demolishing the Niners.
Are you guys sure that they don't usually play this aggressive? Because it feels as though they have 10 years since they were playing like this.
Look. It feels like Red Esports went into the hyperbolic time chamber right now. It looks like they've been playing for like years on end.
They feel so comfortable. I mean, we're looking at the Khalid as well as Hilda. Both of them.
Here's the diversion play. Avatar the Guardian going to miss on Owl, though. He just gets out of his ult. Grace is here, scouting out the rest of the Niners. They can't get anything.
Max is still at level 6, guys. Sensui is level close to double of an EXP.
Talk about famine.
Sandstorm, point blank. Rasi able to flicker out, but they get the pick up on Ye3, and he is dead. Red Esports are taking no prisoners.
God,
How is this working?
Dude, is this a war crime or what? This is... Look at him! Let Max play the game! He can't play the game at all!
I mean, he did manage to get the buff, so
Yeah.
at least we've got that. He finally hit level 7, and you know what's level 7? That's the level of Red Esports Roma.
I mean, sure, but he's not going to have Deadly Catch for the upcoming Turtle, and Red Tree's up at 9. Not that it matters anyway, because Sensui's that big.
I don't think that Sensui even need to bother doing a retry onto this at this point in time. If JP9ers were to just run right in the face of Red Esports, they'll be happy to receive them.
Oh, the poor guy. It's for 6K
This is
gold.
sad. I've never seen this happen before. We've seen huge gold leads, but EXP leads like this is something else entirely.
Are you having fun? Pulling back. Oh!
Beijing Sandstorm comes in.
Oh!
To the tower!
Yeah.
After the Guardian to escape. But look at the damage coming out from Red Esports. JP9ers, the DPS members are not even here. Lalil almost drops Kim, but he's able to flicker out. Niners, no casualties. But the damage mentally is done.
This
Grabe
is
yung
super
gap, no?
oppressive. I haven't, honestly, if there was any kind of evolution, I was expecting, wait, where's that TP going?
Oh, a nice diversion, but Iris just runs off. The Niners, they're not ready. They're so far behind that they don't do anything.
All I'm curious about is just how far ahead Owl really is. Because at least for Red Esports, there is this very big gap in terms of power spike within of Red Esports lineup, which is the mid game. They don't really have that big of a damage to really deal with JP9ers. But at this point in time, it doesn't feel like it matters all that much because JP9ers is just so far behind.
Yeah, it's true, but Loliel's just got his Berserker's Fury, so those crits probably might be able to help him sneak away. Maybe 1 or 2 kills here. I think at this point, I feel like even Sensui whoa!
That's insanity under the tier 2. It's not gonna do too much, but Sensui does not mind. Free tier 1. Iris just zoning out the Niners by himself, standing on the left side.
Dude, that's so funny. Sensui's willing to like just flex on him, right? Check me doing donuts real quick. Oh, how do you even play this game? Like, JP9ers, they walk up, right? Now they're forced to stick as 5 throughout the entirety of the match, but they're losing so much influence. When we look at the damage rankings, Kim as well as Grace is doing well. Lolios is actually not too far behind because, honestly, there hasn't been too much fighting. It's just been a lot of poking.
The irony that JP9ers now is playing together as a massive 5, kind of reminiscent of being the ultimate bonding experience now. They're really just going to be playing together and ensuring that, yeah, we've got each other. We have to play as 5 and we have to get close together, or else we might very likely just be bursted down by a random Hilda.
I don't know. It kind of looks like Red Esports is playing with just making sure that JP9ers experience the worst famine they've had in years. This is a 9.5K gold lead.
They can't play the game.
This is completely unexpected. So many of us counted Red Esports as one of the weaker teams here in the playoffs. And they show us these 2 weeks in between the regular season and now they have been through some training.
Yeah, this isn't even their final form. They're going to continue to push up to these tier 2s and I don't know. Considering how low the kill count is, I don't even think they're going to take that risk. They just want to continue the oppression and let Lord do its thing.
Holy crap, now that you mention it, 3 kills in 9 minutes.
Yeah.
And yet they are looking at about, what, 10,000 gold lead?
This is the most unlike MPL MY it is. If you just hide the logos, you would assume this is MPL PH.
Well, it is ready. Oh my goodness, where did Yentera go? Racing that to the backline, hit 3! And Kim is already back there as well. He doesn't care about the crystal at all. The Lord has already taken an inhibitor. 11,000, 12,000 gold lead in 10 minutes. Sensui finally loses his immortality for the first time. Walks away like nothing happened.
Oh my goodness.
I think that the game just forgot about the fact that the Yetri is actually playing as a Gato-Kacha, a tank, to be just bursted down by Owl like that.
And they're in once again. Iris buying a lot of space. Grace taking a lot of damage. Alas, insanity with Sensui, even though he has no HP to speak of. Lolio finally gets a bit of vengeance there.
Wow!
A beautiful flicker timing from Owl to get away. Diversion, try and cut him off, but he already walked in the other direction. And the Niners will just have to settle for that.
And Sensui unfortunately breaking their perfect game, giving that first kill over, but I think this game is pretty much done for, right? I've never seen, usually I would explain like it's a checkmate angle, you know, missing inhibitors, 11k gold lead, but this is, I think this is pretty done for JP, let's be real.
Yeah, I think this is a point in time where you kind of just look at the game and be like, okay, GG, go next. Let's evaluate and understand what exactly went wrong in the early game, right?
Because a lot of wave cuttings happened for Red Esports. A lot, I think like a majority of the goal was just stolen away from Max for the large majority of it, because their laners unfortunately want to win the lane, but at the same time unable to rotate for these fights.
It's like they don't really even have any answer to Iris just proxying between the lanes, to the point that he can just casually just proxy between second and the inhibitor, and no one is realistically just saying, yeah, stop right here. I mean, JP9ers, when it comes down to crowd control, they have big ulti, but it doesn't necessarily mean that, yeah, I'm going to be stopping this one person.
They don't have enough damage to threaten Red Esports.
Yeah.
I feel like Iris hasn't needed to use his Revitalize the whole game either.
That's a good point. Make this stop. This is just, oh man. This is just Chinese torture, you know? You lay the guy on bed, tie him down, and let just like this one little, the water dripping on the forehead. It's driving me crazy. If I was JP9ers, I would be losing my mind.
But they're gonna have to give their absolute best and their all, right? Okay, this is just not right. Just giving it away to Juicing to last hit the Lord is just not right, guys.
This is so cruel. I feel like we're watching like just war crimes being committed, like atrocities being committed in front of our eyes, and there's nothing we can do but just like keep our eyes open and watch it happen.
I don't mean to talk smack about JP9ers in this game, but to be honest, this really just feels like MPL ISG versus a random team.
A little bit.
There is that huge disparity that I wouldn't expect.
Yeah, for me and Sadafa, it looks like the quiet kid at the back of the room isn't happy about the class anymore. That's what it looks like.
Well,
okay.
Here comes the Lord. Will they end? Daily Cat comes out, Raging Sandstorm flickers, jumps onto Max. Actually buying a lot of time. Grace actually being finished off.
Look at Owl
as well by Zach UD. Kim with the killing spree. But Niners are still holding strong. They are 4v3 currently. Red Esports will finish off the final inhibitor. Will they try to continue? They don't have minions anymore, so probably not.
Hold on, wait a minute. JP9ers, they do fight back. They trade 2 for 1 here. Iris and Grace, as expected, go down, but they don't get anything back off of it.
24 hours.
We see the Malefic Roar already complete for Loliels. That's why he's dealing relevant damage. Very cost efficient with his itemization. Well done to Loliel.
There is still definitely a chance now, considering the fact that Bruno has hit his power spike, and the very fact that we're looking at, what, 14 minutes into the game, and slowly but surely, Max will definitely eventually reach level 15, where he could actually try to contest with Sensui for the Lord. And only until then, I think that JP9ers would have a chance. But still, we're still talking about a completely barren wasteland coming from JP9ers, and there is definitely a timer just ticking on their heads.
Better question. Why does Grace not want to go for the Thunderbelt this time round? He went Dom Ice, and then he went into Blade Armor, and I think he's building into Sky Guardian's helmet because he got 2 belts. I thought initially maybe he was going to go for like the Thunderbelt this time, but I guess not.
I guess he's just not greeting. He just wants as much bulkiness as possible.
I mean, I don't think it's
Thunderbelt is really bulky.
That's true.
Yeah,
It's strange.
You start to build up to the late stages of the game to the point that it kind of rivals many of the items out there.
It's infinite scaling.
Yes.
It's pre-changed Alice.
I mean, we are talking about a Khalid as well. You have means to actually touch the opponents, and you actually have a reason to basic attack the opponents, because that is quite literally a passive.
Yeah, it's so free. I can't piece it together. I can't piece it together just yet, but we'll see how this actually plays out, right? Because at the end of the day, despite having a 10k gold lead, JP9ers, this is going to be the final push for Red. If Red end up not closing out this game against the Niners off of this Lord push, JP are back in it.
I think that, okay, so, sorry, I just want to mention that his first item is Dom Ice, which I think is pretty fair to kind of put a Dom Ice priority over the Thunderbelt. But then Thunderbelt next would have been made more sense.
I guess. I think no matter what, as long as you have an anti-heal source, and then if you are going to build Thunderbelt and you are going to build full tank, they just work perfectly in tandem with each each other. So we'll just have to see the
Yeah.
post game for now. 5 to
suppose.
3 is the
Wala lang,
score.
share ko lang.
15 minutes going into 16 minutes. This is the push where Red Esports have to
Kailangan
invest
ko pa
everything.
ng
If
16
Niners are
reply
able to
atin.
defend this and maybe
Mag-chat
get a
ka nga
couple of
ate.
kills on top of it, it is possible for them to swing the gold around. But it is going to be difficult when they're still this far behind in items. Iris just walks into all 5 of them, eats all the damage, finally uses to revitalize. Raging Sandstorm jumps in the backline, all doing damage. Glolil is gone, and that means all of the Niners' damage is already gone. They're trying to buy as much time as possible. But the countdown is complete. Red Esports have found the window, and that is going to be another victory for Red Esports.
Woo! Hot! Diggity dog! Red Esports now at match point against JP. This just might be a fast series for the boys.
Put them in red, no problem. Put them in blue, no problem. At this point in time, statistics on which side you are taking as Red Esports makes absolutely no difference. They will take the game and they will crap on you.
Oh man, this is not looking good. Like Rossi's trying to keep the attitudes wide. Kim, he's
Look
trying.
at him.
He's
Look
trying.
at his face.
he wants the smack talk, and even Sick is like, no, bad boy,
Pretty
bad
cocky.
boy.
That was a very cocky face. I'm not gonna lie, it is very funny.
Oh, I love it. I love the boys. But even so, JP, man, what a brutal game that was.
It was so surgical, so planned, so perfectly done. The Khalid Hilda combo, not letting Max or anyone else play the game at all.
It's honestly kind of crazy, and it's a fun time for the boys. Honestly, I know we were doing prep telling you about Red Esports, but this is something that we were not expecting.
Just throw all of that out the window.
At this point in time, I'm just like, yeah, I can't trust you guys anymore.
I don't trust myself with the
I
information.
can't trust me.
What kind of MPL have you been casting? Because this is MPL MY.
This is the way, man. Hey, but thank you to our viewers out there. We've hit another PCU milestone, this time breaking season 11s. We passed 28,000. Sorry, well, 288,000. Man, I'm so dyslexic.
You have problem with numbers.
Stop it. Don't do that to me. The next goal we're looking to beat is 350K, and after that, 450K, maybe. We're hoping
What's
by
that
grand
one?
finals.
What's that number?
631,000.
Okay.
Yeah, I was ready for that. I was very ready. Let's look at the highlights here and recap. Let's just recap this, right? Where did it all go wrong?
I really just want an answer for that as well. Because even at this point in time, Max is 5, now Max is 6, a level every minute. Red Esports, they're really just doing their absolute best to kind of choke out JP Niners. And honestly, I can definitely feel the aggression coming from Iris, cutting in the wave, Grace constantly just showing where the opponents is. But it doesn't really quite explicitly tell me why Zach Cutie and Rassi is just stuck at level 3. Like, if we're looking at Iris just cutting in the wave, in the mid lane, it makes sense. But in the meantime, Kim, MVP of the game.
Man, he can't be cocky and still love his mother like that. Like, come on, there's gotta be something wrong with this kid, man.
Parang nakamute ka ate. Hindi binabangan mo yung sabi
I'm
namin.
telling you, he is loud. He is very
Uulan
proud. He is
kasi.
proud of where he comes from. He is proud of his
Nakabalik
roots,
pa
and he
rin, guys.
he's a really good player. I just think that this time around
Last
with
win
Red,
na
they
yung
finally
Red
unlocked
para
something within him,
manalo.
and I think a lot of it just
Oo,
comes down to
pag nanalo
proxying
ang
waves. A lot of it
Red
just happens to be
Esports.
Kim is
Pasok
able to
na
control
sila
that mid
sa-
lane, especially against the Loyi. Terrible matchup without your support. And even if it's 2v2, Matilda doesn't do
Day
anything
two.
to Khalid, who's able to
Day two ng
outpush her
player.
9 out of 10
Siyempre,
times.
They're gonna have to deal with a Khalid, right? So pulling the Matilda out of the middle lane, and in the meantime, oh crap, Matilda is not helping mid lane, and then now mid lane needs help. Everywhere that Matilda goes, it doesn't really quite help the other lanes.
Exactly.
Like, Matilda Bruno is supposed to be a really powerful gold lane duo, but because you're dealing with Hilda and Khalid invading your jungle, you have to stay with Max, but that also means that your mid lane is not going all that well. Kim is a rare example of the aggressive mid laner archetype. We don't see a lot of those anymore now that you shift into utility, but you can still see that sense, that tendency to want to make things happen. And Red Esports, the coordination has just reached a brand new level during the break.
Oh my goodness. No objectives, 0 towers, 0
Oh.
lords, 0 turtles, 15 purple buffs to 13 orange buffs. I mean, Max
Tapos
did not
i-end
play this
ko
game
na.
at all. He could have
Hindi pa.
sat this one out and it wouldn't have made a
Kailangan ko
difference.
I
mapaabot
think
ng
the Niners
4
actually did
hours
0
yung live
damage
ko,
to
sorry.
towers. I feel like they did.
Papanoorin
We'll
ko
get to see that in a
March 1
moment.
kanina. Hindi ko kasi
But I don't
napanood
think
ng
they
buo.
landed a single hit
No.
on Red Esports' structures.
Not only that, 3 purple plus 2 orange buff. That pretty much just means that Max only played and managed to get his jungle for like what, 2.5 minutes.
Actually, well, 3 minutes roughly.
3
but
minutes.
Yeah, that's just that is not fair. It's not fair. The amount of influence that they had, right? I honestly. We're looking at. I wish the highlights would go show the early game just a wee bit more, because that early opener of both Grace and as well as Iris walking into the EXP lane to instantly proxy. They happened to figure out that Max was there as well, and then they split off instantly. Right? You got to help that mid lane, quickly pushing into the opposite side of the map, and now you've basically got a man-to-man defense.
I think that this game is a very good case study, considering the fact that this is our first time seeing a Hilda
Paano ko
coming
maglalaro?
in to, I believe, this
Hindi
season's
na.
MPL MY. Is it the first time?
Have we had other Hildas?
We have had another
like in
Hilda
a row,
before.
though.
In the Roam role specifically, yes. Not in the EXP.
Not in the EXP.
untouched. Yep.
Yeah. So the combination of both the Hilda plus the Khalid is what makes me very curious on that dynamic, on really flushing the people away.
At his base, Iris is a playmaker. Ever since his debut at MPL MY, he is the playmaker type. He wants to start fights, he wants to be the front line.
He wants to sacrifice.
Yeah, but the sacrifice is a more recent thing because he's had to shift more into utility sandbag.
Right.
So now that he can do this on a Hilda, I think he's having a great time.
True to the name, he is the sandbag this time. 111,000 total
Grabe,
damage taken, while Al gets the
111,000
free farm.
damage
But even
taken.
so, Loliel's nearly pulled it out. That defense, that second Lord defense was pretty good from Loliel's when he just got his Berserker's Fury as well as his Malefic Roar. I gotta give it to Grace though, at the very least, him on that Khalid, he is sharp, and most importantly, he just opens the map wide open.
If Grace showed more of this during the regular season, I would have absolutely voted for him as most improved player.
Oh,
Because this is a huge leap forward from like his debut.
that's a good point. That's a really good point. Man, I don't know. I feel like a lot of these teams are doing the mind games and like, we don't want to show you all of our strategies just yet.
But okay, so at least for the first 2 games that we've seen, it seems like Red is very convincing with their games thus far.
It does. But with that being said, it looks like we have a off-stage by Hotlink, this time with Rose and Cheryl. How you doing?
Salamat kembali ke MPL Offstage yang dibahas oleh Hotlink. Dan
Walang
sekarang
sabi
bersama
salamat.
dengan
Wala.
Rose dan Cheryl, kita ada casters daripada region lain. Kita ada
Ako,
Al
di na
daripada
natin
MPL
maintindihan to,
Indonesia dan
guys.
juga Moman daripada MPL Singapore. Guys, bagi tepukan. Alright guys, now first of all, how is the vibes in MPL Malaysia? How are you guys liking the arena, the venue? Maybe we can start with Al because Al has watched MPL in KL, right?
Yeah, ramai ya. The very crowd is same, very lovely here. And I don't expect in the first day of the playoff will be this crazy crowd.
Best ka?
Best.
Best, betul. Alright, what about Mo?
You guys are crazy, man. This is a very, very big turnout from the entire Malaysia scene. And really, I didn't expect it on a Thursday. Because Thursday, I expected maybe half the hall, 1/4 of the hall, but it's a full blowout over here.
So yes, I do have Mo. Now the first question from Mo is, you have been casting in MPLSG as well as the Myanmar M6 qualifier as well. So what do you think of the teams who have made it to the M6 so far?
Okay, so with the current storyline for Singapore and Myanmar, I really feel that none of the teams, they had an easy time to make it, to get the representation to be at M6. It was a very hard-fought battle. And this is what we're seeing here right now at MY playoffs. It's not easy for the teams to just even make it to the playoffs. It's not going to be an easy road there.
Alright, so Cheryl tadi tanya Mo sebab Mo pernah cast untuk MPL Singapore dan juga M6 qualifier untuk Myanmar. Dan dia tanya apa beza dengan qualifier kali ini dan Mo cakap that actually qualifier kali ini bukan satu hal yang mudah untuk nak dapatkan slot untuk M6. Kita pun boleh tengok daripada MPL Malaysia susah sangat untuk pasukan-pasukan nak kunci slot ke playoff, apa lagi untuk M6. Alright, now Aul, kita boleh tahu that dari MPL ID actually, Fnatic Onyx dapat mendominasi 4 season berturut-turut.
Yes.
Dan sekarang ni MPL ID ada representative baru untuk M6 which is TLID dan juga RRQ Hoshi. So apa pendapat Aul? Is it the new Indo era? Will they dominate in M6?
There's only one keyword here. It's a regeneration. The young player is very, very ambitious, is very, very strong and high mechanic. And that will be a new style in the M6, which is the Indonesia region. The playstyle is kind of different with Philippines and Malaysia. It's like similar. So it's gonna be so different in M6.
Alright, Aul kata dia boleh nampak daripada segi prestasi mereka daripada Indonesia, that playstyle dengan the young blood, the fresher blood will definitely bring a new flavor to M6 and I honestly cannot wait for M6 to start.
So we're so excited and of course we had to cut this into a shot because we're going to jump straight into the game. But finally, before we throw it, we would like to just check with you guys, what are your predictions?
My predictions for this game? It's gonna be a reverse sweep, right? JP Niners, they're gonna pull out their final form, 3-2 out of nowhere. And yeah, JP Niners, they got something up their sleeves.
Aul, prediction?
King Max, please bring Assassin. Chico and Acha, please hear me. The reverse sweep for JP Niners, 3-2 for JP Niners.
Alright, kita boleh tahu that Aul is obviously all in untuk pasukan JP Niners. And with that, Mari, let's show it back to the panelists untuk start game ketiga dalam Best of 5 series ni. Casters, take it away.
Thanks, bros. Thanks, Cheryl. Also, big shout out to both Al as well as Mo Man here. We've got the whole world watching right now. Honestly, it feels kind of good to be the last MPL to finish.
We don't get that honor very often. Everyone's watching us to see which teams go to M6.
In the meantime, I was first. So technically, we got eyes too, but people were like, oh wait, another MPL has started?
Yeah, you're the first, we're the last. We form like a sandwich together.
Yeah, man, we gotta keep it in. This is, you know, everybody else is in between the causeway.
Pero may wildcard pa pala.
But you know, I kind of want to address about those predictions that Al and Moman talked about, right? Because I think that they are giving a lot of respect to JP Niners. It's almost as though we forgot about that early gameplay.
I mean, look, we quickly asked Red Bam, the coach, who has been your biggest inspiration as a coach? And he said, when I was in the amateur tier 2 or tier 3 scene in the Philippines, I became a coach because of Coach Arcadia. I watched his videos on YouTube, which explains the fundamentals of MLBB. And honestly, he's taking it, he's kind of finding his own way. And I think that Red Bam, for the longest time, I was questioning whether or not this team was going to be able to kind of find that style, find that way of playing that game, and to see the complete opposite of what was being built up from the regular season is very interesting.
I think it's also interesting that he looks up to Coach Arcadia, has followed his coaching journey, and now both of them are coaching a team with red in its name in MPL Malaysia.
So ironic. Honestly, so very ironic. But I want to ask you, how do you feel, Abstract, about both Rasi and as well as Grace so far?
Honestly, when it comes down to Rasi, I didn't really quite manage to get too much of a glimpse from Rasi. He's mostly been playing from behind, and he didn't really quite manage to play off those big plays or being able to, you know, help his team out all that much. Because Grace definitely stood out the most when it comes down to playing as a lead. So much vision, so much oppression to the point that Rasi could have zero answers to Grace, and that is just very sad to see from the side of Rasi.
I mean, you say sad to see, and you're like, yeah, his Khalid is great. His 3 picks are Gatod, Matilda, Rafael, which is like the complete opposite.
That's the thing, right?
Yeah.
It kind of seems as though they have changed it around so big that his initial identity is just Yeah, sure. Just play what you have played thus far.
From Grace, he has evolved to no Grace.
Oh, man. I'll tell you straight out right now, when Grace debuted as a roamer, I straight up didn't think he was a very good player.
Well, I do think that his Enchanter style supports were better than his hard engaging supports. I think that was like the only thing that really set himself apart from everybody else. But then we had a bunch of people who were kind of like that as well. So I don't know, coming into like towards M6, I am curious where people are going to be thinking about maybe Enchanter supports is still relevant other than just Matilda. We have seen like Rafaela pop up here and there.
May
Hasn't
code
been
na
too
naman
great
sila,
overall.
guys.
And I think the meta still has room to grow.
Honestly, it is a breath of fresh air, right? To be able to see these Enchanter support
Yeah.
within the Assassin meta.
So yung mga
I do
natatanong
like that, but if that's not the
prediction,
answer, then there's really
ang
not much of a
predict nila
reason
ay
for them to
mare-reverse
kind
sweep
of go around
ng
with it. I mean, Red is doing well,
JP9ers.
so why
Pang
fix
ano
something that's not broken?
bang
Also true.
rank
Let's get
ang
into the drafting phase here. I'm
JP9ers?
excited to see what else they have in their pockets. Are they going to, keep JP9ers on their toes? Because we are hoping, and I mean, I don't know, our moment, they're hoping for that reverse sweep. Let's see if it happens here. JP on blue side, Red Esports on red side.
The Hilda ban in the first phase. Respect has to be given. Now, going back to a more serious thing, I actually feel like the Niners are also trying to force a different drafting style than they used to.
Really? Elaborate on this.
So, like, because Niners used to be a bit more flexible as a team. I feel like they prioritized properly heroes for Max and Lolil. In Game 2, they seem to operate on the purpose of denying Sensui his heroes. That's why they stole Bane, then banned like Alpha, Nolan, Suyo. And because of that, it revealed their picks very early on. Locking in like Matilda, Khalid, Gatot all together very early too also locks them into a specific style, which indicates to your opponent what you want to achieve. And that doesn't feel like what the Niners had been doing the whole season.
That's interesting.
Oh,
Okay, that's a
top
good point
three
to bring
ang
up here because
ano.
now I think they're reverting back to like,
Rank
hey,
number
instead
3
of
ang
deni- instead of
JP9ers,
denial
kaya
picks,
pala
how about we
sila
just straight up
ganun
say, no, you
mag-predict.
don't get to play your top heroes. You don't get Eve, you don't get Hilda, and even
Pero
Phobius, we don't want
hindi
none of that
naman
nonsense.
pala
While Red
yung
Esports,
score.
same idea, but they will get access to
Tapos ang
Jushin,
Red
but they are
Esports,
putting Max back on
rank
Hayabusa.
6.
Max Hayabusa was really scary in the regular season. So if there's any time to
Hindi
return
naman
to
pala
form,
naglag sila
it's
Nets
now.
eh.
Yeah. What?
Ba't may nagsabi
Gatot
kanina
into-
naglaglag sila Nets?
I mean, they could have gone for like Cho as their flex pick. I don't know. I don't know about this one. Well, I'll give them Mo. They've been doing very well. I don't want to discredit them just yet. But JP now looking at both the Gatot as well as the Jushin, they probably need a little bit more burst. There is a possibility for Lilia as another as a replacement, but also as a way to kind of control that mid lane if you don't have Eve. But instead, they're going to lean into the Khalid as well as the Aurora.
Seems like both sides really want to take control of areas, huh? They just want to take control and play around a little bit of these choke points and kind of find their groove through these main 3 core heroes that they're picking out for the very first phase. With Jusin and Kadokacha being picked up from the side of Red, it definitely do kind of point them towards a certain direction, and this pretty much means that they would want to play together, all together, same thing as always. So at least for Natan, it definitely makes sense to kind of pair it with Kadokacha and Jusin.
What about you, Stafa? Do you think that they are still trying to go for these denial picks, or is it becoming a little more standard?
I think it's more standard now. This makes more sense to me. It's a bit more open, and it allows the Niners to maybe adjust depending on what Red Esports shows next. I feel like they should have started off the series like this, but better late than never.
True, also true. I'm surprised that Red Esports are the ones banning out the Cho, but we do see the Alpha ban. It looks like the energy is still high on JP's side. It looks like they are getting confident, while Red still serious faces all throughout. Ooh, Grok, and then the Bane follow-up. Interesting. Wow, fast draft here as Arlen gets locked in for Red Esports.
Bilis.
Iris Arlet, one of his comfort picks, doesn't get to play it much nowadays, but when he does, he'll make things happen.
So far, the comp is a lot of just peel. They've got some great initiation tools, a great anchor to kind of fall behind. But what jungler would actually fit in this scenario now that you don't have the Alpha and as well as the Bane, which are the main fighter junglers you kind of lean to if you're not playing the Assassin?
time for Sensui to
What's
Fanny.
the problem?
It's time for Snow.
Does he Fanny?
I don't know. I'd love to see it though.
I feel like he's gonna play Roger here.
Weird naman.
Roger, is that
Too
still
rude.
viable?
I mean, probably not, but like, what else are you gonna play at this point, right?
I
don't
mean, there's
expect him to
Julian
play-
and Nolan.
There is yeah, Nolan.
Would I play Nolan into this? Not really.
I mean, all with Ala, Nathan, Jusin, and Gotakacha, they're all pretty strong by themselves as all four. So technically speaking, if you want to go for a split pusher that can play the 4-1 split, it's definitely possible because you can respond to the Hayabusa.
Oh, that's a good point, actually. They lock.
Oh, what?
What did I say? Am I not the goddamn best? God, I told you that this was Pocket was gonna come out at some point. I told
Brethren.
you it was gonna come out at some point.
It has been a long time, my friend.
Wow. Brethren! But why now?
I don't know. I legitimately do not understand
now,
why.
though?
I mean, yeah, I know for a fact that he's going to be able to tank the Oki Shadow Kill if he builds the right items, but even so, it will all depend on who finds that snowball first.
I'm worried for their macro. Honestly, I'm worried for Red Esports macro. JP's lineup definitely looks great. They have the high loss, thick HP. Answers, where is it?
Well, the debut of Brethren. Is it going to be the answer that Red Esports needs to clean sweep the Niners? Or will this be the beginning of a turnaround for the other side? Only time will tell as we return to the Land of Dawn for game number 3.
Let's jump right into this Land of Dawn calls once more, and it needs the blood of fresh new players here. This time around, JP going to be on the blue side up against Red Esports on the red side. Now, Sensui, the fact that he's on this Fredrin begs a couple of questions, right? Because I felt like they were lacking damage. Like Owl, yes, he can eventually scale. Kim, technically he does damage because he's playing Jushin. Oh, wait, hold on.
Grace in some trouble, taking a lot of poke damage, but he is a Gatot, so he'll be able to survive a lot of it.
Yo.
Actually trading well against Yet3, revitalized, but now
Whoa.
still alive!
Wow.
That's it.
Grabe, ang
And
bilis.
Yet3 dies his first blood! Rusty flickers out! And he dies as well! What? Max,
Ang
you do not
bilis
want to jump
nun.
back in there.
Don't do it.
No, please don't.
Tatlo agad
Please.
yung ano,
Please, Max.
na dead.
Casualty.
Wala
Enough
pa, ano, wala
casualty
pa 1
within the such a
minute.
short span of time. 1 minute in, 3 deaths already. This
Balagbag
is
mga
crazy.
ante.
Oh, this is so brutal. And Lolios is a decent matchup into Owl as well.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
I mean, at the very least, that's their saving grace here, right? JP is going to be leaning towards the gold side of that map, but oh, dude, yeah, 3. Why couldn't you just pop your vengeance earlier? You could have held it for so long. He held it until he had like 10%. What was the point?
I guess he thought he had revitalized.
Oh, fair point.
That might be because revitalize you use when you're low HP.
Fair
Maraplayan kita.
The agony! Like, Iris is walking away with a kill for that. Same goes for Grace. I mean, it would have been nice if Kim was able to pick it up for himself because so far he's doing a really good job. But now we need to see a turnaround from JP Niner side. Did Max not want to go for a dive there? Okay. Missed the opportunity to go to his heads to the top side of the map.
I really don't want to take this opportunity to talk about Fredrin a little bit while the turtle is about to come up, right? Because Fredrin is great at holding onto the turtle, but the main weakness is, of course, true damage from the opposite side as well as mobility, too.
Oh, using Appraiser's Draft very early. Iris buying a lot of time, but he's dropping low. Not quite level 4 yet as well.
Final Flash!
Flash actually comes out right before he dies. Is it going to be enough? Sensui dropping the half HP. Glorious Pathway comes out to slow him down. Rasi at 20% himself. Turtle going to be reset. Despite the kill, Niners cannot take the objective.
Why did he use his appraiser's draft that early?
I guess he wanted to debate them into a fight here, I suppose. Or maybe just to kind of like see what exactly the base numbers are because it's been a while. Then again, that'd be me. It has been a while, I will not lie. But I've also noticed another interesting synergy that Red Esports actually has. Like, Iris legitimately can go for a damage build if he wanted to because there's enough tanks, and more so, there's a lot of ways to actually proc that passive to get free vengeance dashes.
That is actually
Oh,
true.
right.
There's a lot of different forms of CC that happen quite easily for Iris to be able to dash around. So we'll keep an eye on his item build in the next few minutes.
I still think he's gonna go Thunderbell.
I mean, it's just too good to not go Thunderbelt.
Yeah,
Rasi going very far, gets taunted, gets pulled back, but he's a Khalid. He still survives for now. Glorious Pathway comes out. Raging Sandstorm for him to get out, while Yetri continues zoning. Avatar the Guardian misses the backlines.
Whoa, whoa!
For the freeze into the finishing glacier, but really does not do all that much. He loses his passive and will drop to the
nakatakot
side
pa
of
si
Red
Kali.
Esports. They are all
Wala,
still
ipits
alive.
yun
They
eh.
are actually too
Highlands.
tanky. And Iris gets the double kill.
Honestly, looking at the fact that they have got a Fredrin plus the Chusin, this two combination is actually pretty darn disgusting.
It's pretty. I'm telling you. This I've been preaching this for a while. Glue Jushin and Fredrin Jushin are really cool options that people have experimented. You stick like glue to them. You're just pouring super glue on their feet.
What is this assassin meta at this point in time? I'm seeing no assassin that's winning right now.
Oh, purple buff stolen away by Sensui. They're very deep in the jungle, but not enough damage to find his Glorious Pathway. Actually, really nicely placed. Ogi Shadow Kill will get the kill onto Kim. Meanwhile, the stun and freeze comes out, but the final slash pushing them back into the Appraiser's Wrath. And Zach Hudi gets crushed, but Grace will be traded away at the same time.
Yeah, but they're gonna walk away from this. They gotta make sure that they maintain very high health. Now, he's kind of struggling against Lolios, but he's not losing gold, and he hasn't, unfortunately, gotten frozen on just yet. So he will be fine, but Iris at this point is going to have to help the team get over the early to mid game.
There's still quite a bit of time, understandably. And of course, even after all of these duels coming in from both sides, it is still relatively neck and neck, right? We aren't looking at a massive change or differentiation in terms of gold. So I think that both sides, they are still kind of testing the waters a little bit and just kind of understand how they fare against one another in a grand scheme of things.
And hopefully we do get to see this escalate, right? Because again, that is going to be a Sky Piercer for the side of Max, so he would obviously love to start executing people, but the problem is damage.
Taunt on Terasi, Raging Sandstorm, he is out. Kim uses his ult, not quite able to chase him. Niners now shifting to defensive play.
Okay, Al is running out of mana. I don't think he's going to be participating for the upcoming turtle fight. And at this point, Iris may be 3-1-1. We still don't know whether or not he's gotten his Thunderbelt already. I would imagine that he got it way earlier, and we just didn't notice it.
Perhaps when an item build eventually pops out, we'll have a big, we'll be able to get a very good answer to that.
Hindi ko
Now, JP9ers,
maintindihan
of course, based on
sinasabi
their
ng
lineup, they do have
casters.
got a
Kaya nga
lot of
tahimik
options
lang
when it
ako
comes down to their winning condition. They can
Yun pala
split
yun.
push very effectively as well. And I think that that's definitely something that they gotta have to keep at the back of their head if they realize that they can't exactly take a fight head-on against Red Esports.
Speaking of which, the turtle is going to get contested right now as Iris is getting into position. Here comes the team fight.
Max being disrupted with the final slash. Glorious Pathway comes out on the opposite side. Grace dropping low, but he's healing up with a Revitalize. After Guardian
Uy,
comes out once
nakatakas.
again, knocks up Zach Hudi in the backline.
Galing.
Kim will be finished off, killing spree. And Lolil actually wins the 1v1 against Owl in the goal lane at the same time. Grace charging up his
Wala
taunt,
siyang
trying to
ano.
buy as much time as possible. Is able to do so as Iris gets the
Kasi
killing
yan, basta
spree on
yan.
Zach Hudi. Now chasing down Yetri. Final slash pushes him back, but Rasi is here. They're not going to be able to continue chasing high lows, and they will walk out with Appraiser's
sakit.
Wrath shut down.
Clapped! But while this whole fight was going on, at least, it's not done!
They're still going. They taunted Yetri, and Yetri is gone. Mega kill. Ogi Shadow kill bounces between the
Lolil?
Lolil actually gets the shutdown. He gets the double kill. The Irritel is here. Max gets the
Wala
turtle
na
away. The pullback not going to
Oh,
work out, but
no.
Lolil does not have
Kala
to sprint,
makataas
so
siguro.
he gets
Ako
shut
din
down
eh.
as well.
Oh my god, this is getting really, really messy here for both sides. Here, Max is trying to stay as stable as possible, but I think, some smarter decisions need to be made. As much as I want Iris to continuously try and carry this game, zoning out Max, yes, that was great. But once you know that those shadows time out, you join back into the fight. You need to be there because Red Esports only work as a 4 to 5 man.
Honestly, looking at how JP9ers managed to shove their waves at the
High
top and the
lows.
bottom lane, get the T1, and then
love
even
it.
being able to get some time for Lolius
High
to join in the
lows.
battle and pick up 2 kills. That is an absolutely amazing stuff from the side of JP9ers. That even though
Sa atin, no,
this
high
is
lows
definitely
lang
something
eh.
that Red
Sa
Esports
kanila,
will
high
have
lows.
got a very strong hold of in the early stages, JP9ers, they're pretty okay.
I think they are, and I think Londiels is really stepping up right now. He's winning the lane heavily against Owl. He's already, with those extra 2 kills, that's going to accelerate the lane even further to scale fast. And most importantly, once he has that 3rd item, he is a legitimate threat as Owl just finishes his Starlium Scythe.
Yeah, those 3 kills will be important. We already know that Lolil is quite a win condition for Niners if he's able to get the items he needs. Zach QT actually a bit far out now, gonna be caught by Sensui, but Max already finishing off him in the backline. They weren't keeping track of his position. Glorious Pathway cutting off Red Esports is now year 3. Makes the mark for the initiation. Sensui able to dash over the wall. Max looking for another entry, but they go for the tier 1 mid. Oh,
Hindi
that finds
naman si
Lolil, but he just
Aurora.
walks in the other direction. Glorious grab finishes off Zach QT, but here comes Max once again, revitalized, keeping Grace alive, and Red Esports just surviving by the bulk of their brawn.
Just a little bit of anti-synergy between Iris as well as Grace. Grace was taking the huge chunk of damage to get in range to go for the ult. Now, and unfortunately, Iris used the final slash to push the most important target outside of its range. So far, Red Esports, they've still been, honestly, they've been consistently behind JP Niners in terms of gold, despite winning like a majority of these fights.
I think that at this point in time, with the Lord currently available, I saw the JP Niners having got themselves about 1,000 gold lead. They can still kind of contest for this, considering the fact that Max is level 13, while Sensui is at level 11. That is definitely going to be a bit of a tough gap for Red Esports to clinch this Lord, but it seems like they are still trying to get themselves a little bit of a priority over this.
Nakakadago ng ilong yung
That's
mga
because they just want to fight.
They're baiting.
Again, engaging. Raging Sandstorm used by Rasi to escape. Iris not able to chase him down, unfortunately. A brace with a lot of damage!
Grabe.
Wow, the blow up! The double kill on Sensui as he turns things around. Yeah, 3 abandoned by Rasi and Max. There's nothing they can do to come and save him. This is going to be a free Lord for Red Esports unless Max can do something about it. But Iris won't let him. Red Esports, that's the fight they were looking for.
That's the fight they were looking for. Out of all the assassins in the game, Hayabusa really struggles against Ube strats, and especially teams that stick close together, because you are just playing an RNGs that you can take out one guy out of the 5.
Hit the nail in the head when we're talking about the damn base, right? Red Esports understands willingly, and of course very well that, yeah, if it's going to be a Retri for Retri battle 1-to-1, there's absolutely no way. Jumping right in on the JP Niners, now that was the chef's kiss.
It was, and they're honestly, you might be able to do it again here. Who's missing? They're only the Appraiser's Wrath. That should be coming up in about like 10 seconds. No, probably 6 seconds by now. Lord is going to be pushing. The tier 2s are going to collapse, and now we see Red Esports in a really good spot. Ideally, they're able to push up to 5K at a bare minimum. If they can get an inhibitor, that would be the best case scenario.
We may be looking at a clean sweep close here from
Holy
Red
Crystal.
Esports. Holy Crystal is completed by Owl as the Lord crashes in. Top inhibitor, Glorious Pathway comes out. Iris actually has a flicker out as the rest of the Niners try to jump in to make something happen. But Red Esports are so tanky, and Owl is just doing all the damage. Iris will be traded, but we already lost 2. And the Niners, they cannot
the
find the goal laner.
Yup. Was it worth it? Was it worth it? I think in JP Niners'
Tito
mind,
Da, good
technically it is,
morning.
because losing an inhibitor would have been way
Meron
worse.
pa
So
natin yung
trading
mga
2 for 1,
chat.
okay, not ideal, but at the very least, they can still hold on and they can still play for the high ground, knowing that a majority of the ults are gone.
And the freeze on Sensui, he doesn't really mind, still walking forward, allowing the minion to do its damage. But the Niners will be able to clear it up. That'll be all the tower damage they take for now.
Honestly, clearing, just kind of like catching up between the gaps is very important for JP Niners, especially for Zach QT. But it doesn't seem like he does have the mobility, and especially if Rasi were to just go straight for the Raging Sandstorm plus Flicker combination to go in, it's really tough for the members from the side of JP Niners to kind of follow up with Rasi. The only one that can realistically be able to do that, yeah, Tree. But in terms of damage and continuously just putting down the crowd control, it's actually super difficult. As Red Esports, they have Sensui, Grace, Iris just holding up to the front line saying, you can't go past us.
There's legitimately just too many bodies. Oh,
Final Slash only finds yet 3, probably the best target Niners could ask for, and Avatar the Guardian is successfully dodged as well. So no initiation from Red Esports, but they are controlling the whole map.
yeah, it denies Max that purple buff, which is the most important part of this. In terms of raw scaling, it looks pretty decent. I mean, Sensui is going with the standard Fredrin build, with the only exception of most teams now leaning into that Thunder Belt because of how meta and how infinitely scaling it is. But even so, I would like to see. No, would the Hunter Strike matter? I don't think so. Hepta? No. I don't think it would matter. Eventually, we are expecting Iris to sell off the Fury Hammer.
We will definitely get to that point, and he just needs to be a little bit tankier for him, I guess. Not too much of a damage, but I think Owl pretty much has got all the damage that his team requires.
Glorious Pathway comes out. Kim gets the Lord. Ogi Shadow Kill, not doing too much to Sensui as Grace is dealing with Lolil and Rasi all by himself. The bulkiness of Red Esports just superseding the Assassin meta.
I think we can convincingly say that Red Esports is currently running the thickest comp ever. Just the thickest.
And to make matters worse, JP9ers actually don't have an answer when it comes down to true damage or percentage-based damage at all. Like Lolil, yeah, the main thing is you want to kill everyone in a small little area with your explosive crossbow, but let's be honest here, you're just dealing crit damage.
I think that's one thing, but I do think he's missing a Malefic Roar. Right now, we do see 2 Blade Armors already completed for the side of Red Esports, which is why he's struggling so much. Probably a third one on the way to Sensui.
Oh! Iris! With the flicker final slash disrupts the backline positioning, but Red Esports actually diving very, very deep. We can see Max and Lolil doing a good amount of damage here, even though we've already lost one. They're able to survive all of it and trade for 3 members of Red, still holding the line.
That didn't work the way that it wanted it to.
Zach QT literally saved the game. He literally saved the game. It was an insane engagement coming in from Iris, but the counter engage from Zach QT turned things around with the help of Rossi.
To be fair, JP9ers lineup, they want Red Esports to come in, especially for Zacuti. His problem, mobility. You want to land people within of the Frigid Glacier, but if you actually bring me closer to your team and I can actually land the Frigid Glacier, thank you.
Yeah, but look at what it costs. All inhibitors missing, which means super minions are going to be walking in. The creeps are going to be so very strong on every single front, and it's going to be a constant threat that JP9ers have to deal with. So unless Red Esports makes another big blunder with a convenient wave somehow pushing for JP9ers, I don't see JP9ers coming out of this unscathed.
Well, it means that it's not impossible, but the odds are totally stacked against them. Niners pushed against a wall, 2 games down, 1 loss away from losing their opportunity to compete for an M6 slot. They have to make something happen.
Well, to make matters worse, looking at JP9ers lineup actually, they actually do have a little bit of a problem clearing out the waves to a certain extent as well.
Yeah, they're not the best high ground, I'll give them that, but Lolios will eventually scale to the point where he can actually deal with it. Oh, an Ice Queen's wand on top of everything else. Stop it, Kim. Stop it.
Kim, Ice Queen's wand plus Sensui, that's just eternal crowd control. You can't run away.
It's like sticking your hand in tar. And just basically, you're just stuck at that point. It's just like, up, I guess, you know, it's just quicksand. I'm just going to sink in and let it happen.
Yes, I'll die.
The job of all the Red players is just to hold them in place. What? That's what they're doing. Winter Crown comes out, but yet Tree just walking too far forward. Is he going to die here? Most likely. Glorious Pathway finally used. Appraiser's Wrath crushes the horse. And Sensui gets the Lord on top of all of it. There is disconnect. Niners not finding what they need.
This is heartbreaking. This is heartbreaking.
What was that?
I mean, Yethri used the Winter Crown while still having Vengeance, so it's like you gotta pick your poison.
Iris!
Not again.
The 3-man final slash into the Avatar, the Guardian, and the Niners are falling apart. A shutdown on Max. Lolil trying to do his best, but he's missed on a double kill for Owl. Zach QT cannot hold the line, and that means that Red Esports will clean sweep the Niners and eliminate them from MPL Malaysia Season 14.
Oh my goodness. Wow, that was hot. Holy, I missed that Iris. I missed the playmaking Iris. And now he is given a composition that tells him, go further beyond.
Thanks for the very warm welcome, guys. This is dominating coming from Red Esports. My prediction is off the charts. Literally, the two teams that are supported, boom, they're gone now.
GG, well played through Red Esports. Let's throw it over to our host on stage.
3-0 untuk pasukan Red Esports. And moving on further, going up against Team Vamos tomorrow. Guys, Edu City, give it up for Red Esports!
Hala, hindi pinagbaw yung ano.
First of all, guys, congratulations.
Yung isang
Ito
team.
adalah perlawanan yang paling cepat untuk musim ni 3 balas kosong dan
Ako,
sekarang
tingnan
you
natin
guys are
maintindihan,
moving
guys.
on further. So maybe kita boleh talk to Coach Bam first.
Hello.
Coach Bam. All right. Can you maybe share with us about Red Esports' complete change of playstyle? We can see that from
Kain
regular
post,
season
chicharon,
to
babay.
playoffs,
Red egg.
the change in playstyles
Ano?
is actually very
Hindi ka
drastic.
mutang.
So what changes did you
Grabe
guys
naman
do
yun.
over the 2 weeks break?
Eat well,
Actually, we
Sherwin.
have an advantage, right? My players is former Blacklist and now the Aurora, and I am former Onyx. So those two is going to finals. So we adapt two play styles and apply to
Huh?
our team.
I see. So Red Esports dapat adapt playstyle bukan sahaja daripada local team yang dorang ada, tapi daripada
Lalanan din.
imported players yang dorang ada. Sebab kita tahu dorang ada ex-Blacklist dan Coach Bam juga jadi coach Onyx untuk MPL Philippines sebelum ni. Alright, so thank you very much. Now maybe we can ask Sensui.
Pagtapos nito,
Sensui.
guys, ipa-play ko yung
Hello.
ano,
Okay, now
match
Sensui,
kanina.
it is
Kasi hindi pa
rare
ako
that we
4R.
see
Kailangan
Fredrin
ko kasi 4
in
hours.
this meta because everybody is hyping up about the assassin picks. Now, why did you guys choose to pick Fredrin in Game 3?
Pwede mo Tagalog?
Pwede. Now, alam natin na hindi masyadong common na nakikita natin ang Fredrin sa meta ngayon
Hello,
kasi maraming nagsasabi na
Manny.
it's an assassin patch. So, bakit nyo naisipan kunin ang Fredrin sa Game 3 at paano
Ayan na,
nyo
Tagalog na, guys. Maintindihan
fit yun
na
sa meta
natin.
ngayon?
Actually po, hindi talaga namin nagagamit sa scrims yun. Buong season, kahit isang game sa scrim, di namin ginamit. Parang, nung game 3, parang napil ko lang po na sobrang pasok ni Fred rin sa game. Kaya ayun po.
I see. Okay, now,
instinct lang
sebenarnya
talaga,
actually,
no? Sana
Fredrin
all.
ni adalah satu hero yang Red Esports tak mainkan di
Lalo hindi
screen.
naintindihan.
Dorang cakap tadi masa dorang masuk draft pick game 3, dia nampak comp hero dorang. Dia cakap, I rasa kita boleh cuba main Fredrin untuk game ni dan I rasa kita boleh tengok hasilnya daripada game tadi. So thank you very much Sensui. Guys, Edu City kita nampak
Finally,
perlawanan yang sangat
naintindihan.
cepat dan sangat seru daripada Red Esports. Korang rasa siapa yang layak jadi MVP untuk perlawanan ini? So, mari kita tengok MVP perlawanan ini in 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada
Nagtatagalog.
Iris.
Oh, marunong magtagalog yung Castro. Si Sensui,
Iris,
Michelle,
perlawanan
galing
yang
Blacklist si
sangat
Sensui,
menarik,
tsaka si
amazing
Owl.
gameplay. Macam mana Iris prepare untuk playoffs kali ini?
Okay, kita orang dah banyak buat persiapan lah untuk JP Niners. And then kita orang macam ada benda yang boost mental kita orang lah. Itu macam netizen cakap JP Niners ni menang lawan adik dekat playoff. So kita nak buktikan lah yang korang salah.
Comel jadi.
Okay.
Okay, now Iris, dekat WhatsApp text tadi, Iris dah bagi amaran dekat JP Niners. Esok korang akan lawan Vamos kan? Ada amaran ke kepada tim Vamos?
Untuk Vamos tak ada apa lah. Kita orang just fokus lah untuk lawan dorang lah. Kita fokus lawan dorang. So InsyaAllah kalau kita orang menang, kita orang dapat momentum lah untuk ke M6.
Alright,
Tapos
terima kasih.
ano,
Now,
ang
can we
pangalan
please
kasi
pass the
ng
mic to
host.
Kim?
O, nagtatagalog talaga yan.
Kim.
Ano daw?
Oi, tutup mulut terus. Okay, now, Kim.
Malu.
If tadi di ban lepas korang dapat menang game pertama, betul tak? Now, lepas tu you pick Jushin. Now, you rasa adakah dorang ban sebab dorang memang lock ban you ke? Ataupun you rasa dorang takut dengan you?
Masa awal-awal tadi Anca kata kita orang ada 3 dark system kan. Yalah, diorang kan ada millennial apa tu?
Pakabalik kay
MSC,
Sansui.
millennial ISF, ESP Snapdragon. 2 cambat dia kan baru menang Suma. Tapi tu akan lagak 3-0.
Okay, speaking of that, Aush?
Yes.
JP kata JP nak balas dendam dekat Red Esports. Tapi tak jadi. So, apa sebab JP tak boleh kalahkan
Hirap
awak
pag
juga
gantong
ni?
interview no?
Anca lupa kot siapa yang selamatkan slot dia last season.
Alright. Apa Aus nak cakap kepada JP Niners?
Untuk JP Niners, come back stronger next season. You guys did your best, tapi 3-0 lah.
Alright. Actually, sebelum kita lupa, kita kena interview Grace juga.
Oh,
Grace.
Awas ng kilay.
Grace, kita dekat regular season biasanya nampak Grace main hero support lah kan. Lebih arah kepada support. Now, sekarang you dah start keluarkan banyak hero pick off. So sebenarnya Grace ni comfort pick apa?
Dua-dua boleh.
Dua-dua boleh?
Boleh.
Semua boleh?
Boleh.
So dorang ban hero you pun, you ada banyak lagi hero boleh keluarkan?
Betul. Untuk Vamos ni maybe Cho saya keluar.
Oh, weh, dia terus cakap untuk Vamos mungkin Cho dia keluar. So kalau tak nak tengok, kalau dorang tak nak tengok, ban nak awal-awal. Betul? Kalau dorang tak nak tengok Cho you, kena ban awal-awal.
Ban atau pick lah. Cakap kat zone.
Weh, cakap dekat Zon terus. Alright, apa tu Iris? Al nak cakap something? Okay, Al cakap nak cakap something. Let's go, Al.
Si Al, magtatagalog.
The coach of the
Ay,
JP is so
nag-English si
good.
Al.
I think he should just go podcast because he talks a lot.
Oh, grabe!
Alright. So guys, once again, give it up for
Ang
Red
tindi pala ni Al.
Thank you very much,
Sino
Red
po
Esports. You
nanalo?
guys may
Red
now go
Esports
celebrate your
nanalo.
victory.
Na-sweep
Kita
nila ang
boleh
JP
nampak dari
Niners.
segi interview that the players are hyped. 3-0. Bukan hal yang mudah dan bukan hal yang senang untuk mendapatkan. Tapi sebelum we wrap up hari pertama untuk playoffs ini, mari kita dengar mic check daripada dua-dua pasukan.
Mic check lang naintindihan ko.
Galit dah. Me. Oh, you want lock?
Can invade mid ah. No. The Lord Dog is ha.
I got Judy.
Matalo sana SRG sabi. Kaya mo sa SRG?
Watch on.
I'm good. Wait ah.
Hey, 2 seconds left. Can end. Nice.
Nice one.
Bot na passive.
Sisi awak ni. I got 3.
Parang nancanan si Sensui.
Tower. Just tower.
I got it betul lah. Game.
Yeah. Just tower.
Start. Main down. Bruno. Main down, Bruno.
Bruno. Gatot. Jasira.
Simi. Come to me. Right on.
Irrital.
Ay, mga fans.
No spirit iri. Irrital. Simi. Irrital. Nice. Mid.
Healthy.
Iri L1 ah. I got. I lost. Nice one, Mirol.
Whoa, I got
Nice one,
second
guys.
skill, bro. So.
Ingay pala.
Go pala.
Jangan aku. Dive kalot. Come on, guys.
Boston.
Ready, guys.
Rata kasih. Rata, Cok. Nathan one. Go benches. Santai, guys.
Ya.
Rata.
Kita.
Go. Sasong ko na lang Iri ah. Okay.
Can I guys see me? I did it. I done. Nice!
Nice one, boys. But chill ah.
Yeah.
Ang tagal na mic check nila. Ang galing.
Sorry.
Okay.
Top.
I can
Al, magkaka-shadow yan.
Simi guys.
Wait. Oh,
Nagtagalog si ano.
nice one, Iris.
Sino nagtagalog sabi? Tol, magkaka-shadow yan.
Bye-bye!
Oh! Bye-bye!
Oh man, thank God we got the mic checks for both sides there. Grace, quiet at the interview. Didn't sound too quiet on mic check.
have to take back the Berea thing. Okay, it's a different team.
Red is the Berea. Okay.
Lalo na ata sa PH. Nagmura pa ata yun. Sino?
I'll give them that.
Sino
I
sa
think it's a free pass on this one between these two teams. Very special moment here that we had at MPL MY. Again, it felt like Red not playing passive this time. Full confidence walking into the JP Niners, and man, it really feels like they just leg sweep them. Before they knew it, they're already on their butts.
Defensive team, wait for
Baka
late
di pa
game,
nila
wait for
naaral
Apple,
masyado
come
yung
on,
language
absolute lie.
You know how during that video,
2 hours pa ate,
Sensei said
okay.
like,
Papanoorin
Niners have already
panoorin
shown
natin
their
yung
hand. We
ano.
still have more secrets.
Yeah.
When players
Match
say
1
that,
kanina.
they don't usually mean
They don't
that
mean it.
much.
This is just like haunt.
This is actually
Grabe yung mga
legit.
prediction
Red
pa naman
Esports
kanina.
has
Puro
reached a
JP
new
Niners
level
yung
of
gusto nilang
evolution
manalo.
here in the
Masasweep
playoffs.
daw ng JP
man, this
Niners.
style suits them a lot more. Being aggressive, setting up these big plays, and especially with special synergistic combinations. Most people that don't really think about it, right? You have an insurance policy.
Rank 3 kasi ang JP Niners, kaya siguro ganun yung prediction nila.
And as well as Iris,
Tapos ang Red Esports, rank 6.
Honestly, JP Niners mentioned that the rest of the 3 members from the side of Red Esports is like,
Eh ano to, laglagan pa naman yung ngayon.
I think that they are the
Parang
dark
ano,
system
parang
for
sa...
JP Niners instead.
Maybe
Parang
it's just
yung
their kryptonite,
playoffs,
right? They beat the best
lahat
teams in
naman
the
ng
world, but they
playoffs.
just can't beat these guys.
It's the
Day
players who
1
get
lagi,
matched up
laglagan.
against during Dark System.
To be fair, you're right, man. I mean, look at them. They lost 0-2 to them in the regular season, and then coming back in again 0-3.
Oh,
it is a kryptonite thing.
It really is a
Grabe,
kryptonite
no?
thing. I mean, damage taken per minute coming in from like Iris after having like the Hilda game in game 2. The game 3 is supposed to be Arlet, but you get the idea. Just some really good stuff from it. It feels nice to
Flap
see that
yung
now
nagmumura.
Iris is actually appreciated for
Parang
what he
karamihan
does.
sa
Not
mga
only
ano
in
talaga,
lane, but more so his
trash talk
playmaking
ng PH,
capability.
ganun
Game
sa,
three isn't Hilda.
sa ano,
That's supposed to be
tournament.
Arlet.
We gotta
Basically,
take what you will.
Arlet. Look at his final slashes.
That is an Arlet. Look at that.
Iris has been a
That is an
set-up
Arlet.
EXP laner for so long, and it felt so bad to know he had to play more of a util role. But now, this is a great.
This is the perfect blend for him. It's just enough amount of carry potential on top of
Lakas
having
ng
great
XP
engagements
nila.
at the same time.
Top 3 ba yun?
This
Kaya
really
pala
suits Iris
mga
in the current
mukhang
meta so
bad
far.
trip. Oo.
But I feel like this could be
Di
punishable
ba
later down
kitang-kita
the
niyo sa
line. But that's
kanila
for,
kanina.
tomorrow's
Ano
cast
eh.
to figure out.
Yeah.
Sobrang lungkot.
Aren't you gonna be doing tomorrow?
Hell no.
Oh.
Break.
Tinignan ko kasi yung
That's our
standings.
problem
So,
to deal
top
with
3
now.
I'm
sila.
also taking a break tomorrow.
Yeah, let's go.
That's my problem to deal with.
Welcome to MPL MY.
Look, generally, the way that I see it is, at least for Red Esports, this was very shocking, but I think more so for JP Niners because it really felt like the team did not know how to answer it, and they played so terribly from behind. Lolios genuinely is trying his best to carry the team, even Max as well, but it just seemed like the team there was a break in communication amongst the team members.
We mentioned how the Niners are a team that had been getting consistently better every week in the regular season, and they were building off of this foundation where all of their players have individual micro skills. They just needed to pool them together, and they were doing that. But Red Esports was just so cohesive as a unit that I feel like they broke those bonds all over again, and Niners were just scattered like the start of the season.
So it's not necessarily the fact that JP Niners took a step backwards in terms of improvement per se, but it's more the fact that Red Esports just exploded in terms of that improvement.
Well, but that's the thing, right? Like, I would have imagined that JP's steady pace at the game, getting better at the game in terms of level, was going to be able to be the key factor why they stand against Red, because then they're more adaptable, right? They can start thinking on their feet compared to Red, whereas it felt like they played a certain style and they could only play that style. But now we see that not only can they play different styles, but their communication, I think even we heard from the mic check, it's not the best, but their game sense amongst the players without having to comment is pretty good.
The variation in their draft and gameplay throughout all 3 games is the most varied we've seen in a single series from a single team. Red
Classic
Esports
daw. Hindi
is a
pwede
different
guys eh.
beast right now, and if they keep this up, I think they stand a really good chance of going all the way to the top.
Now, here's a bit of a hot topic here. A bit of a controversial topic, some may say, but here in Malaysia, we get a lot of imports. I know, we like to spend a little bit of dosh to make sure that we get some of the players who feel like, hey, we need a chance, and Malaysia is willing to give it. But the more that I see it, I mentioned this at the very beginning that, you know, Indonesians are the better fit for Malaysians because our languages are very similar, so
Right.
it's easier to communicate. But it feels like to get to really go above and beyond, you need to get a couple of Filipinos as well, and then figure out the communication later.
It just seems
Don't take
that
our
way.
Filipinos away, okay? Give us the Filipinos because MPLSG, we will.
Come on. Come on, you already got Hades, and you even have an Indonesian, well, technically half an Indonesian.
Gusto na
Lucian
nila
QT.
ng
Lucian QT hasn't
PH
been
players,
for quite a bit
guys.
already.
Hey man, that's on you guys, not us.
we're mostly Filipinos right now.
And you talk about
Tsaka
your
na lang
currency,
daw
these
yung
guys.
Tsaka na lang daw
But
aralin yung
even so, I
communication.
find it like
Pag
really interesting
nakapag-import
because I
na.
would imagine that language would be like a really big proponent to these teams.
You would think so. Communication's important, but you can tell that the experience of Owl and Sensui has done something for these players because like I mentioned before, I didn't consider Grace all that good of a roamer. Kim doesn't have the most experience because he's only played 1 or 2 seasons. Iris is the only real veteran I would consider here, and yet they mesh together so well now.
Swallow your words.
Yeah, more so,
I straight up
say it
have.
to Grace's face. Look at him, look at him
at him.
looking down at you, man. This guy is gonna mess you up. I'm telling you. I'm telling you.
He is. He looks like he'll mess me up. He messed the Niners up real good up there.
Put them in their place real hard here. I'm telling you, this is a fresh new look at the team, and I think this is going to start sending shockwaves down the line. I do feel that unfortunately JP didn't adapt very well to what the playstyle of Red Esports was supposed to be, but at least Vamos, they get to see it this time around in this best of 5. 3 games is the data that they have to work with before they play them tomorrow.
Honestly, you speaking about Vamos, I actually do kind of want to get from the both of you, right? The fact that they are going to be facing off against Vamos, how would you think they would fare given that they play like this?
Oh.
If they can keep this up, I think they beat Vamos.
They could.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think, okay, maybe not this particular comp. I think the composition matters a lot in this sense. I do think that, you know, at least for Vamos, they're pretty smart when it comes down to the draft. I do think that, you know, Pops is going to, like, you know, take a couple of key notes about what's going on with these compositions. But if they fail to deal with the draft, I think they fail to deal with the team.
Now, of course, now I also kind of want to look at the item progression because we talked about Iris and perhaps a little bit of like damage items per se. First thing that we went for is the Thunderbelt. Okay, makes sense, absolute sense. But of course, from that point on, just kind of building up onto the blade armor to really make sure that Lolio can't just do anything to him. And it's only like, what, how many, like 2.5 minutes later, then, or rather close to 3 minutes, only then the Malefic Roll kind of pops up.
By the way, Iris actually did the most damage in the entire game, including Owl and everyone else, by a good margin.
I was about to bring that up as well.
On only a Thunderbelt.
Yep.
Hey!
Yeah.
Hey!
I'm telling you, he got free resets with that Vengeance. He basically could have closed his eyes, tapped the Vengeance button, and he probably would have gotten kills anyway. Because that's how easy it is to proc with a composition like this, which is rather crazy.
Like Grace, Owl, actually every single one of them.
Exactly. All of them have a way to get him a free mark. And not only that, right? Look at the second items that they looked about. Iris got that blade armor. I'm pretty sure second item for, yes, Grace as well. Blade armor as well. Sensui, blade armor as well. So in their minds, they're thinking, my problem, well, except for Sensui, who thought, my problem is probably going to be Zach QT just a little bit. Main issue, Loliels. Because in all 3 of those games, Loliels is getting to the point of 4 items pretty consistently.
I think it's smart too, because Red Esports is not really targeting Loliel. Every single game, Loliel got to farm quite safely with Owl in lane. They focused really hard on Max, on Zach QT, and then they itemize against Loliel.
This is quite a foresight.
Yeah.
Right. Now, of course, blade armor. This is definitely a topic that we talked about before, and I absolutely love the fact that now blade armor, this is a thing now. Blade armor is important.
It's so
in this game.
Yeah. All for all the tank players out there.
But
Make sure you guys build this blade armor.
Build blade armor.
Build it.
After you get first get Thunderbelt, then blade armor, like a real tank player. I'm telling you, now things have really shaken up here. Tomorrow we're expecting some pretty intense matches. It's going to be SRG versus Todak, and then afterwards it's going to be Vamos versus Red Esports. What a world we live in here. Red on both sides, and even so, I'm excited to see how it's going to play out, really.
I do kind of want to see the Reds kind of going up against one another at one point in time.
Maybe
right?
we will, but
I
it depends
really
on the
want-
results.
But Vamos, though, is we're talking about Vamos.
Hey, look, luckily it's not international, so I don't think they're going to choke just yet. But
Okay.
look, we lost the Petrify Hilda. All right, I think that really seals the deal for me. But generally, Red Esports, I think they've got a pretty decent chance against
Hi,
Vamos if the
guys.
drafts go well. I think that Todak
Naghay
and
na lang
SRG
eh.
is going to be neck and neck until SRG is forced to show their hand. Because I feel like throughout the entire regular season, they play a very, linear composition. They don't really go outside of it with only very minute tweaks.
I see. Now, of course, the fact that we've managed to see the 2 games today, we say goodbye to the 2 teams. As such, Todak as well as Red, they're moving on to the
Baka
next
di ko
part
ma-
of the game, or
maras-
rather,
di ko
we're
alam kung
now officially in the
mag-stream ako bukas.
playoffs. So from this point onwards, we are just looking at a double elimination bracket. So even if either one of these teams
Tapos
lose,
na po.
they still have got a second
Tapos na
line.
yung laro nila
they
na
will have
sweep
a second line. That's
na
actually a really
Red
good point
Esports
here.
ang
At
JP
least for these teams,
Niners.
amongst these 4, they're going to play each other time and time again, so they really need to take into consideration all the micro, all the potential drafts that could possibly be coming for this playoffs. Because again, that grand finals is a best of 7. Now keep in mind, with infinite dimensions and infinite possibilities, no matter how many universe I transverse, no matter how dangerous the journey, why is this part of the script? Because Nolan's new skin will be available in-game from... Right? You're having a good time. You like that one, right? Yeah, it was a good one. I thought it was pretty good fun too. November the 6th, from the 6th of November onwards, so don't miss that out. What a weird dude. If Paquito has a skin, I have to say the entire Paquito line. I would be fuming.
I'm gonna search it up right now. Like,
It's
what do you
literally
expect to say?
first line, long pause. Second line, long pause. In brackets.
Oh, that is funny. But with this, we officially do have our top 4 for MPL Malaysia Season 14. It's very unfortunate to see MV and the Niners bowing out because these are teams that a lot of people had expectations for. I definitely did. My predictions are completely wrong because I ranked them 2nd and 3rd.
I know.
Right, right. I put Red on 6th.
Same. I do. We were not ready.
No, we
I
were
wasn't.
absolutely not.
I really
Red
wasn't.
Esports pulled the rug out from all of us.
Yeah, they really did, and I'm happy to see that at least for this level of competition for MPL MY, we're still playing mind games from the regular season, which is kind of upsetting. I really wish teams would play their most consistent game and then save those big strats for the playoffs.
Honestly,
Kahit sila
now,
nabigla,
number
guys,
4, as you mentioned, but hey, 50% of this
Kasi nga,
group
ang taas
is
ng
gonna go to
expectations sa
M6,
JP
guys.
Niners.
This is the playoffs. This is the season, and I'm pretty sure all 4 of these teams, they are looking out.
For sure, but even so, I would hope things only go up from here, right? For all we know, the quality could drop down, but we are very hopeful. With that being said, this is Abstract. This is Adrian Staffa. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Good night and goodbye.
Pero matatapos kayo to. Pag plinay ko yung sa una, baka mag-end live to. Wait lang, guys. Tagal pa kaya to? Punta tayo sa draft ng G1 ng ano ba to?
Chico guys, and as well as Ruff in this matchup. The real question,
Todak tsaka
we've already talked about first picks. Blue side or red side, which do you think is key to victory here?
Definitely, I will say that blue side have got their ways because they don't have to focus on banning
Panoorin
on
natin yung
Chen
game nila.
nor
So, pag nag-end
Suyo.
live
They
yung
control the
live
tempo
nila.
of the
Ulit na
entire
lang.
drop. What do they want to
Kaya
see?
ko kasi
Or rather,
magpa
what
4
do they
hours,
not
guys,
want
eh.
to see that is outside of the chip and the Suyo?
Red side has already been burdened by the fact that they have to ban power picks like the chip for a very, very long time. And Suyo joining the ranks of top meta heroes just adds an extra burden onto the red side to have to figure out. And this is going to be a very important draft, not just for this match, but for the entire playoffs in general, because there has been a 2+ week break between the regular season and now. Any evolutions, any changes in the strategies of the teams, we have no idea what to expect.
Well, honestly, after these past 2 weeks, watching both MPL ID and as well as MPL PH, it looks like Todak has actually gotten, is able to steal a little bit of that information. Yves was a very high priority in MPL ID, having some of the best players in the mid lane to play it, 100% win rates throughout the regular season. It's good to see that Todak is on top of the ball when it comes to meta.
Honestly, when I'm looking at MPL MY, what I believe and understand is that when it comes down to the regular seasons, it is completely a different meta. We're looking at the Zasks as well as what else do we have? Hylos being one of the top tier picks. But we have already went through quite a bit of iterations. We went through the Khalid plus Khalid, who is that again? Phobias, Gato. And then now we come in with the Suyo thing. So this is kind of like a fresh new look for quite a bit of these players.
Alright, let's look back at the draft because so far after the Yves ban, they decided to get rid of Fanny for the side of Todak. Makes sense,
Palag-palag kahit di ko maintindihan yung interview. I-skip natin yung interview sa laro na ng
get banned out instead of the Suyo, instead of the Ling. This could be great for Todak.
We have been seeing a bit of a resurgence of Angela because mid lane has been shifting more into utility prio. But that does leave Zusin open for Todak to snatch up. They're not going to give it away to Martizi.
So definitely one thing that I can understand is that Jusin does have kind of like a soft counter slash an answer to whenever Suyo wants to jump onto him. She does have a pretty nice blink coming in from her ultimate, and when it comes down to the Lantern Flare, she can definitely clip onto Suyo even after doing his S1s and S3s.
But that's a true test of skill here, right? As much as Uni wants Suyo, he's going to need a team that's able to get him out of some tough spots, especially knowing that Zushin is going to be that soft counter.
That is true, that is true. The Zusin pick not only denies it from Martizi, but is meant to force MV into a potentially bad situation with the Suyo themselves. They still have to lock it in because you cannot give it away to Todak in their second and third pick.
Oh no. We have always seen Cho playing the big plate in the roam role, but at least in MPL SG, but it's definitely still a very flexible pick. But at least when it comes down to looking at Suyo onto R1, definitely something interesting is not being B1.
All right, I mean, let's quickly look at this. Throughout his entire professional career, Chiku has only played 63 unique heroes across all 5 different roles, and all 3 of MV's coaching staffs have coached a Malaysian team at an international tournament before. So it's kind of interesting to see that no matter where you are, there are ties to the biggest tournament in MLBB.
Honestly, just Malaysians, they're pretty much everywhere, let's be honest here. And SRG being defending world champions is definitely something that I want to see coming into MPL MY.
Absolutely. I think that's what all of us here in this stadium want to be able to witness. But we still have that second slot, and both of these teams are looking to contest for it, with the Harif locked in as the final pick in the first phase for MV. They immediately ban out the Lunox gold lane counter.
Ano ba pang MV?
Because it's very catered towards Todak's side. I think Haru has done a lot of research, and more so their opener
Pang 5th ang MV.
I was expecting maybe Todak was going to go with the Phobius, then the Nolan afterwards, but instead wanted to go for Gatot as a way to combo in tandem with Zushin.
I really like the fact that when it comes down to MV, they are playing a very high mobility heroes coming in from their side. Great amount of dashes from the side of Harif as well as Cho. Almost seemed as though they would want to bait out Todak to kind of pick things like Phobias or perhaps even hard counter with a Mincetar. But of course, there's always one kind of a caveat on top of that. Since Todak has already picked up the Gacha, still pretty flexible, but most of the time we see that going over the roam. The EXP lane is still relatively open, and MV doesn't seem like they want to target onto the Phobias. In fact, it's only onto the hard counter Mincetar.
Oh, I think that Todak right now need to ban out that Phobias, right? Because Phobias does pretty well into the Nolan, is able to, I mean, yes, he kind of sucks against Zushin, but as long as you're zoning out that backline, he's kind of doing his job already, right?
Yep.
So it's smart of MV to get rid of that Mincetar. Maybe
May
I'm
Luna
reading too
dyan
deep
na
into that signal, but I do want to see Todak's response.
It's specifically a respect ban towards Momo as well, because only 2 players ever played Mincetar EXP throughout this season. That was Momo and Rippo. Rippo, unfortunately, not going to be joining us here in the playoffs, but this is a hero you have to fear against Todak.
So at this point in time, the main thing that we are looking at is the core 3 heroes from both Todak as well as MV. At least for now, we're looking at Gatokacha as well as Jusin. They pretty much want to play more of a kind of like 4-1 split push kind of thing, but of course, this is still pretty early into the draft for us to really just dive right in and say, yeah, this is what they're gonna do. It is still pretty diverse and pretty open, considering we still need an EXP laner. We also need a gold laner that can actually deal with a Harif in the gold lane. Unfortunately, since Lunox has already been taken away, that main counter, that bully of Harif is no longer there.
All right, so they're going to be locking in their mid laner first, right? They want to make sure that this Cho is still going to be that flex pick. Aurora does really well with assassins, and more importantly so, able to kind of slow down that front line for those big engages. Well, with the exception of Gatok, because he kind of gets to wherever he wants to, however he wants to.
We have to note in general, both of these teams are very specialized in team fighting. That mid-game timing is very important for both Todak and Monster Vicious to get that advantage. Because their late game, while solid enough, isn't exactly stellar. That's why you see a lot of respect towards heroes that can disrupt the flow of team fighting, like Eve, Akai, and Tigreal on the side of Todak.
So at least for Todak, the main thing I'm looking out for is the fact that they have a Dolan, so when it comes down to wave clear or rather creep clears, they are definitely going to be relatively fast. Perhaps something that can actually give them a very good amount of kind of curve into the game. That would be great, but Melissa?
Interesting. Okay. All right, so Melissa, so that Cho doesn't get on top of her, but you can still technically point away the dragon still. It's just that the angle might be off. I guess so, because, I mean, Melissa's pretty good in these overall team fights, generally is able to outrange the Harith before he hits level 4, so maybe there's an opportunity there, because as we mentioned before, they are team fight oriented, so the only advantages that probably Kucha can etch out is in the lane.
Yeah, I can see where you're coming from, but I feel like Melissa's still gonna have a bit of difficulty. As long as Ruff plays around Muddles, it's very easy to poke Chiku out of lane.
Honestly, I've never seen a Melissa in MPL SG for this season, and honestly, I'm not exactly even sure how well Melissa is gonna fare. But moving on aside from the Melissa thing, Phoveus and Khalid being B5 as well as R5, is this something that you guys expected?
Well, honestly, I think that Khalid and Phoveus was going to show up at some point. I was hoping specifically MV was going to pick up that Phoveus, but hey, you know, it's as good as it gets. With that being said, it's time to make our way. The draft has been settled and the final lock-ins are in. Give us a breakdown of the composition stop up before we jump right into the Land of Dawn.
Well, this is going to be a very interesting one because MV, I feel like they're in a bit of more of a comfort zone, whereas Todak might have a bit of a tough time because their CC is a little bit more conditional. But if anything can make it happen, it is going to be them. The Land of Dawn opens to greet a brand new era as we open up the MPL Malaysia Season 14 playoffs with Monster Vicious versus Todak.
Good luck to both of our competitors today. Remember, in this best of 5, whoever wins the series moves on into the upper bracket. Well, unfortunately, the opposing team will get eliminated with no second chances. Todak is going to be on blue side with MV on the red. Abstract, walk me through this, because so far, MPL SG was a long time ago, and the meta has evolved. Did you expect it to look like this?
Honestly, when it comes down to the meta, I would definitely say that when it comes down to your EXP laners, pretty much the same. Mid laners, pretty much the same. It's mostly very similar, but not exactly on its timing as to when these heroes are being picked out. I don't expect to see a Khalid as well as a Phoveus being picked on the 5th pick. In fact, they are always being part of the priority. But of course, with the Suyo coming in, even MPL SG itself, we don't really see that big of a resurgence from for Suyo, and we don't really have a very good idea how to use him yet.
I think, you know, the meta has definitely progressed since that time, right? You guys did get to technically beta test him for the rest of the regions. Now, in terms of the lanes, I think that at this point of time, Zeno's going to have a bit of a hard time. Momo is a very stable laner generally, and it's not like we know... Wait, hold on.
Anxiety and some trouble, surrounded by 4 members of MV. Dashes out, gets frozen though, and Zeno Momo jumps on in with the flicker to get that first blood. Zion Sempoy and Lord too late to save it.
Despite great mobility coming in from a Nolan, which does have a 2-second dash, this is definitely not something that Todak could run away from. Monster Vicious, they were very, very comical into taking that jungler out.
It was a very good pinch as well, right? In the meantime, we do see that Uni is trying to find his way in on this as Zeno rotates into the mid lane. The first turtle should fall into the hands of Monster Vicious because of that. I would only imagine that Zayed probably wants to stick around for his purple.
And Lord and Zion Senpoi are here. They're gonna start dealing with Nova. He's dropping very low actually. Revitalize comes out from Yanlord. Uni secures the turtle. Raging Sands from going to miss, unfortunately. As Zion goes in, Fracture takes out Uni. Martisi is able to freeze 2 other people and flicker out to safety himself. But I think Todak's already taken their casualties as Momo jumps back on in. Breaks the passive on the Aurora and continues to get the kill on Martisi.
And that's why Momo's a beast. This purple buff is going to get contested, but I think it's smarter for Todak to back away. Zayed now is able to catch up against Uni, and honestly, really interesting calls are being made.
Putting a Pride of Eyes on the cooldown is something that I expect, but actually following it up to get a kill down on the Martisi is not what I expected at all. But, you know, when it comes down to the turtle fight, one thing I definitely think that was very interesting to see is looking at Zion Sempoy actually using the Lantern Flash to pick someone up, but not toss them towards him. He actually extended the time of how long he stayed up in the air by not tossing him away, but to keep him at where he was.
Yep, and that's just why, you know, Uni unfortunately was going to be the recipient of it. Stuck in the air, ends up dying, can't use his iframes to get out of these tough situations. But even when we look by the gold lane, oh, whoa, what's going on here? A lot of contention by Riverside. I was going to say that Ruff, it looks like he has a slight EXP against Chiku at this point of time. I can only imagine he has a slight gold lead. Maybe like 100 gold?
I would say that is actually kind of interesting how both teams, they are very strong about wanting this.
Oh, Nova with the kick. We have the Dragon on the top, but they're not able to follow up. Raging
Yeah,
Sound, they're gonna land on it,
down.
and now Nova will be traded for Yanlord. Zeno has to flicker out to get away from the Lantern as Uni jumps back in with the Surging Blade. Zion pops the ultimate to escape.
Good stuff, good stuff. They're able to trade support for support, but they guaranteed at least Yanlord using his battle spell. Nova can still make a play once his Way of the Dragon comes back up. Flicker is still available. Zeno has to take his time with this.
So far, MV has been very decisive as to who they would really want to target down and who they want to single out right before objective takes and such. So I really do like what Monster Vicious is trying to do at this point in time, but of course, they are very brawly at this point in time, and it's just kind of like, okay, I'm going to go for a trade kind of thing going on, just so that they will be able to take control of the river line and make sure that they will be able to keep a couple of bodies just around the Turtle's Pit or around the Lord's Pit to get themselves more control.
And speaking of control, it looks like Todak wants to actually drag this out. They're positioning very aggressively, but they don't want to commit just yet.
Oh, here comes Momo, jumps in. Zeno with Zion Senpoi in the meantime. With Dragon gonna find Phobius, and Momo is already gone. Yanlord jumps in, but he's not able to catch anyone on MV as Zeno is just buying so much space and time with his healing. He will finally fall as Zion gets the killing spree, but this may have been enough time bought for MV. Yanlord with the Revitalize keeps him alive against Uni, actually forces back the Suyo, but here's Ruff to join the fight as well. He's chasing down Zusin in the mid lane as Yanlord just barely escapes with his life intact.
How did nobody die there? How did nobody die there? How does Monster Vicious get to walk away with casualties and still pick up the neutral objective?
Wait, Zeno, did Zeno not die over there?
Oh, he did. He did.
It did. Okay, aside from that, I will say that Todak, they generally are, you know, have their back against the wall time and again, and Monster Vicious is just so overwhelming when it comes down to being in the river. They knew what they wanted to do, and they just ensured that they will be able to push people away from all of these objectives, which I absolutely love.
Personally, for me, I think this is going to be a slow roll of a game. It's not like Chiku Guys is having the best time in the world. The tier 1s have already collapsed because of that early rotation coming in from Ruff. Regardless, I still think that Momo falling behind against Zeno is not a good idea because Momo is probably what's going to push Todak over the line during the mid game.
Yeah, I think Momo has to be a bit more careful about the timing of his jumps. He's been doing a good job so far, but MV is starting to adjust. They are delaying the fight so they can take advantage of the Phobius jumping into their ranks. And I think Zeno buying so much time in that fight was what really made the difference.
So far, the game is still kind of neck and neck, even though we're looking at about, you know, it's just about 300 gold differences.
Yeah, kailangan ko pa ng 6
did manage to get themselves a good amount of turtle ticks thus far. And when it comes down to the lanes, we are definitely looking at MV's EXP lane that took one T1 down, and for the gold lane, Todak did lose 1T1. So from this point on, what should we really be expecting coming in from both teams? What are the tendencies?
Well, based on what we're seeing, I would imagine it's all about scaling, right? Like, all of these pokes here is basically a nothing fight. Martizi's never going to walk too far. Zeno doesn't mind taking the damage, especially now that he's probably already completed the Thunder Belt. He just wants the stack, right? So I think that Todak need to play towards their win conditions. Number one, Chiku guys, right? Zayed's got a bit of a lead, so really he should be at the tip of the spear.
They really do seem like they want to control the game all the way to the end stages, right? Because when it comes down to the mid stages of the game, albeit around 13 minutes time, they don't really have a lot of damage potential. They do have quite a bit of ways to, you know, deny an area and hope that they will be able to take all of these objectives, which is what we are seeing right now.
Turtle gonna be secured by Zayed. Here comes
wow!
Zayed lands on him, revitalized, keeping Yellow alive, and now my MB realizing they're not in best spot. Bridging Glacier gonna stop Todak, but Ruff has already been cracked out by Phobius, and now MB is being chased down by Todak. Zayed with the mega kill, gonna be able to get a double on top of that, as Todak chases down their enemies.
Is this what you call a Langar?
Yep, that's what we call a Langar, man. This is the new evolution of it. Todak, honestly, they were real chill about the scenario, right? It's like, okay, I mean, if you get the turtle, it's kind of whatever, but Zeno committing the flicker so far down. How was he expecting Monster Vicious to realistically follow up?
He did manage to kind of get the hit down on the Zayed, but he kind of moved away from Zayed and focused on the main targets up front, wanting to kind of go for a front-to-back kind of an issue. Now, of course, one thing that I did not expect is the fact that Todak, they definitely can single out Zeno, take this kill, and move right back. Because my objective here is to take the turtle. We managed to get a free kill from Zeno. Let's move on back. But Todak seemed to manage to seize the opportunity, and they realized, you know what? We can actually run all the way in. We can take more away from MV.
Nova Kobar looking for another one. Actually gets denied by Chigu's ult. Finally lands away with the dragon, but it's way too late. And now the Avatar Guardian gets a double taunt on Martizi and Ruff. Martizi is gone. Ruff getting chased down as Todak continuing with the Langar. Blade Surge comes for Uni, gets the Sun Raging Slam, gonna land on 2 as well. But Zayed comes in from backline. Monster kill for the Nolan as Chigu picks up Zeno as well. Uni gonna stop Zayed from taking that tier 2 mid, but the damage is done.
God damn, Todak's looking real good right now. What a play from Chiku, guys. Absolutely shutting down Nova X Kobar's engage and turning it around so fast. It feels like Todak's Langar strategy is, how about you mimic us first, and then we'll show you how to do it better.
What the hell is this? 9 minutes into the game, and we're looking at a 6,000 gold lead from the side of Todak. That's a lot of gold lead right off the start, and the audacity of me to think that Todak don't have any damage coming into the mid stages of the game. They're clearly doing so much better than Monster Vicious.
Todak has a lineup that's really good at diving and chasing. MV needs to have a little bit more finesse with picking who they pick off first. And we're not really seeing that. They're just diving at Todak.
This isn't a team that you expect, I'm going to out-mechanic you. Todak right now getting mega value. Discount Thursday today as Monster Vicious keeps giving them free 2-for-1s. And I think that Todak, they don't mind this. Every mistake that they punish off of Monster Vicious has gotten them at least 2,000 gold. So 3 bad fights has already pushed them to 6,000. And honestly, with the Lord pushing on over, I'm expecting this to turn into at least 9 to 10K.
Moving on forward with the Lord coming into the middle lane, ready to plunder everything that Monster Vicious love. There is still the Holy Defense that is available all across the lane. Obviously, all of these are going to be pumped, but Todak with the great lead of 7,000, they're going to have to play like as though they have the 7K lead, and they're going to have to break down all these inhibitor turrets.
That's what they're trying to do. The Lord is down mid, and so is the mid inhibitor gone on the side of MV. Momo and Zyme Senpoi just standing there menacingly, not allowing Monster Vicious to walk forward. Maybe they can get some more damage in, but for now, Momo still buying space. Chigu just doing damage to the bottom lane here. Raging Sandra gonna land on Momo as the Avatar Guardian comes in, and Chigu's doing so much damage. Ruff is just gone, erased from the map. Momo a bit too deep, but he's gonna be able to trade himself for a godlike streak as Zayed finishes off the show, and they're gonna be able to transition up to taking the top in him as well.
Oh, they can't! The minion, unfortunately, the get away with me does pop out, and Zeno cannot go further than this. But at this point, it's so low that it's considered to be gone anyway. So you can see that even Side is thinking like, maybe I should just like walk on in and tap it real quick. Just a quick tap.
Just quick little tap. Definitely something that will go down real soon. So it's fair to say that Monster Vicious, they definitely do have 2 inhibitor turrets down, but it is still a naturally pushing lane in the middle lane, and Todak understands that, you know what, we've got what we came here for, we've got the middle lane pushed down, and let's just play for the Lord in the next minute or so. They still have got a lot of gold ahead of them, and they definitely know that they are tankier, they have got higher damage than Monster Vicious, so they don't have to be too aggressive, nor do they have to be too desperate, because the main winning condition that they want is to go over for the late stages of the game and also to play as a team. Main thing is they cannot lose control of the map to Monster Vicious, especially since they have Nova Escobar on the opposite side with a Cho. You wouldn't want anyone from your own team as Todak to be singled out by this Cho.
Sounds like a good idea unless Nova is able to find the kick, and I think so. Oh
No, Yanlord just
what?
him inside. Blows up Nova. 10% HP as the roamer. This Nolan is a problem.
7-1-0. He is rich. He's got items, and he really stings. I think Todak have set themselves up for victory on this next Luminous Lord, and I think that Monster Vicious, they might be caught in a checkmate scenario.
Yeah, I don't see them coming back from this. Xeno in trouble. 1v2 against Yanlord, and Zion Senpo is just getting picked up. Way of the Dragon going to find Momo. Kicks him back, but Everparty Guardian's gonna save him as Rob is just gone. Taken out by Chiku. Martisi delayed by Zion Senpo, and Monster Vicious in full retreat. But Momo not gonna let that happen.
Kala ko makatawa si Cho.
One kill. Beauty, the only one left alive. As Todak are looking to land the coup de grace on Monster Vicious. 1 minion wave, that's all they need. The Swordfishes.
Beautiful game. Great game ball coming out from Todak's side. Very cool, calm, and collected. The Todak style now looking more like a scalpel than it does a absolute giant sword.
Very well executed coming from the side of Todak. They did definitely manage to take advantage of all the small mistakes that MV kind of showed up. And Todak, they left no man behind, and they made sure that they don't slow things down. They've got the advantage. They went all the way through with it, and well, Todak Langa.
I can't have put it any better. Todak Langa is a great way to kind of describe this. And I think that the next generation now, it doesn't feel like they're running at people anymore. It feels like they are patient to a certain degree.
I think it feels like they are prepared for Monster Vicious specifically. I don't know for sure if the Langar is just gone and Todak are now patient and disciplined, or they know that MV will want to run at them. These are both team fight squads. They know each other's behaviors a little better than most. And Todak was just waiting for those opportunities to come to them.
I mean, speaking about team fight squad, right? When it comes down to MV, they definitely do want to seem to play around team fight, considering the fact that they have the Raging Sandstorm, they have the Frigid Glacier as well. Great ways to engage and as well as counter-engage. But when it comes down to Cho specifically, right? When we want to look at the Way of the Dragon to really single out someone, we don't really quite see that he's managed to do that, or rather be able to have someone within the composition to really make full use of that of the kick. You can't really burst anyone down fast enough to get yourself that 4v5 advantage.
Well, here's the thing, right? As we look into this fight, I personally think the ones that were kind of underperforming was Zeno in this matchup. He had a lead at the very beginning. He ended up going too aggressive with his Raging Sandstorms, and I think the biggest problem is that even if Nova X Goldbar was to find a Way of the Dragon, Zeno has to zone out the rest because Yanlord comes in with the avatar of the Guardian to stop any kind of burst. Like you saw, Martisi were trying to burst out his target with the help of Uni. They both had to step away when the AOG landed.
I really was expecting a little bit more burst damage from the side of Uni, especially as a Suyo. But of course, looking at the side, the fact that Todak, they do have very good ways to counter-engage. Like you said before, the Avatar of the Guardian is a great way to really single out people, or rather to really just take control of an area altogether. And not just that, once Yenlord goes in, Momo has got free reign going in when it comes down to an Infernal Pursuit. And MV just doesn't seem like they have an answer for the fact that Todak is just throwing bodies in front, and Chiku guys just resting all the way behind. As you can see, Chiku guys untouched. Xeno tried to go for him, but clearly no one else could really follow up afterwards.
Yeah, I think it was very, very smart, the approach that Todak took to this game. And Zayed, going to be the MVP of game number 1. I'm not too sure what his final score with the Nolan was, but we'll get to see it very, very soon. The damage output from him was insane.
I really thought he was going to start falling behind after that first death, that initial pinch down punish, because again, it feels like even MV did their homework expecting Zayed to be on that side of the map, and honestly, I don't even think Zayed saw it coming.
I don't think that he's on it coming, and I don't think that he realizes that he can actually kind of get himself back into the early stages of the game, right? Because we all expected jungler, you lose the first initial fight and you pretty much give away the turtle. Technically, yes, you did give away the turtle, but it doesn't seem to really phase him at all.
Well, that's a great point to bring up, because again, I think that's where Todak really shone this match, right? In terms of every single one of the traits they did, you take turtle, don't worry, I take 3 of your heroes, and it looks like they always had a positive trade with each interaction with MV.
Yeah, the only times that Todak was losing these skirmishes was in the first like 2 minutes of the game, where Zai gets picked off. That's his only death of the entire game. And then when Momo jumped too far forward. After that, Todak was always layering their engagement, waiting for members of MV to split themselves up, because there seemed like there was a strange desperation from Vicious to try and force something to happen. Nova was consistently trying to look for Chiku guys when it's already difficult to do so as a Cho versus Melissa.
I mean, when it comes down to MV, right?
Dapat
The one
mo
thing I realize
siya.
is the fact that when they do win, they win fast, and when they do lose, they lose
11
fast as
PM
well. It could be that
ngayon.
it was because of the desperation that they
No
realized,
rush.
yeah, you know, this is our statistics and this is how we have been playing. Maybe if we really want to win this, we gotta go all the way from the start.
Yeah, I think that unfortunately for MV, they never really found their footing afterwards. And I think, so honestly, it's really thanks to Todak's big tempo breakers and the way that they've traded. Because Momo, his laning phase was pretty much shafted at a certain point. He manages to come back alongside with Zayed off that very first turtle as soon as they hit level 4. And Chiku guys, and this was like a 4v4. Like, Chiku guys was not involved in the majority of the fights that happened in the first 7 minutes.
He didn't need to be. That is the big thing as well. MV had a lot of layers of Todak to break through, because Momo and Yanlord on the Phoveus and Gatot are very good at jumping in your face and forcing you to deal with them. And when Xeno or Nova are trying to force an engagement themselves, they are basically allowing Todak to split up their ranks without even really trying.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes down to those team fights, there's a lot of times where the fight just breaks up into two.
Nagugutom
And
ako
when it
ulit.
actually does break up into two,
Pansit
Todak
kantang
actually
kayo
have
dyan,
got
sabi
the
ni
advantage of all of
Sherwin.
that, right?
Kakain pa lang
Sometimes we've got
pansit
Xeno
kantang
rushing
si
right into the
Sherwin.
face of the enemies together with Nova
Baka
Escobar.
pwedeng
And of
humingi.
course, they are dealing
Hello,
with Chiku.
Roger.
They are also dealing with Zymes and Poi.
Good
Time and time again,
evening.
they can't seem to have enough of a damage potential to really move on from the front lines over to the back lines. I would definitely see that Xeno, he tried his best. He tried to hold on to the backlines as long as possible, but they can't clear the first wave enough to
Ang tagal
move
nila
on to the
pinag-uusapan niya
Well, I also
sa
think that,
ganito,
like,
no?
a majority of the members got outranged entirely, right? Like, who can realistically outrange a Melissa plus a Zhu Xin? And I think Ruff really took, living up to his name, really got shafted. 0, 4, and 0 on a Harith. You're expecting him not only to win the lane, which we saw, but in these team fights, he's basically non-existent, with Momo jumping at him, Zayed one-shotting him, and Chiku guys and Zayed Senpoi making sure that your auto range is also lethal range for us.
Right. There has, of course, been some time whereby Ruff seems to be very confident being in his Zaman Force. He went all the way in, and he was hoping that he will be able to take all of these trades against Chiku guys. But and of course, Chiku guys does have quite a lot of economy onto his name, so when it comes down to items, Chiku guys is definitely way above of Ruff. And not to forget, Ruff was kinda alone while he's dealing with Chiku guys. There is more support from Todak to actually come and rough in onto Ruff.
Yeah, Ruff was doing okay in lane. His farm was actually pretty solid, and he was confident enough to start joining team fights. But I think MV also needed him to be part of these team fights, because they weren't going the way they wanted. They needed that extra bit of DPS, which is fine, right?
Kaya ba
Your
yan
marksman is
PH?
winning lane, they come over, join fights, they get more farm. It's really good. But that
Kaya
was not what
yan.
was happening. Ruff was
Ganun.
getting caught out, and any advantage he may have built up in the lane was just surrendered immediately, allowing Todak to snowball even further.
Yeah, and honestly, this isn't even like the atypical snowball we expect
Late
from Todak. We've
evening
seen
lods,
Todak
ba't
absolutely
nag-i-English
crush it,
mga
take the
yan?
momentum and really run the marathon and finishing it at world record times. But
Kasi
this time around,
English
it's very much
broadcast
the
to.
riposte. You know,
Kapag
you
hindi
attack me
English
first, I parry,
broadcast yung
bam,
stream
haymaker,
ko,
bam,
mas hindi
haymaker
natin
again.
They're just
maiintindihan,
constantly
guys.
just making sure that they have the advantage
Kaya,
and they're making full
English
use of these
broadcast
advantages. There are,
so,
of course, time and time
dapat
again
pala
when it
yung mga
comes down to
usapan
MPLG,
natin
you
English
play with a
na.
lead, 5k lead, and you're just kind of, you know what, we
Nasagot
have the
na lang ako,
lead,
ano,
let's
yes,
play a little
no,
bit
yes,
safe, let's
no.
play based on objective, let's wait for the Lord, but it's very different for Todak per se. They did only do that retreat
Magna-next
once,
game na
but that is
tayo,
only
guys.
after they broke through the
Lipat na
inhibitor turret,
natin
and
sa
they have
game
got the top lane
2.
inhibitor turret to a tiny little bit.
Well, let's take the Singaporean experience here. I'm curious to know, how did that look different compared to...
Wow, okay.
Under one
Game two,
organization, they
game two.
found the best means necessary to win these games, but it all begins with the draft. Let's jump right into it because now Monster Fishes is
Kaya
going
ng
to take
PH
blue
yan,
side
bet
over
nga
Todak
ng
on red.
casters yung PH
Honestly, I
players
have one question to the table here, right? Because we hyped up Suyo.
Nung tapos yata yung game, parang sabi ng mga casters,
So with the performance coming in from MV picking up the Suyo here, do you guys
mag-import
still
ng
think the same
mga
about
PH
Suyo
players,
being
tsaka
one
na
of the
lang
champions, or rather
solusyonan yung communication. Kasi nga, di ba, magkaiba ng language.
They let
Ayun
it
yung
through.
sinabi
They
nila
picked Zusin
kanina.
first because she's known to counter him
M6
somewhat
Finals,
well
PH
compared to
versus
other mages.
PH para masaya.
And then they
Mayasa.
force MV to pick him up. Uni can
Oo,
play it
maganda
pretty
yung ganun,
alright, but it's
syempre.
not quite as good as his
Syempre,
other assassins.
bansa natin.
So in this
Supportahan
way,
natin yung
Todak
bansa
funneled
natin.
MV into what they wanted them to do.
Ox na yung ganyan salita, naiintindihan naman daw.
That is,
Hindi lang
you're trying to run away from
makapagsalita.
that after engaging on Jushin, you are asking for trouble. Looking at this so far, first pick going over to MV on blue side, locking in the Suyo. It's surprising to see that the win rate is currently 45, but hey,
Suyo.
don't worry, we're going to build up those stats throughout the playoffs.
Yung
In
match
terms of
pala
bans,
kanina,
same
puro
thing.
ano,
Loyi, Angela, but this
Puro
time Eve
Suyo.
for the side of MV.
Yung
And they
napanood
kinda
natin
switched
na
up because
una,
Todak get
ano
rid
eh.
of the Zushin, but they still
Taban
have to
si
get rid of
Suyo.
Fanny and of course Chip.
I'm looking at a 45% win rate from Suyo. I'm pretty sure that Ruff will be able to kind of smoothen things out, but sorry about
Piliin din pala si Gatot dito.
Moving on to the next part of it, of the band, or rather picks, Todak have actually moved on to picking up a Nolan and Gatakacha once again, and this is still pretty much within of their MO and what they have played in the previous game. So far, the core picks coming from Todak is still more or less the same, but the fact that they banned out Juicin for technically themselves, because now MV being first pick, this is definitely something that's going to be different. Yif is currently being banned out as well with Loyi and Angela. I was saying that Aurora is probably one of the next best pick coming from Todak.
It could be Aurora, could also be Valentina as
Suki si
well.
Gatot.
Vexana is also a consideration. Personally, for me, I'm not too big of a fan of Vex as of right now, unless you've got some real serious firepower on your side to set it up for you. Although, I do want to bring up the point that so far, based on what we've seen, Suyo does pretty terribly in a composition that has to deal with both Yves, Gatokacha, Zushin, of course, being the top one. But interestingly enough, in Indonesia, they were using either Nolan or Alpha
Hindi pa tapos daw.
as a direct way to fight the
Plinay ko
Suyo.
lang
But it looks like
yung
Malaysia is
unang
leaning more
match.
into the Nolan than the Alpha.
Second match kasi yung napanood natin
It
kanina.
is still an assassin patch in the end. Alpha's pretty good, but he's
Sakit
a bit
kasi
more
ngayon ng
niche in
Gatot,
comparison,
mahirap pa sa
and
may
doesn't scale
Gatot.
as well
Mahirap
compared
yung
to the
Gatot
Nolan, but
na
we're
kalaban
seeing
kung
some
marunong
interesting
yung
stuff here. Maybe a
gumagamit.
bit of a return to
Pag ako
form
naggatot,
as
guys,
Hylos, Natan,
sure yan
and
masakit.
Zask make an appearance.
Masakit.
I love this slot.
Masakit
MB has late game
yung-
insurance. They have a way to
Masakit
kind
ako
of
sa team.
boost their momentum if they have a
Magpapapid
pick
ako.
up per Todak. I just love this aspect.
Baka i-report ako ng team pag ako'y naggatot.
If he walks too far with the entropy, or even Suyo if he's just caught in the Dominator's descent, it's going to be a struggle to walk away.
Medyo
Is this kind of
na-nosebleed
like
ako ng
an answer
bagya.
from Todak just for Natan as well as Suyo? Because when it comes down to MPLSG, whenever we see that there is a
Oy,
Hylos
may
on the
Zas
opposite
pala.
side, we see that, okay, I may not want to pick a Zas unless MV really wants the Zas, and we just kind of deny it because you don't want to give both the Zas and Hylos to them. This is
Mahina
kind
lang
of
si
like a previous
Gatot
patch
kapag
kind of thing.
ali yung
But
gamit.
with the fall of Zask, I didn't really quite think that he
Malakas
became
naman lahat,
priority,
guys.
especially since
Kung
Hylos
gamay
is
niya
one of
yung
those
hero.
beefy
Pag gagamit kayo ng hindi nyo gamay na hero, mahirap talaga yun.
I think it's better at least in comparison to if I had Aurora and high losses on top of me.
Kung
Right?
ikaw
If you're not in
gagamit
that
ng
perfect
gatot,
range, then Aurora's gonna have to struggle. Oh no, you're too close. Dominator's descent. Oh, exactly. Pop in and out of these types of fights, and I think that's the beauty of the Zos. Even though they kind of nerfed his
yung
early
ulti
game,
ni
it just means
gatot,
they need a little bit more
pantatakas ko
time.
yan.
Now, coming into the second phase, Todak still banning out both the Tigreal and as well
I
as
think
the
may
Akai.
Filipino
They're not
gamer
shifting too
dyan
much, very
nakasali.
Coach Kuja style.
Ano, no.
Coach Kuja is very
Yung
disciplined
kaninang
and very
match
direct in
meron,
the way
si
that he
Sensui
drafts.
tsaka
It
si
doesn't mean
Aul.
that if you are able to
Pero
figure
dito
it
alam
out,
ko wala.
that can be a weakness, but otherwise, there is always
Dito sa
a
match na to
primary
sa Team
objective with the
Bamos
way that
tsaka
he
Monster
approaches
Vicious
picking
wala
up these
ata.
heroes for his players.
Ay, ano,
And
Team
based on
Todak
the
pala
trend
to,
I'm
hindi
seeing
pala
from game
Bamos.
1 and now
Bukas pa
2,
pala yung
I think
Bamos.
Todak is focusing on zone denial against Monster Vicious.
Lose streak nga ako pag
That's actually a really
nagsasolo.
good point
Sinasabi
here.
ko sa mga
So that's why
kampi
we
ko.
see Monster Fish getting rid of things like Melissa as well.
Uy, chill
even
lang,
the
guys.
Beatrix. Interesting. Wait, actually, no, that kind of pivots it. So, are they worried that Todak is going to have a composition that they can maybe try and set up like a wobble combo for? Because the way that I see it, if MV really wanted to punish Todak, just take away a lot of their wave clear.
Oh damn! So even picking up a Harif for Todak themselves, it does definitely seem like they want to play in an area. They want to keep the longevity of the Zaman Force and keep
Why
Harif
am I
in there for as long
laughing?
as possible. And of
Because
course,
I
Phobius
want
currently
to.
is still available for the picking. So I would definitely say that for MV, it would be nice to pick that up. But at this point in time, what I'm looking at is the lack of crowd control. They have no way to really stop Harif in his tracks, nor do they have any other ways to stop Nolan. In fact, when it comes down to the phases from the early, mid, and the late stages, at least you got the early game covered. Nathan got the late game covered. But what do we do about the mid stages of the game where Nolan comes up crazy,
daw?
Zaz
Ang
comes up
hirap naman
crazy?
intindihin.
Both are also pretty good.
Ninong Edwin, good night! Oh, verified si Ninong Edwin, oh.
I don't know.
China
Personally, for me,
oil.
the way that I was looking for it, I was surprised that EXP and their EXP as well as their flexes were not locked in a little bit earlier coming into the second phase, because at the end of the day, I feel like this Harith pick, they could have waited for it, right?
Right.
It just means that Kuja wanted to see the full lineup before he decided in on this, but that might have bit him in the back of his leg, right? I mean, Phobius is going to be dangerous.
I would love to see a Phobius onto the side of the Todak, like picking up for R4. And since the opponents MV have already picked up their own the target,
Brian, may
it's very
ganyan?
unlikely for them to get a Harry for themselves too.
How?
But this is a flex, it turns out. It's the Gatot that's going into the EXP lane as they last picked the Matilda, a hero that is quite commonly contested depending on which team you're facing here in MPL Malaysia.
Truly, this is going to be extremely interesting
Sa
because now, as much as
photo sa
Phobius loves
page.
people who dashes so that he
Hindi
can
ako
proc his
ma-
passive
ano,
time and
hindi
time
ako
again, I
ma-upload ng
think
picture
with the
ko eh.
Matilda, they might be able to do a very good job at actually kiting away from it. I mean, look at these compositions. So far, Todak, they can play for the late game,
May
but if they
ganon,
start
Ninong
snowballing
Edwin.
Chiku guys' lane very early on,
Gusto
it
ko
could
kasi
be
magganyan para
extremely devastating for MV's
baka
side. So they
sakaling
got to
maayos
take their
yung
time.
page ko,
They got to
yung
push
pay.
their lead forward bit by bit.
Well, the lead is already in favor of Todak right now. Let's see if they
Di pa
can push
kasi
it further
nakakaisip
or if
nung
Monster
ano, nung-
Vicious will live up
Ano
to
ba
their
din?
legacy. The land of
Hindi pa ako nakakaisip ng page team kaya hindi ko magamit yung binigay mo.
Number 2 of day 1 of the playoffs.
All right, let's see where the junglers are going to start as the mid lane is immediately contested. MV going to go with a purple start on the blue side, while Todak going to go with an orange start on the red side. We can
We're
only
legit
expect that the gold lane is going to be the priority here once we see the main minimap. Yeah, gold lane down on the bottom
Mas
side.
maganda
Hopefully,
kasi yung
last game we saw that the
mas
mid trio
maganda yung
kind
support
of
sa
struggled here.
kapag
Like Marquise was kind
naka-verified
of
ka
holding
kasi.
on to his own, but we saw that Todak always
Hindi
got
bot
to
yung
lead the lane first.
nagre-reply.
And not only that, I would say that Monster Vicious, they would want to kind of like pincer down the Todak, which is something that they have done in game 1 and done very respectfully. They were very
FB
decisive
account
as
mo ba
well.
to,
But I think
madam?
that with all
FB
of that said and
page ko
done,
to.
Monster Vicious seems like they really want control on the middle lane, get themselves the main priority, and not to forget Zeno as well. This time he's playing as a Phobius, so perhaps he will definitely be a lot more committal in the
Totoo ba?
later on in the team fight, but at least we're not looking at him onto the Khalid and just kind of like on
Hindi pa
top
naman ako
dive into the
masyadong
back.
ma-upload.
For now, I mean, the early game, I'm expecting it to be a little stagnant here. Yanlor just making sure that he's keeping tabs on where the mid trio is going to be moving around. We do see a little bit of a feint coming in from Nova Escobar to maybe try and get a gank off against Chiku, guys. But just great game sense so far. He just backs away. Great comms.
Yeah, right now, it's very important for Todak to make sure they don't give any advantage to Monster Vicious. We've already talked about how strong Suyo can be in these early stages. As long as they can keep Zayed even, Nolan scales very, very well. And I'm pretty sure we're not going to see too much happen until that first turtle.
For now, they're going to be going back and forth consistently. And I think that so far, Todak has got really good sight lines amongst this river. The control is great. Now the very first fight might just occur right here. That's where things are going to get interesting, right? Purple buff already spawned, and let's just see how this plays out, because Zayed's waiting for a steal.
Turtle at 40%, Yanlor trying to jump in, Avatar for Guardian, gonna be tossed away as Uni gets the retry steal just in time. Zayed zoned out by Zeno, and now Momo left eye his lonesome. Got taken by a lot of time, but 1v4, there's not much he can do other than give first blood to Uni.
That's 200 gold in the pocket of Uni so far. I mean, this is, honestly, that entire motion
profile
looked like
picture yung clear
MPLSG.
photo.
I covered the names and I'm like, yeah, it was extremely clean. Everybody knew exactly what they wanted to do in that fight.
Yep.
Supports were looking to zone each other's junglers out. They were looking for that big stun, but again, you're up against Suyo. It's not that easy.
I honestly really do like the fact that Todak, they were just kind of like chilling around, hanging around, and knowing that, okay, Momo, you're just gonna have to deal with it yourself. Wait for Yanlor to actually have his guiding wind back off cooldown, because they were just waiting for that point in time where they will be able to pluck him right out of the fight. But unfortunately, a little bit of like a 0.5 seconds, a little bit too late.
Yeah, Martisi does lose out on his flicker, and honestly, Ruff, I can't tell if he's like winning the lane really, really hard. Like Chico guys is healthy for the most part of it, but it feels like, wait, hold on, they're setting up a dive.
Yeah, Zaman Force already used. Yanlord being in this position actually scouts out MV before they're able to collapse on Chiku and keeps him alive though.
You have to admit, a lot of homework has been done for both of these squads. Like, again, most people wouldn't be prepared for a dive that soon, and even Chiku guys using the Zaman Force to like zone out that wave, very impressive.
Uni not able to find Chiku in that brush. Chiku finally shows himself. Ruff gonna use his ultimate. Chiku gets stunned. Not gonna use his Purify yet as the Zaman Force comes out yet again. He's gonna chase down Ruff, but he's inside the glorious pathway. That's not gonna work, sir.
Oh, that Revitalize saved Ruff's life. Oh, cancel! Yeah, just to be annoying. Well go,
honestly, that was pretty insane on the bottom lane, and considering the fact that I definitely expect Chiku to want to stay underneath the turret because that is where you are safest. But for him to actually stay right below the turret where the brush was, he pretty much expected that Suyo will be coming in with an Immortal as one to come in to really deal with him.
Oh, Nova taking a lot of damage. Momo gonna use his Revitalize, and now the Circling Eagle comes out. 3-man knockup, but Todak not quite ready to follow up. Uni gonna be able to get the turtle, and now Zayed is stunned, locked down in front of the pit and finished off by Zeno, who's now chasing Momo as well. Another stun comes out from the high lows, and Nova gets a kill for himself.
The momentum is building up for Monster Vicious. Todak has some really great concepts here, but right now these neutral objectives are really difficult for Zayed to contest, mainly because of this Suyo. I think take away the stun, right? Even if Nova X Kobar or even Zeno wasn't zoning out Zayed, I don't think it would have been. I don't think it would have been close anyways. I think that Todak need to change their approach. They need to start moving away from these neutral objectives and really start hunkering down on the rest of the map because there's so much gold to be attained.
There wouldn't be too much of a change when it comes down to them actually challenging for these objectives after all. And especially since we are talking about Zayed, right? Playing as a Nolan, you don't really have that kind of iframes that we want that we will want from a jungler. But at least when it comes down to pacing as well as tempo, that is definitely something that Nolan is very capable of. However, the difference is the fact that Zayed is currently only at level 8 and Uni is currently at level 9. You're clearly going to be slightly behind at this point in time because MV, they are singling out Momo these time and over and over and over again. And MV, with the 3,000 gold lead, they are definitely going to be real happy with the way that they have been playing the first 5 minutes.
Well, with that being said, we're looking at the item list, and finally Starlium Scythe is completed for Chiku guys. Feather of Heaven's already done for the side of Ruff. Both really still on track, but Ruff still has a slight lead. Now, Staffa, walk me through this, right? Because we're expecting a big tempo breaker coming out from Todak's side. What is that? Oh,
that was close.
Wow, that was a lot of damage. That was just one person, and he did not want to use his ult. We're using the flicker instead. What is the tempo breaker for Todak? What does that scenario look like?
Well, it would result in Monster Vicious overextending again because Todak is very good at cutting off the front line. They have a very similar draft to what we saw in Game 1, even with a few new heroes. If Monster Vicious overextends and they're able to catch Nova and Xeno separated from the rest of the team, that is a great condition for them to dish out some damage. MV, though, a lot more disciplined this game and with a lot more tools.
I really expect that Todak would want to be hyper-aggressive when it comes down to team fight, and if they really want to go over to the backline to deal with Ruff, they can, since Yenlot can just very easily pluck that one person out. Be it Momo that goes in for the Avatar Guardian super deep in, or perhaps even for the side of Chiku dropping his Summon Force and just zigzag zooming straight into the face of Ruff. But I think that clearly after that engagement down in the bottom lane, even Chiku wouldn't want to repeat the same thing because Ruff is still pretty respectable with the damage that he's dealing with the Feather of Heaven.
For now, I mean, unfortunately, fail on the purple buff. Didn't really get the steal as much as they wanted to, but now Monster Vicious are kind of like shifting their attention to the top side of the map. It looks like they want the tier 1, but let's see how Uni plays this, right? He's got to check these bushes. He knows Zayed is there, but he doesn't know where the rest of the members of Todak are going to be.
Uni could be in a bit of trouble here as Momo is now cutting off his escape. A potential dive.
Wala,
Nice fake from
naipit siya.
Zayed to maybe force out resources. Ruff gets a tower, but now a full collapse. Uni, can he get out of
Ay,
this?
kala ko
No! But it was
nakakaalis.
close. Here comes Zeno. Probably
Muntik
doesn't
na.
want to take this fight because in the meantime, we can see Chiku, guys, going 1v2, getting a kill onto Martizi. And now the rest of Todak are looking to collapse. Novak Kobar already trying to zone out alongside Zeno, but this is not a fight MV wants to take. They're trying to create as much space for Ruff as possible, who's actually doing a lot of damage. Todak not able to jump on top of him, and Momo dropping down to 1%, gets pulled out, but it's not in time. Ruff will be able to finish him. This is going to be trades after trades after trades. It's a double kill. Oh, he picked up by
Uy,
Ruff,
nakatakas
and
pa
Zeno
siya.
somehow flickering out the safety himself.
Monster Vicious, they are just going all the way in on the Todak, playing based on the amount of advantage that they have, and they are stopping at absolutely nothing. The way they kind of pilot themselves all the way from their own jungle and into the river line and slowly meet onto the middle lane, that is definitely something that Monster Vicious knows what they want to do by dragging things out a little bit. They split themselves up just equally, just so that Todak, even if they were to go in with big ultimates coming in from the Avatar of the Guardian, or even when Zayed wants to come in for a quick little assassination, that's not something that Todak themselves will be able to do.
Admittedly, this is starting to look grim for Todak unless they're able to make something happen here and now. If not, it's try and divide the members. Well,
Avatar Guardian catches out onto Ruff. Is it going to be enough? Circle Eagle comes
Hindi
in,
nakatakas
gets
si
a shutdown,
Nathan.
one shot, and Martisi follows right afterwards. Chiku guys going to follow up as now only 3 members of MV survive against all 5 of Todak. They want to get this mid-tier 1. Zayed contesting, steals the buff away from Uni at the exact same time as they take the middle structure.
I'm sorry, I take it back. Todak, calm it down. How did Ruff get caught, of all things, by the Avatar, Guardian of the Avatar? Like, what?
It's not only the fact that he got caught by the Avatar of the Guardian,
Hindi
but he
siya
got caught in
naka-teleport
the
dun sa
epicenter
kaluluwa
of the
niya.
Avatar of the Guardian.
Kaya siya
Eats
nakuha
that
nung
taunt, and for some
ulti ni
reason
Gato.
takes a lot of passive shots coming from Momo.
Kind of feels like he forgot that he doesn't have Purify in these
Di
sort of
nakatakas si
senses.
Ate
But hey,
Clang
I think that
Taser
Monster, it's a competitive series for a reason, and Todak right now trying to equalize that score. Oh! Big damage, doesn't find the one shot yet.
Not quite enough. Zayed is not nearly as bad as game number 1. Avatar Guardian used and whiffs completely.
Oh,
What are you
mali.
doing, Ruff? He gets picked up. Momo will trade. It's worth it, but Zayed will follow, so it's not quite as good for Todak.
Oh no, you can see Ruffy's moving his hair out of his face. He didn't see it, it was just getting blocked. He needed a haircut before this. Should have thought about that before hitting up on this stage, because right now, the crowd, it feels right now, the Todak crowd has not lost their spirit.
He had a great lead. At this point in time, he still have a lead on top of Chiku, guys. But for sure, if he didn't die the previous 2 times, it is definitely a lot more towards the advantage of Monster Vicious. So it is definitely a pity. However, they still have 2,800 gold.
Ito,
that is
target
on
ni
top
Sir
of
Da.
Todak still. So they're still technically okay, but Todak they themselves knows that they are not out of the woods.
Now, I look back at the stage and I didn't realize it doesn't show. Wait, hold on. They want to get a little bit more.
Force comes out. Glorious Pathway as well to maybe do some damage to the mid-tier 1, but Todak with a perfect defense here. Barely any damage taken on their tower.
Just the beauty of Ganlord on Matilda. Already has Flask as well. Flask already done, and Shannon Talisman is already done. Things are looking good for Todak. They should be able to scale. Ah, look at that! Look at that!
That is a lot of damage.
Hey, yeah. Hey, Matilda things.
That's completely illegal, right? Coming in from the members from Todak, there are definitely some of these heroes that, well, yes, they can do pretty good damage, like Momo, for example. But where are some of these bursts ever coming from sometimes?
Glorious Pathway used again to get them topped here too.
Yo,
Almost a lot of damage actually getting dragged forward with Circling Eagle. Integration comes out. Avatar Guardian lands right in the center, but Chiku is the first one down. Uni gonna be traded as well as Martizi, as Todak continues to collapse with Novak's Kovar in the front line. Momo dropping the low HP. Zeno chasing him down, but still able to reach, and thanks to the blast coming out from Yanlord.
Jeez, how does only... I don't understand how it was 2 for 1 there. How does Momo not die there?
Oh, how is the fact that MV lost 2? Well, Todak only lost 1. I would definitely say that MV, they did manage to have Ruff that is pretty safe throughout the entire time. He even have Entropy that is ready for him at his disposal if he wants to be also aggressive, but he's hanging behind a little bit. I would say that he's a little bit, PTSD from being plucked out of the game 2 times before. So it feels as though they just want to play things a little bit safer, but maybe a little bit too safe.
I don't know. When it coming from him, or like Ruff is already 2 levels ahead of Chiku, guys, right? There should be a level of confidence, but so far the blunders have kind of put him back in his place. Now, I was talking earlier about the stage actually has information that you guys don't see, but we can clearly see the damage difference here. 53.6% for Todak compared to 46.4. Now the Lord gonna get contested.
Avatar Guardian comes out again, but this time Ruff is
Ayun,
able to dodge it, and that
naka-teleport
means that
siya
Momo
nung
is
time na
just
yan.
gone,
Nung kanina
exploded,
hindi
never
eh.
existed. The rest of Todak trying to chase him down, but the glorious pathway will allow them to continue. And now Nolan in some trouble. The guiding winds will get him out.
Dude, these games, the angles are not normal. Todak is playing really fluidly right now, and they're making sure that these angles aren't expected by Monster Vicious. They don't know where to look sometimes.
Honestly, at this point in time, it's really just the fact that both teams just want to engage, and both teams just want to get some bodies out of the game. There are always someone that is dead every minute, which is vast difference from what we are seeing in MPLSG, right? Monster Vicious and Todak, they find an opportunity, they will go for it. It's not about, getting information too much and just kind of holding it in. It's more the fact that, okay, this is an opportunity, I have 2 seconds, I'll make the call, I make the play.
All right, let's see what this next play is going to be, because these inhibitors are going to get contested pretty hard. I think that Todak, no matter what, is going to lose an inhibitor, but at the same time, we're coming to the final builds of the game. I'm seeing Blood Wings being purchased by both Martizian as well as Ruff. Now it's just situational items and more economy so that they can start swapping out the items.
Yeah, a lot of this league game, though, is still going to come down to Ruff specifically. Monster Vicious needs to watch his positioning, because if the Todak take out the Natan, they immediately turn the fight around in their own favor. Positioning mistakes cannot be afforded anymore, as now they're pushing into the mid lane. Zai gets stunned under the tower. Is he able to get out in time? Oh, the revitalize! Somehow, they save Zai!
If I was in Martizi's shoes, I'd be fuming. He was literally a pixel off. A pixel. Had it one more ability connected, they would have gotten the kill onto Zaid.
I find it intriguing that even at this point in time, Todak, they lost an inhibitor turret, but they pay so much attention onto the mid lane tier 1s to the point that they're ready to throw bodies just to clear out the wave. Monster Vicious, they have a strong lane coming in because of the Lord. As such, it's actually a very simple takedown from MV themselves, but the fact that Todak managed to kind of like weave in and out and no one died there, it is indeed feels a bit greedy on my part, wanting to defend the T1. But it is a very fortunate thing that Todak didn't lose Zai from that.
Yeah, I think that Todak, they're living right on the knife's edge right now. Even their trades against Monster Vicious, we haven't seen Monster Vicious actually attain a clean 5k gold lead against Todak throughout this match just yet. And even so, the blunders have been coming through, but it's just to whip them back up into shape. They're full build at this point.
Yeah, it's getting to very scary territory. Zai could be in some trouble. Guiding Winds, he's able to dash out by himself. But positioning is key. SRG. Avatar the Guardian comes out, they catch Mo. Zeno, is it gonna be enough though? Because Zeno is just continuing the chase with the Infernal Pursuit. Chiku guys looking for an angle for that Zaman Force, but he's not able to find it as Monster Vicious are just sticking so close together.
Very close together. I think the next play that Monster Vicious could look to do is probably a flicker. Oh, hold on.
Glorious Trapper comes out. Uni gonna be able to secure the Lord as Chiku guys maybe a bit too deep in the backline. Brought in the Landlord as Momo buying time in the front by himself with the Revitalize, but he gets picked off, killing free, being taken as both are traded. Zion loses immortality, is in trouble, able to dash away. Zeno now has to flicker out. Zion gonna flicker to follow him up, and he will get that kill given to Chiku. The mid they are in the way.
No way.
Zion will be able to recall in time to defend it, but here comes the rest of MB. Do they want to capitalize on this? Probably not.
Oh, no wonder. I was wondering why Zeno took a half step, stood still, and was willing to die at that point against someone like Chiku guys, which you shouldn't be giving kills to anyways. But now we're reaching the later stages of the game, and Monster Vicious clearly having a better idea of what's going on the map. Todak, they've got to be careful, and thank God their composition has a lot of mobility.
And not only that, they also have a lot of ways to control Monster Vicious and hold them down. While
I'm Senpai, why are you here, my friend? Mega kill for Ruff as they find a freeze ask in the brush waiting for them.
Okay, that was kind of bizarre. What was the angle there?
That was deep. That was super deep in.
I mean, I kind of get it if he was playing like a burst hero, but Zyme's currently on Zasko. Okay,
Yeah.
look, he still has 23 seconds until he's back up and running.
Nag-shortcut yung minions.
But it's going to come at a cost, right? And this first inhibitor on the bottom side going to collapse.
Yep. Free tower for Monster Vicious. Now transitioning to another glorious pathway to Zone. Now Uni jumps in, gets the stun, gets the freeze on Zion, but he's still alive thanks to Matilda. This hero is so difficult to deal with. But that is every tower on the side of Todak gone. And MV, they'll just wait for the next opportunity to close things out.
So slippery coming in from the Nolan. I mean, this is pretty much expected considering the fact that MV has only a couple of crowd control, or rather a couple of stuns from their part, being the Hylos as well as the Suyo, and of course Martizzi with a decent amount of freezes from his part. But aside from all of that, we have mostly been seeing that Todak is just running rampant during team fights. So honestly, in the later stages of the game, I wouldn't be too surprised if MV loses control of the team fight, because Todak, they make the calls as to who they want to go to without any obstructions.
A lot of it is just, you know, the war of attrition. Todak just need to make sure they get Monster Vicious to commit really, really hard. And you can tell that even Ruff is hesitant to actually join up on some of those picks. Like even earlier, right? When they did see the opportunity to actually go for the one-shot onto Zayed, I think, you know, Ruff could have entropied forward, but he is nervous. If he makes another mistake, this is going to drag on longer than it should.
Well, he's still able to steal the purple buff away, though, so that requires a certain degree of composure. At the same time, Uni actually secures his own, so no buff for Chiku.
It's really sad for the side of Todak, understandably. But we've come to the point where it is 19 minutes into the game where economy is not that too big of a deal for one of the main damage dealers, being the gold laders. But Aurora is still lacking of a single slot of items, so perhaps some gold is definitely still appreciated to go over to the side of Aurora.
At this point, Zayed hasn't been able to find, like, big assassinations just yet.
Yeah.
I think when you're looking at the conversation, if you're talking about the composition, it's just majority of it is magic damage, right? For Todak and even for Monster Vicious, who have a slightly better spread.
Honestly, at this point in time, I'm just really convinced that Zayed is more of a peeler than anything else. He didn't really quite manage to win any of these objective ticks because we're talking about Suyo. It's pretty fair. But he is constantly just going in, just gonna bruise up the enemies for a little bit and just gonna escape with just a tiny little bit.
Oh, flicker forward by Yanlord. Oh no! Not gonna catch anyone, and Ruff flickers out of the Avatar the Guardian as well. Glorious Crowway to cut off the rest of Todak from backing them up, and that means Momo is gone. Zeno buying so much time, so much space. He doesn't even mind risking his life. He still has immortality. Todak just has to back it up because the minions will make it back in time. The rest of Todak has to make a hasty retreat, and that means a free Lord for Monster Vicious.
And they're already on top of it. What a great play coming out from Monster Vicious. Todak was able to survive that, but everything that could have gone wrong went wrong for Todak. And right now, Monster and Vicious making sure that when they get into these fights, fights. They get Todak to overcommit and focus all of their attention on the situation at hand rather than their base.
Murphy's Law hard at play here. Lots of Vicious, they didn't really need to engage because they know that they have naturally pushing lanes, while Todak, they are the one that's on a timer.
Side gonna get zoned out. Glorious pathway used maybe a bit early. Lord is still like 10 seconds away here. Todak still mounting a defense, but all the waves are pretty close to synced. This could be endgame for MV. They go in, a stun on Yan Lord. Uni gonna get jumped on by the Zaman Force as Ruff backs off. Avatar Cardigan comes in, only hits Nova, so Momo's just gone. Zion Senpoi too far out, gonna get chased down by Martizi as Uni just jumps on in and executes Yan Lord. Chiku and Zion, the only ones remaining in the base, but even they cannot stop the pressure of the monsters and their vicious form.
Ooh, equalizing score 1-1. Blue side looking very, very good for either one of these teams, but I have to admit, Todak put up a much better fight here, even when they are on the back foot.
Definitely showed exactly what Todak is made of,
Hindi talaga
even though they
nilabigay
were
yung
playing from
bird.
behind.
Minions
time
talaga
and time again, I
tatapos ng
suppose. And
laban.
of course, every single
Kaya,
engagement they take, they knew that it would be a gamble, and they always managed to come back in time to do an utmost
Good
best
eve ate na,
defense.
nakikisiyangay muna
It
si
is a law that
Nomi.
eventually ended the game for them, but
Bagwalat
they
pa
don't
kami
really
ni
have
ng
any
Mars.
way to get themselves out.
Lala ng Lord, may
Well,
kasamang
that being
jungle.
said, at least we have a bit of time
Ano
to kind
yun
of
eh,
think about what's happening for this
Battlefield
next game, right? Because again,
update yun eh,
adaptations
hindi
are
naman
going to
permanent
be key, and so
movements.
far between the battle of MV and as well as Todak, in terms of mechanics, it's looking pretty good. But I'm seeing more mistakes coming out of MV in terms of slight blunders that they can recover from compared to Todak. One bad execution, it
Talo
goes
team ni ate
downhill.
Dan at Sir Dan, lakas ni Manny at Clay.
When we are looking at Rob being picked up twice in a row within a very
Talo
short
kami,
span of time,
grabe.
that is definitely something that could have been mitigated. And in fact, MV could very possibly be able to end the game a lot sooner, right? But when it comes down to Todak, I think it really just boils down to the fact that when it comes down to the fact that they just lose team fights because of the greater amount of gold lead that MV have got from the start all the way to the end. So they naturally have got losing lanes, naturally have got waves being pushed in. They are kind of trying to hope that they can get that one big fight and win in that big fight and then possibly just end through the middle lane.
I see. What about
Oh,
you, Stop? Do you
pag-sharon
agree
mo
with the
kami
statement?
ni
Because I mean, even
Nomads.
I can see that, like, 2,000 to 3,000
Tagal
is
nung
still
game,
manageable. Like, I would
21
still roll
minutes
the
na.
dice in a fight.
Yeah, I can see exactly where both of you guys are coming from here because we already mentioned, right, the win con for Todak later on in that game is to try and separate the
Yeah.
members of MV and take them out one by one. But in a similar way to game one,
Kuya Marv,
where
singer
Todak
ka
had really
pala,
bulky
nagla-live
frontliners
ka.
that
Oh,
MV
nagla-live
couldn't
yan si
get through,
Ninong
in
Marv.
this game, MV had really bulky frontliners that took Todak too long to get through themselves because Harry just doesn't quite match up in burst damage to a scaled up Natan.
Well, I think that, honestly, I think that you guys definitely had a couple of angles, but you gotta be brave. It's one of those, like, I jump in with a Matilda, I need the whole team to just land a couple of abilities. Once we're on top of Ruff, we can make something happen. But if it's not Ruff, I mean, I don't think it's worth jumping on Uni for the most part of it.
I'm not too sure about the Zask pick in this case. I don't really quite manage to see too much of an impact coming in from the Zask, especially since the Highlands can very easily just take that damage away.
Kailan tayo sasali sa
Wait, he changed the
MPL?
color of his hair. Hey, wait a minute, when did this happen? I don't
Kataan
remember
ng
this.
Kagura
I
yan.
don't think he's the only player who made his hair green in the break as well.
Oh, goodness.
Okay, so
Siya
this
lang,
is his hair
ibig
before.
ulan.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's how I always envision him. Flawless. Look at it.
Flawless. So wait, so you're telling me that he's now flawed?
Well, I mean, he's 8-2 and 3 right now, so it's like if he was like 8-0 and 5, like I would have been like, yeah, fair enough. fair
Yeah.
enough.
Okay.
Can we please talk about this wishing lantern here coming up for the side of Ruff? Should this
Siya
have been
lang,
the
oo
go-to
no,
item?
nakabishing
I
na.
guess it's good when it
magic
comes down to
damage
poking.
nga
Yes,
pala
there
siya.
are a couple of tanky frontliners from the side of Todak, but could it have just gone for just, you know, I don't know, immortality? Like, you know, sort of the usual stuff?
It could possibly save his life many times, actually. Win the crown, all of these.
Even,
sounds great.
even a winter crown.
Yeah.
I'm like down for that as well. What about you, Stafa? Any thoughts?
I mean, is usually better to go for some utility, right? Winter Crown, for example, would save him if Zayed or Momo jumped on it when he wasn't expecting it. But Wishing Lantern is probably one of the reasons why Momo exploded so quickly every time the Avatar the Guardian came in as well. So if Ruff knows how to position himself to not get caught, which I'm sure he learned that lesson the hardest way possible, then why not, right?
No, I think that's a fair point. I don't know. I think that right now, when it comes down to magical items like this, like you want to have an Athena shield, you want to have radiant armor, and even
Magic
it feels
damage
so
si
bad
Nathan.
that Momo's
Counter
been
niya si
stacking up
Gatot,
the stun
kaya
about
na
this
siya
entire
target
game,
ni
and still
Gatot.
pretty much getting
Yan
one
yan.
shot by Ruff anyways.
It's just so much damage that a Natan can just deliver. I mean, I'm not too sure if whether most of those work actually came from the Wishing Lantern. I would like to believe it is, but in the end of the day, Natan just skills incredibly well. Mage items just skills incredibly well as well. So it really just makes it to the point whereby Natan, late game beast, if you don't shut him down, you're gone.
I think that's something that maybe Kuja needs to start thinking about in this next upcoming game, right? Again, I would only imagine that Todak is going to get blue side once more. I feel like even when Uni is going pretty hard this game, doesn't feel like your usual oppressive Suyo player.
Yeah, I can see what you mean there. And I think that's fine because Uni doesn't need to be in that position here. Because trying to go over aggressive to start fights and force things is exactly how MV lost game number 1. This is a more structured approach, and since they have Hylos and Phobius to take the front line more easily, MV have more time to think about what they need to do.
I would say that Ruff definitely did manage to be the compensating factor.
Yeah,
Side is
next
100% win rate so far for both of these teams. Wait, transaction successful. This is your order confirmation ticket.
Ooh, for
Did
M6?
I buy a ticket
No
to
way.
M6?
Wow,
Right
sana
now, hey, why
all.
not?
Lapit naman ng flex.
I got. Luckily, it doesn't tell what seats he has, or better yet,
Just snag it right back.
Yeah, snag it right back. Or better yet, the quality of those seats. Because if he got a mythic one, I would be very impressed because those sold out within the first 5 minutes of its launch.
5 minutes.
It could be a screenshot as well.
Oh, that's also a
That's
good
a
point.
possibility.
That's a good call. That's a good call. All right, let's jump into this. Todak on blue side, MV on red side. As usual, we see the Hayabusa ban coming in from Todak. I don't think Kuja is really going to change his pattern too much. We see the Fanny, as expected. MV, they're going to get rid of the chip. Real question is whether or not they're going to ban out Suyo early on and maybe focus more into Ling.
I mean, they did manage to pilot the Suyo to
May nakapag-chip kaya dito sa Malaysia. O kaya sa ibang MPL.
Time and time again. So they know the priority and they also know the value that Suyo is able to bring onto their side. So are they willing to just kind of give it away to Todak? But the question is, Todak did manage to play on the blue side. They didn't prioritize onto the
Ngayon ka
Suyo,
pa
but
lang
in fact, they
magdi-dinner
prioritized
ate. Grabe
onto
ka
the
naman.
Jusin.
So
Eat
let's see, because
well.
Todak,
Ay,
the last
kinukuha
time we
yung
saw it,
ano,
they banned out
Ibos
Jushin,
ba
but that's when they
yun?
were on that red side, right? So coming into blue
Ano
side,
po
I
niya?
don't think they're going to touch it. They might even just ban out the Yves like they did in game number 1, and then give the question over to MV.
Oo
What
nga.
you gonna do?
Ebos.
This guy is spending a
Ebos,
lot of
Ibos.
diamonds right now.
He's still going.
He
still
wants
going.
that recall.
Ay, ayaw na niya! Akala namin
Hey, look, he's just like, don't worry, let me just recharge
Hindi
it
ako
next game. That's when I hit
nakapag-RG
it.
maghapon na fake news ako ng kapitbahay namin mawawalan daw ulit ng power.
In the game number 1,
Okay
and right
lang
now
yan.
Jusin is still not in the banning pool just yet.
Nakapaglaro
in fact,
ba kayo?
for MV,
Di pa ako
Matisse
nakapag-brawl.
himself,
Hala, nawala yung
they
mic.
do have a lot of priority onto the Jusin for Matisse himself.
Hi,
So
ate.
if Todak don't pick up the that Jusin right now, I'm pretty sure the MV will stack that for themselves.
Oh yeah, for sure. But Jushin is, I mean, when you have Suyo still available in the pool, I would say that at least for Kuja's mindset, his priority is Jushin is a good way to deal with Suyo, so therefore she is more important.
Yeah.
So do we pilot, or rather, do we pivot away from the Suyo? Considering that MV dealt with a Jusin as a Suyo, didn't really go so well. So do they want to bring in some other junglers? Because Nolan, at least for MPL SG, we don't see them all that much. We are looking more at Hayabusa, we're looking Fanny, and Ling, especially Ling.
All right, now that's an interesting point here because I feel like if MV decide to play Ling, it's gonna be really hard to play into Suyo. So, actually, wow, this is a different take. MV decide, you know what? We're not gonna take Suyo. We're gonna go straight into the Nolan and pick up Hylos.
They already felt what happened when Todak forced them into the Suyo in game 1. So they're
kinuha
going
lang
to
yung
risk
Suyo.
it since Nolan can match Suyo somewhat in farming. But it is risky to give Todak all of these power picks.
This is kind of back to that Hylos plus Zask kind of issue. If I pick the Hylos, then you have to pick the Zask. Because you wouldn't want me to have both the Hylos and both
Sumali
the
lang
Zask.
kami
You
ni
pick the
Vigo
Zask into
kanina
my
sa
Hylos, you're putting
custom
yourself at disadvantage,
tour
but at
na
least it's
mod.
better than giving me the Zask. This is kind of like the same thing, whereby I pick the Chusin, I'll give the
May
ball down
ibang
in your
kausap ba
court.
si
Do you
Ate?
want the Suyo? If you don't want it, we'll take it.
Oh man, this one's really tough here. I don't know. I feel like MV is kind of in a do if you don't, damned if you do if
damned if you don't.
situation. If they go for Khalid here, it feels like it's a good idea, but at the same time, there's just too many ways to actually break him out of it. They're going to go with their late game insurance policy in Natan. I think that's totally fine, but we'll see whether Ruff's performance is going to get better over time as we head into the second portion of the ban phase.
SK.
MV is at a huge
Sorry,
disadvantage
na kasi
already.
kanina akala ko
Yeah, but I think they're making the most out
Akala
of
ko
what
may
they have.
nireplyan
Having
ka,
Nolan
tas
and
hindi ko
Natan is going to
nakita.
give them a lot of backup plans if Todak does start
Masaya
going
talaga
ham
yan,
with
guys.
the
Ganito
Zusin
yung na-experience
Suyo
yun dun
combo.
sa tour
And I think if
na.
they can top up the Hylos with another frontliner, then they can
O,
actually
hindi ko
deal
daw
with
talaga
Todak
kaya
somewhat
magkaroon
well.
ng access dun.
Another frontliner. I mean, so far,
Hindi na rin maintindihan yung flex.
Gatot is currently being held as a flex. MV shows off whether or not Hylos is that flex pick for the support section. It's not too bad, but for EXP is where things are going to get weird. And I think that MV need to understand that, hey, if they show this too early on, it could pose a lot of trouble. Like, I'm thinking Terizla, for an example, as a good means to slow down the aggression and a solid engage tool that that pairs well with Hylos.
So what exactly do MV want out of their EXP laner, right? Because with the Gato on the opposite side, you kind of just want to pick up something like back at it again, right? Khalid as well as Phobias, they all perform fairly well in the lane, and of course they have at least for the Khalid,
Ganda ng
a great
effects
amount
ng
of ability
Atlas
just
at
so that you'll be
Ruby.
able to come in with your roaming trio to kind of play that very
May
decisive
collector
game
Ruby
of
ba
just
ako?
jumping onto Todak, which we have seen
Parang
in game
wala
number
ako
1.
nung kay Ruby.
I mean, if you want to hear like a wild pick that I think MV could
Sure
utilize
can.
pretty well, I think Diggy is a very funny option here, mainly because you can run in and out of these fights, and as well as a guaranteed insurance policy to disengage from bad ones.
Yeah, Diggy is one of those heroes. Everyone hates playing against Diggy because it just denies so much CC, but it would also take away a big bunch of MV's potential presence.
Uy,
They go
lalaro ako
for the
guys.
Zask. I'm not the
Lalaro ulit
biggest
ako
fan of
guys.
that.
Yeah,
Ayaw
I'm
nila
not the
sa
biggest fan of
Zask,
Zask as well, but I mean, MV seems to
Si
believe that
kalaban
it's
ko
very
naman
easy
si
to
Tito
kinda
Da
walk
ngayon.
together and truly utilize it, and also Zask is a really good means to an end to peel for Natan.
This is the same thing again, like game number 2, whereby they don't really
Ruby.
prioritize too much on crowd control at all. In fact, what they have, at least when it comes down to dominating the descent,
meron
we
pala
have got
akong Ruby
firepower
collector.
right as where we stand. We've got Natan as well. We've got Nolan. They can just kind of slide in and deal with your backlines. At least for me, MV isn't too bothered about the fact that Todak can just run them down like that. MV just wants to
Hindi
have
kasi
that
lahat
kind of
kinuha ko
firepower,
na
stand where I
collector kasi
am and
wala akong
stop you
Darius
from wanting to
dati.
get close just because
Or
we're really
sinisave
careful.
ko lang yung
I
Darius
knew
ko.
it! They have been watching the other regions, yep. They pick up Irithel. This is going to be
Naku,
an
kalaban
interesting
mo
late
si
matchup.
Idol
At the very
Ed at
least,
Sir.
you guys, he should be okay against this
Yeah,
Natan.
si
Irithel. It is a
Jushin.
skill matchup, generally slightly favored into Irithel.
Oo, maganda effects
Yeah, a
ng
skilled
collector
Irithel
niyan.
player is going to actually be able to win lane
Ruby.
against Natan straight
Pero
up.
parang
So
mas
if you guys can
maangas
use
yung
that, it'll be
aspirants.
great. Plus, the mobility of
Aspirants.
Irithel will
Oh,
allow him
meron
to
din
get
akong
out of things
collector
like the
ni
glorious
Atlas.
pathway and
Nag-skip
dominate
ako
this
dun
descent
eh.
more easily.
Sa
But the hero
pagkakatanda
will
ko.
need some time to
Sino ba
really
next
come online.
collector?
Oh, the goes
Parang
for
nakita ko
Phobius.
next collector,
Man, I don't know.
ano.
MV really doubling down on this dive composition.
Ah.
Trying to get, I mean, I'm actually liking
nakalimutan
Todak's
ko.
top way more. I think the toolbox is more well equipped. Good disengage, good disruptors. More importantly, just great peel for this Irithel. So unless Chico guys makes a significant mistake,
December
I don't
yung
see it
next
actually
collector
working out.
ata
Or,
eh.
better yet,
Parang
I don't think that MV
wala
can
sa
actually make it
November
to
kasi
the
yung
15th
double
minute of
11.
this game.
This is gonna be real tough for MV. I mean, considering that Todak, they are pretty darn strong. They have the Suyo, and of course, Irithel just absolutely rats on top of Nathan. That's tough.
It's tough, but I think one thing is for sure, looking at these drafts, this is going to be
Panis may connector
another
ni
match
Atlas
full
Ruby.
of
Ate ko na
brawls and battles. The land of Dawn shall be filled with bloodshed as
Pasensya
both Todak and Monster Vicious look eager to cement themselves an advantage
Arlot-
in this best of
Arlot
5
sa ano,
series.
Game number
December.
3 now underway. Land of
Connector
Dawn
ni
is
Arlot.
open
Pero
and
syempre,
online,
hindi
and
pa
both
naman sure
junglers
yan.
ready to take
Uy,
their
Xavier
buffs.
sa
Looks like Todak
December,
on the blue
guys.
side. Zayed will be
Xavier
taking his own
Starlight, I
purple with
mean.
Envy on the red side as Uni will take his own
Tapos si
purple. So
Arnold
they're-
Starlight ni Vin sa
actually,
December
this is a bit of a
30.
change. It does mean that they're not going to end up on the same
Dinulo
side of
talaga,
the
oh.
map. It looks like Zayed wants to end up towards the bottom.
Akala ko mga November
Zion
lang
wanting
yung
to end up
annual
in bottom. Okay,
Starlight.
so this is definitely
Anyways,
what we'll want to see. Maybe
game muna.
pincering onto whoever that wants to kind of assist down on the EXP lane. But one thing's for sure, I can understand
Manahimik
that
ka
MB
dyan.
wants to end up in the gold lane because of the fact that Natan is very likely going to be super pressured by that Irithel. But looking at how they are standing, they're
Di
both
ka nanalo saan.
safe.
Yeah, they're both kind of safe, and I think that Chiku guys was anticipating a lot of pressure from the side of Monster Vicious. He's not taking Master Assassin. He's not looking to win this lane against the Natan. He just wants the scale, and once he gets maybe his first item,
Kinuha farm.
look for an opportunity to turn it around on Rough. With that being said, right, again, 4 tenacities from the side of Todak.
Tenacity gonna be important here as we see Zayed
Kinakabahan ako sa
you know,
ano.
actually gets cancelled
Yung-
from that Phobia skill too, so really well timed by the
11 skin ni Nolan,
Good stuff for now.
guys.
As you can see, even with
Magkakataskin
Uni, he's
sigurado.
already transversed from top side, stole away the River Crab, all the way back down to the bottom side, looking to clash against Zayed.
2v2, gonna be 3v2 soon as Uni comes on in to make sure that Nova and Xeno can get the EXP they need to hit level 4 by
Wala
that
pa
first
namang
turtle.
result ata
Slowly but
ate.
surely, I would say that MV, they do manage to put themselves right on the map pretty
Yung mga
darn nicely. And of
winners
course, even
yata
managing
na
to throw Todak out of
ina-announce
that
nila,
pixel
hindi
push.
pa tayo kasali nun.
MV moving on to the middle lanes, and eventually they would want to take control of the turtle. Just kind of shove the waves as much as possible, but we don't really quite have Nova Escobar to just kind of clear out the middle lanes instead.
This is really interesting because Monster Vicious is actually doing. Oh, hold on.
You know, in trouble. He's already been picked up by Zion Senpo. He has to use his ult to
Ay,
get away, but
nabuhat.
Momo is just sticking on top of him. He finally will flicker out. But with Flicker and Revitalize both gone, 2 battle spells not available for MV.
The fight isn't even over yet, right? Now it's going to be the turtle dance between Todak as well as Monster Vicious. This whole time, Zayed was actually able to catch up against Uni.
Dapat
Yanlo gets the taunt
revitalize
onto
talaga
Uni.
sa
Can he
kanila.
get it in time? No, Zion with the first blood. Oh, but Uni still actually secures the turtle on top of it. But now with that final slash,
Grabe.
knocking Monster Vicious back.
Nabubuhat-buhat
going to be
si,
traded
ano,
away
si
for
Hylos.
Nova Escobar. As you know, getting severed by Zayed, who's chasing down Martizi and flourishing another battle spell.
And that's how you play Suyo. These long, drawn-out fights, more rotations of spells. Zayed just getting mega value there. Although I will say, oh wait, hold on.
55 at
Oh.
56.
So careful, Ruff. Has to use his ult.
Hindi ko pa
This is
nakita
what we
kasi
mentioned.
masyado
Irithel,
yun.
actually a pretty good matchup against Natan.
Having both the Juicin as well as the Suyo on the side
Akai
of
ba
Todak
yun?
definitely shifts
Mababa
my
din kasi
attention
miss
over
ko
to
eh.
Todak. They are definitely going to be
Wait
real
lang.
happy when it comes down to all of these team fights. You can definitely slow down this high loss to a crazy extent.
Glorious pathway onto Chiku, guys. Can he get away? He's wobbing and weaving, but it's not quite enough. Uni finishes off the goal lane.
Yeah, but now there's going to be an invasion. We're going to see them go straight for this purple buff to maybe slow down the aggression coming in from Monster Vicious. Oh,
Final
Martizi.
slash onto Martizi, feeds him into Zayed, but he has dominated the sense, so he gets a flicker forward. Skill 2 knocks up 2, and Zayed is trapped under the Zaz summon. Momo cannot save him, but they will trade for a kill on Ruff in the top lane.
Was that worth it though? I don't know. It feels, I want to say that it's worth it for Todak, but at the same time, it's pretty even. At the end of it, still, Uni doesn't have his purple buff, so I gotta give it to Todak.
I still think that is pretty okay, considering the fact that you would
Hindi ko
want
din
Chiku
sure,
to kind of
ate.
scale pretty
ML
hard,
naman
right?
yun.
And if they're able to get Rav down, then you're kind of making things a little bit easier for Chiku. Just kind of take down some of these defense
hirap
plating,
pala
give him a
nito.
little bit more, go funnel it all in as much as possible, and hopefully you'll be able to get Chiku out of his lane and really just help out with the team even better. Because when it comes down to MV, they definitely do have got pretty good skilling all across the game, early, mid, and late. And getting Chiku out of his lane and being in the fight is definitely a lot valuable.
Turtle plays out here.
Finds Yanlord in the brush. Martizi actually taking a lot of damage. Dominator's Ascent used very early on, but Zayed just way too deep and left by his lonesome. He's taken out. Turtle will easily be skirt by Uni, and the final slash only lands on Novak's Kobar. Yanlord, Momo, Zayim, they just have to get away.
The hell was that? What? They just kind of left Zayed there and he just took it. Like, what? Huh?
Todak actually lost two turtles. I mean, for the first turtle, I really thought that Zayed wouldn't be able to get the turtle, but the second one being very deep in and being kind of caught up by MV, definitely not respect.
Final slash into taunt on Zeno. He flickers out the safety.
Meron
not able to get the top tower, and Ruff also needs to use his ult to get away from Chiku, guys. Glorious pathway just to make sure that Todak cannot follow.
The hell? I don't understand. What is happening right now? I mean, the topside sequence is already really weird. Why are you trying to like proxy the wave against Momo and Chiku guys? But you know, Chiku guys already has the Haas Claw, so his wave clear is decent. He's got explosive crossbow as well, so like I don't see why these decisions are being made. It feels like Monster Fishes right now are on autopilot. Oh my god!
It's a fight. 1v1. Both will disengage because they are getting dangerously low.
Oh, very dangerous. Very dangerous.
Oh wait, hold on. They re-engaged.
What?
Goes back in on the Uni. He knows he doesn't have energy. There's no purple. Oh! Chases him down and gets the kill under the tower.
Oh my goodness, it's not over!
Top lane, Avatar the Guardian. Ruff able to jump away from it as Zion Senpai uses his ult to chase him though. Momo will be traded, but they get Ruff in return, and that is worth it every time. But Yanlord now left alone, killing spree from Arteezy. Zion Senpai, what road are you using to go home?
Why did he kite back into Monster Vicious? There was the glyph. Just take the Cyclone Eye. What? Even so, Todak are still winning in terms of objectives. They were able to pick up a mid-tier 1, which is a very big resource here, because now that Todak is picking up a lot of steam onto Monster Vicious, this next turtle, whether they take it or not, doesn't matter. They are going to make it to the late game.
You kind of can honestly feel as though both teams are kind of like playing things a little bit blind, whereby they want to go for a 4-1 split push, but they are not really sure exactly where these fast-roaming junglers really are, which is why we decided, which is why we saw both Uni as well as Zayed just kind of like brawling it out, ego rushing down to the bottom lane, because they want to have the priority in the bottom lane, they want to split.
Glorious pathway used already, maybe a bit too early as Yanlord is on top of Ruff and buying space away from the rest of his team. Zeno on top of Zayed, Chiku guys jumps in, blows up Ruff instantly, somehow Zyme Boy steals the turtle, and now Uni also caught out by himself. Avatar the Guardian to cut off Novak Kobar, but Yanlord, he's just waiting for the rest of his team to get by. Unfortunately, sacrifices his life for it for some reason, as things are just getting scrappier and scrappier. Chiku guys, he sees Nova, is he gonna chase him down? Yes! Shut down for the Aerodel! Shut down for the Arlet! Monster Vicious are falling apart!
2,000 gold lead for Todak so far. It seems like they can do no wrong despite dropping 2 turtles. Doesn't matter. This is where we expect Todak to be at their strongest, and even a Clock of Destiny completed for Zyme Senpai.
With all the T1s taken down, Todak definitely do have got a lot more avenue to just kind of move their way into Monster's Vicious territory, and hopefully we'll be able to kind of shove them away from the T2s eventually. With the Lord is currently available in under 65 seconds from now, I'm pretty sure that Todak, they would want to continue playing based on what they have done before, but they still gotta have to be real careful. Even though that they are a 3,000 goal lead, MV, they still have got one of the biggest problem, and that is the scaling of Ruff, which would eventually come in pretty nicely.
Yeah, and I think at this point, even looking at the eye, interesting. What is Ruff trying to go for here? He has components to give him some form of spell vamp.
Ouch! Silent Senpai almost blown up. Still has his ult though. That's actually cancelled! But it'll still come out in time. Glorious pathway gonna be used. Zeno immediately blows up. But beautiful final slash from Momo! Just completely corrals Monster Vicious into their own purple buff. Only 2 survivors make that 1 double kill for Chiku guys, as Todak just sweeps Monster Vicious off of their feet.
Holy shield gonna be blown. Don't tell me they lose an inhibitor for this. You got this, Nova. That's all you gotta do.
Big
Prod,
final slash.
Prod, you know what we want. Give us Give it to us, Zipper. Give us the replay. We have to see that one more time. He gets canceled, and he waits for patiently, and then gets a four-man final slash. You don't see that very often.
Momo is a pillar of Todak for a reason. Monster Vicious let their guard down. They canceled the final slash. They thought they didn't have to worry about it anymore. And then they walked right into the trap.
Deadly, so very, very deadly here. Let's look at
There we go.
gameplay. Thank you, Zipper. Let's have a look at this one more time. Oh, this is just after it. Oh no, it happened too fast. Blink and you missed it. But this is what we're looking for, right? Sweep across, corral everybody, and then let Chiku guys sneak into that back line. And Ruff, he cannot afford to make another mistake. He's already 1-4-3. He's super slow on the item pickup so far. And Chiku guys, even opting to make...
Oh, not again! How did he know? Because he knows! Uni just barely escaping. But this is leaving an impact. 7k gold lead for Todak. Lord pushing in mid. Avatar the Guardian zones out. Monster Vicious actually catches Martizi. They take the mid inhibitor. Yanlord still alive. He gets the taunt as well. Pulls Uni into his team. Monster Vicious don't know what to do.
Jeez, they can't even walk up. Unless Zeno walks up, I don't think anybody else can. Maybe, it's tough to say. Maybe the little sentry coming out from Martizi, like there's so little he can do. Chico guys just blows that up so fast.
It's kind of tough, right? I mean, with Martizi, he's just gonna zone in on one person, but who exactly is he gonna go for?
Momo flickers back with final slash. Ruff is gone. Zeno as well. Double kill for Yetlord somehow. But Monster Vicious, Uni just respawned. They've lost their top inhibitor. Nova Explorer trying to run away, but Avatar the Guardian cuts him off. And Martizi gets the shutdown. They'll get a mega kill in return. Immortality popped on Momo. He is still alive. Still 4 members of Todak in the base of Monster Vicious. Martizi, can he hold? Uni jumps in, gets the kill. Zion going too far. Shut down by Martizi. But Chiku's on the crystal. He's unstoppable. Another. And they wipe out Monster Vicious and take game number 3.
2-1 so far. Todak pushing it up to match point. MB have to figure something out. That game, they got absolutely rolled. They got destroyed.
Convincing game all across the board from Todak. Even when it comes down to the game number 1, they knew what they wanted to do and they just went straight for it. MV, they definitely struggled throughout all 3 games. Game number 2 is the only one they managed to get 1 point for themselves. But now, well, moving into match point, MV, they've got a lot of things to iron out, man.
Yeah, I don't know. It's not looking good for MV. They really didn't look great in that game. A lot of blunders, a lot of just missed mechanics, and even so, I think that they kind of went on autopilot a couple of those moments as well.
It's gonna come to the point whereby there is also a little bit of what can I say? They just zone in too deep in, especially when it comes down to the final fight where
5 games sila guys, naka-game 5 sila kanina.
Dolan, Uni just assumed that yes, he's used his taunt, but he didn't. He didn't at all. He was waiting for the right time, and perhaps he even had the foresight that he knew that he's going to be waiting for Uni to come in.
Yeah, and you can see right behind us, the Todak audience, they are loving the moments right now. Guys, don't forget, our PCU milestone has just been hit. Previous seasons are easy to break. We're all currently catching up to the MPL MY Season 10, which we had 232K as our peak viewership. We're looking to break 631,000 overall, and maybe if we're lucky, we break into the 850s.
Hey, look, 200K, that's rookie numbers for MPL MY, right? We'll be able to go all the way to 750K for sure.
I don't know. MPL ID was like 3.9 mil, so like, that was their PCU. So as you can tell, we want to try and catch up. If we can make it a mil, I'd be very impressed. But let's step by step, step by step.
It's a process.
It's a process. That's the best way to put it. But man, I think there needs to be some adjustments for MV because they didn't feel like they were playing like themselves this time around.
Yeah, I think Todak were able to adjust this time to what Monster Vicious were trying to do. And we got to see some peak performance from the players as well. I think Momo and Yanlord were really popping off this game. And Chiku got a great counter pick to deal with a lot of what Monster Vicious had. So it was an uphill battle from the beginning.
Honestly, it just kind of felt as though... Oh!
Parang dami makukuha highlights dito sa game na to.
He was so patient. He's so friggin' patient with it as well. Like, he waited so long. He could have just like let it rip immediately after it was like canceled the first time, but he knew he could catch more. Well played for the MVP of the game, Chiku, guys. Strong Irithel, one of his signature picks.
I'm sorry, man, but in my heart is Momo.
Is Momo?
But my heart is Momo.
You're just an EXP later.
Exactly.
It's bleeding out of you.
Honestly, I can get behind that.
Come on! Chico played a good game. He had a strong laning phase. He was able to blow up the main win condition from the side of MP 3 times, not just 2, 3 times in a row, and still kept himself alive, even despite not being that great against assassins.
I mean, Chiku, this guy is quite literally the pillar for Todak. I mean, in all the previous seasons, it's quite literally a Todak playing around Chiku, guys. But now Chiku have got a Todak that knows how to play the game like as good as he does. So now it's really just Todak is Todak. It's no longer Todak is Chiku, guys.
I can take that. I think that's a fair assessment overall.
Pretty much, Todak's legacy manifests in Chiku, guys. He is the one who prolongs it. He is the Todak aura now. He is the Langar man himself. Always being able to pull out picks when you least expect it, right? The Irithel, the Lunox, all heroes that Chiku really popularized around here. And he still got it.
517.
Oh man, I will say that the Zymus Senpai's that one death, really weird pathing on his part overall.
Yeah. I can't remember what happened there, actually.
Well, let's not talk about that too much. It's more important.
He picked the wrong route on his navigation system.
Autopathing.
His Google Maps was recalculating. It's just like, where do I go? But still, when we look at the emblems here, a couple of things that are a bit of a standout to me is the fact that nobody's really trying to greed out too hard, right? I get it for Yanlord, he's going to go for the tenacity and the vitality. Makes sense. But even for Zymus Senpai, I was expecting to see like Wilderness Blessing, for an example, and even Chiku guys to take Master Assassin.
You would think so, right? But one thing we have to note is that MV really doesn't have consistent lockdown, right? Reliable lockdown.
Yes.
They only really have high-lows, and he's not usually going to be on top of the Irithel. Because of this, Chiku guys is comfortable to go sprint, even though nowadays Irithel is basically forced to go Purify. If you add Quantum Charge on top of that, he just becomes a one-man army.
I mean, in the most realistic sense of them going up into a 5v5 team fight, I honestly can't exactly imagine how MV would want to stop the Langa part of Todak, right? With only a single point stun from the side of this high loss, and for Martizi, a single stun with a beam as well. And that's pretty much all, right? Yeah, that's pretty much all from everyone from MV. So it kind of didn't surprise me all that much that if Yanlord would just come to jump in, or if Momo even lands a final slash, MV will have no choice but to start running away instead of just holding the ground and just stop Todak right as where it's moved.
Well, I mean, like, let's not forget about some of the other forms of crowd control that they have. They had Zeno able to knock people up. They had Ruff who's able to displace people, but
ID, they're definitely lower than MPL MY. But looking at today's
Game 4,
we only seen one jump out of 3.
That's the thing. I thought that maybe Cho was going to be higher up on the list in comparison to High Loss, especially since we've seen both Zeno and as well as Momo get their hands on the Cho before in the regular season, and I would like to see them kind of do it again. But I know we're not like MPL PH, where even when we're talking about like some of the top EXP laners like Sanford, you give him Cho, like he will make something happen. Yeah, they've got the mechanics to do so, and I feel like these teams feel right now, especially in playoffs, with M6 qualifiers on the line, and the fact that we're not in the upper brackets just yet, we're still in play-ins, let's not risk it just yet.
Okay, so now with that all said and done, we jump into game number 4 of the drafting with MV onto the blue side and of course Todak onto the red side. It has been a common thing whereby we said before, blue side equals to win. But of course, maybe, just maybe, Todak might be able to kind of break that blessing of the blue side.
I mean, I want to see what Kuja's ideas are going to be, because right now, Harun as well as Kuja both have a similar drafting style where they want to keep their players comfortable, but most importantly, they also don't want to tweak their draft too hard. We haven't seen a complete 360 of it just yet. Same drafting pattern since game number 1 all the way up here to game number 4.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen some variation in the way that the teams are approaching the Suyo pick in game number 3, and we tried to challenge it by going for the Nolan so that they wouldn't have to deal with Suyo versus Zusin. Unfortunately, it didn't quite work out because he's still a very difficult hero to handle. Now that they're on blue side, will we get to see the first pick Suyo again?
I don't know about this one. I feel like MV they really need to think about this. The Zosk initially was dealing a lot. Like, Martisi is doing a good amount of damage with this Zosk, but unfortunately, it's not benefiting the entire team because he can only target one person at a time.
Fair. I do really want to see more of a team-wide kind of hero that really helps them out, right? Jusin is out, Suyo is in.
It's got to be Suyo at this point.
It's got to be, right? They managed to make it work once on blue side, especially. And Jusin's out too. I mean,
it has to be.
It has to be.
I can't see any other reason why they would want to leak out the Suyo here.
All right, now this is where it gets big for Todak, right? I want to see what their opener is going to be for this red side against Suyo, because now previously they had access to Jushin. They usually have access to Gatot. I'm imagining that they do want to go for the Gatot once more to try and punish Suyo if he goes a little too far. But what are they going to pair it with? It looks like it's going to be Vexana.
Oh, okay. Having the on-demand Terrify is going to be very useful, especially if you can time it correctly to stop Suyo from advancing on you. But it's a difficult timing to hit, especially in the chaos of battle.
Man. Right now, I think that a lot of people, especially, I kind of wish, as much as Gatot's Avatar of the Guardian has like a really big radius, when there's a lot of particles and a lot of elements on the map,
you can't see stuff.
You kind of can't see it, which is, I know that Ruff definitely died to it one time because of that, but their response, Tigreal, Aurora.
It was the variation. Tigreal has been being banned by Todak in the second phase every single game. So this time, Nova's like, enough is enough. I want to play Tigreal. Give it to me in the first phase.
What's the answer to this then for the side of Todak? Or perhaps they just want to figure out their main core team first. I mean, Natan is currently still available, and I think that they did manage to kind of prioritize Natan in one of the few games. In fact, for I think MV, they themselves also loved Natan. I think it's still relatively safe to kind of go for it.
Looks like it's going to be the Lancelot instead. Talk about CC, talk about damage. Let's talk about iframes, because this is one of the few picks that I'm excited to see coming in from Zayat, and I want to see him play it into Suyo specifically, because this is very much a skill matchup. If you dodge that Soul Sever, all of a sudden Suyo just drops down in terms of number value.
Fair. That's definitely one of the main things that you want to see in terms of bruising or executing, right? And Lancelot, the master of iframes, and in fact, the iframe is quite a bit amount as well.
Exactly. So here's the thing. I think that, especially if I'm in Yuri's head, right? If I'm playing Suyo up against this Lancelot, I gotta make sure that I'm able to time my abilities, right? And most importantly, get into the immortal form when he tries to go for a Thorn Rose or even a Puncture, because it has damage reduction. Considering that Lancelot, he does need the farm, but has pretty high base damage once he is at max stacks. That's maybe something that Yuri could look to punish.
One thing as a Lancelot, right? I'm just kind of thinking, if as a Suyo, if you go for the Immortal S1 and you want to land the stun onto the Lancelot.
Oh, that's not happening.
You would definitely want to iframe that, right? But the moment you kind of come out of your Thorn Rose, you're kind of susceptible to the Soul Sever, isn't it?
Or better yet, just use the Puncture to get out of there, right? As long as you are near a minion or a wave, you have mobility, right? Unless you're like caught in the middle of an island, then I guess you just try and ult away and pray for the best.
One thing is to give context to people who may be a bit more confused about the Lancelot pick, since this is not common. This is a pocket pick for Zayat specifically. He was wrecking havoc with Lancelot when the season first started. Is basically where Prime Zayat came from. But his win rate is only actually 50% on this hero. It started dropping off in effectiveness the later in the season went, and more teams started figuring it out. So while we love to see it, This is going to be a true test of his capabilities.
Dude, Kuja,
Wow.
he's too smart. He's too smart. Banning out the Hilda.
Oh man, I mean, I'm actually kind of surprised, right? I mean, we did manage to see the Hilda from MPL ID. You yourself, we were there in the playoff, 3 times in the grand finals and all. Especially when it comes down to the fact that you're playing as a Lancelot in the jungle, being threatened by a Hilda is no funny thing.
I mean, even to a certain point, Lancelot is eventually going to outscale the Hilda. The Hilda's just really annoying because he disrupts your combo, right? He breaks your flow very easily. And I think now, at least in Kuja's mindset, it's like, okay, now they can't utilize it as an EXP laner to mess with us later down the line, which I think is a great idea because even so, Hilda does pretty well into these like annoying tanks because she can out-sustain them all. So it's about wave clear, it's about priority. I think that Kuja right now just needs to figure out a way to play for high ground with not only Vexana, there might be an argument for Beatrix too.
Beatrix would not be too bad, but looks like Todak are going to lean towards Nathan instead, just to make sure that Ruff won't get his hands on it.
Keep it safe.
He's still a very, very solid Nathan.
I mean, Harif is currently open for the side of MV as well. I don't think that they are too necessarily fixated about even getting a Nathan for themselves. It's definitely great, but with a T-Girl and an Aurora, they would be pretty happy to even have a Harif onto their side. And perhaps when it comes down to the next EXP laner, Phoveus is still open. They can definitely dip that.
They could go for the Phoveus. I think that would be totally fine. I think even Irithel should be taken into consideration here.
Irithel's banned though. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's banned out by MV.
By MV themselves.
Okay, bit of a bummer. Bit of a bummer there.
It would have been nice when it comes down to the heavy crossbow.
It would have been. Oh, okay. All right.
Fair.
All right. So now MV have kind of pivoted their composition to just be wombo combo oriented.
Early pop-off too.
Early pop-off as well. I think that in terms of item power spikes, it actually coincides very well. Khalid gets his first item, Beatrix gets their first item. They're ready to fight. Same goes for Suyo.
Well, now Todak ideally needs a hero that can keep Khalid in lane, because if Zeno is able to win level 1 and unlock himself, he can actually be the hero that disrupts Lancelot in the jungle, the same way that a Hilda would.
Honestly, I know that this is kind of a hard wish, but I want to see my tank meta coming in. At least match up with the Khalid.
Nah. I think Momo would more likely play Arlet again than have to do that, right?
I mean, yeah, but you're just gonna be crapped on the lane.
I mean, he gets his hands on the Phoveus. I think this is totally fine and actually works in their favor. The only problem is that if Phoveus does not use his ult to dodge some key abilities from MV, he's going to get gunned down. I don't know whether... I'm curious to see whether Momo is going to take Flicker or Vengeance this time.
I'll personally say that Vengeance will be great. You're probably going to be in the center of attention and you'll be taking quite a bit of shots instead of trying to get yourself out of the game or rather get yourself into a fight.
What do you think about these compositions before we head into the land dawn? He did take Vengeance.
Hey, yep, there we go. That's the Vengeance. I do absolutely love what Todak have, but honestly, MV, Wumba combo, Bunga thing, that's what I want too.
Alright.
MV definitely has the wombo combo draft with the Tigreal Aurora. Todak needs to disrupt the combo. They need to break it. Otherwise, they'll find themselves on the wrong end of the arena. The Land of Dawn opens up for the 4th time today. This could be match point. And it is up to MV to see if they can stop that.
Good luck here. Both competitors are going to start off MV on the blue side. Doesn't look like they're going to go for the early invade. Might need to hold off on that. Todak on the red side. It's going to be a purple start for Rooney and Zayed on the same side of the map. They're going to end up towards, I'm going to assume gold side because Khalid went top. Yes.
Yep.
Exactly what we expected. But this mid lane battle between Yanlord and Zyme Senpai versus Martizi and Nova X Kobar, it has been very, very tense, right? We are now seeing that even the supports don't really leave off the mid lane anymore. They're really struggling to maintain control over it.
Yeah, getting that mid lane priority is very important for both these teams since they want to brawl, they want to invade, they want to get more information. So the center of the map will control a lot of that. And what I was mentioning earlier too, Zeno gonna try and disrupt Zayed.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes down to Lancelot, he definitely do want to get the creep clears as fast as possible, but MV with a very early pop-off. Honestly, I'm not too surprised with Zeno just kind of gonna get all around the place.
Oh, a beautiful catch here by Nova, but revitalized, keeping Yanlord topped up. Uni not quite ready with the finisher.
Nicely played by Yanlord, honestly. That could have been a very dangerous first blood to give on over, especially since Uni, you don't want him to start off with a snowball. With that being said, like Todak, if we're talking about item power spike, I think that Momo, he needs to be left on an island until he starts stacking that Thunderbelt, right? He's got a bit of an EXP lead against Xeno for now, but at this point, I'm more worried for Zayed. He needs a lot of items.
They don't really have they don't really have anything that can really help them win in fights per se. And so far, out of all the 3 games that we've seen before, both Todak and MV, they really like to fight head on. So I'm just very curious how Zayed is going to take control of team fights like this as a Lancelot.
Yeah, it's all about that bobbing and weaving. He's very good at it, but nowadays there's a lot of tools to catch him. Right now, though, a brawl in the turtle pit. Nova gonna push Momo out. Meanwhile, Yanlord versus Uni 1v1. Here comes the Lancelot. Uni gonna be able to secure the turtle away, though, as Yanlord just gonna sacrifice his life to buy time, gives first blood over to Martizi.
Both the junglers did manage to slip themselves away and out of the fight. Uni, of course, getting the total for himself, definitely admirable. But Todak, unfortunately, they definitely tried to contest for it, but understandably, it's kind of tough to kind of outskill against Uni at this point in time.
It is true that it's difficult to outscale him, but I think at this point, right, Monster Fishes have created a 1.1k lead. That's pretty good for them for now. But in terms of EXP, this is where we're expecting that Todak need to calm down a little, right? Momo and Zayed are going to do their thing. Chiku guys even need some time to scale. I think the mid trio is more of a sandbag at this point of time more than they are initiators, which we expect them to be.
Yeah, utility going to be very important nowadays with the importance of allowing your jungle and marksmen to do the damage they need to do. We see Monster Vicious starting to play more aggressively now, invading the jungle since they know they have the lead.
Yep, they would want to do whatever that they can in order to just kind of take away some of these turrets in the early stages. Of course, T1s, they gotta go down soon. But Todak seems like they really wanted to take taste of
Avatar Guardian comes in, but it's right into the implosion. And with that, Yanlord and Zayed are just gone. Chiku tries to blink over the wall to finish off Nova, but he gets caught by the Raging Sandstorm, forcing out the Purify. So he just has to walk home with nothing to gain for it.
Man, Chico's having a rough time. If Martizi cancels that recall, it'll be even worse. They can actually start proxying the wave, to be honest. But Ruff able to at least, you know, he's winning out this lane pretty hard against Chiku guys. And I think, you know, MV are just going to keep pressing the knife deeper into the wound.
I'm kind of torn by the fact that Todak tried to kind of defend their own purple buff, or rather maybe kind of take their own purple buff and kind of move MV away. But Todak, they definitely don't have that great of an early game, but they're trying to go for it anyways.
Yeah, they don't have a great early game, but still, I respect it though. Unless we see Monster Vicious develop truly a 5k goal lead, then I think Todak has something to be worried about. But right now, I think that even for Zayed, Nova Escobar has been making sure that he's got his eyes on Zayed and really man-to-man defense here. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa.
Ooh, Raging Sandstorm, I think, was used there. Yeah, into the brush. Manages to zone out Todak, forcing ult from Chiku as well. Nova and Xeno just zoning him off of the gold lane. Yeah, Lord's in the back line, not able to taunt Ruff. Nice timing with the dash, but at least able to get out without allowing
game
MV to
5 nito mission.
Good thing. Because as soon as Yanlord walks out of that bush, Monster Vicious call off the dive. You don't want to be standing on top of the AOG, especially for the sake of Chiku guys at this point of time. Like, he's only got Feather of Heaven, and now, oh, whoa, okay, Uni is able to tank a good amount of that damage here, but is it? No, they wouldn't, right? They wouldn't.
And we really want a piece of Todak, or perhaps really want to find a way to kind of cripple this Lancelot and not allow him to skill into the mid stages of the game. I really do expect that as well, but seems like Todak, they just want to kind of play it a little bit of a calm and collected manner, which is actually kind of weird to me, because so far in the past 3 games, Todak just kind of went head-to-head against MV, but now completely off on the opposite side.
It does kind of feel that at least MV is taking a very different approach this time around, right? It's not like they're heavy on the combat. It's really very much about the execution. The better you can execute, the better this is going to get. And Uni, he doesn't mind because he's already too... Oh!
Chiku in the back line, 1v1 versus Xeno. Avatar the Guardian landed on Ruff, but he's able to get away since Nova is on top of him as well. 4 members of MV around the bot lane versus 3 of Todak as Xeno. First one to make a move. Momo gonna try and zone out Nova. He doesn't actually have Implosion available. It's still on cooldown, but a nice freeze comes in from the side, catches out Momo. They're trying to buy space. Yanlord and Momo, though, will both be sacrificed, and Chiku just has to escape with his life.
Oh boy. I don't know. I feel like Funny enough, I do feel like Zeno should have maybe flickered forward to try and chase that kill onto Chiku guys, mainly to put Chiku guys even further behind, as Beatrix will have more tempo on top side still. But I think now they can just kind of hold Todak hostage. They don't even need this turtle necessarily.
Yeah, this is a really tough situation now for Todak. We know that they're not that good in the early game, but they also don't want to be too far behind to make sure they still scale. And there's a 5k goal. Ooh, nice ult from Chiku, but it's not going to save him. Raging Sandstorm, unstoppable for Martizi. And MV will be happy with their reward.
MV is just mega oppressive down on the Todak. And honestly, I'm trying to look for like very realistic answers from the side of Todak to kind of flush Monster Vicious away, right? They seem to be really having problems kind of push Monster Vicious away from their jungle, even though most of their T1s were still up and running.
Hopefully that does start to change here, because right now Monster Vicious are kind of running away with this game, right? They're about to hit the 7,000 mark, but they need to break this mid-tier 1 to conveniently walk into Todak's jungle. I think that even for Zayed, right? Now that the side lanes are basically both side lanes have lost, he has no pressure!
That's a flicker into the back line! Zeno with the 3-man catch! No kills, but they get a free tier 1. Zayed actually able to secure his purple buff. In the meantime, Momo 1v4. He's trying to chase down Rough Avatar the Guardian, going to miss. Momo goes down, monster kill to Martizi, as Uni buying time in the backline himself. Chiku going to get traded by Zeno at the same time. 3-0 in favor of MV.
This game is snowballing so fast out of control.
There's so much to digest, and MV, this is what we see from MV, right? When they do win, they kind of win real hard. It's kind of like the previous game where Todak, they won it very convincingly, but that doesn't really seem like there's a lot of pattern per se.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I do think that MV are playing a lot more precautiously in the way that they approach these fights, but they are just winning every single one of them, and now you can see them actually, you know, walking with the momentum and starting to begin the jog before they start really running with it.
Ooh, he's in the brush. Conceal comes out and doesn't do any damage. Oh, no! It is a beautiful masterpiece for Monster Vicious and a tragic piece of art for Todak. Oh, Zayed able to dash out, but Momo somehow trades for Rough. But this is an absolute victory for MV in the bot lane.
God,
that was disgusting.
Oh, that's not even funny anymore.
Zeno coming in even.
Jeez, I was surprised they made that play, but at the very least, it's on really good timing, because now they can start walking up to the Lord for free. 10,000 gold lead. They might just have the checkmate angle right here. They might be able to just win off of this one push. I think MV can even just take their time and farm Todak.
Honestly, back in the hotel room when we had the talk where Husky say 1,000 GPM, or rather 1,000 gold lead per minute, I thought that you guys were just absolutely kidding, but this is way more than 1,000 1,000 per minute. 11k in 9 minutes?
Yes, let's just watch this one more time.
Oh, it's beautiful if you're an MV fan. Terrifying as a Todak fan. They're somehow able to trade for Rough, but 1-4 there is not worth it, especially with the lead MV has.
Yeah, it's not looking good so far, but can they actually protect themselves here? I don't think they have enough items at this point. I think Todak are just too far behind.
Way too far. Like, we have like a raging Lord that's just gonna be trampling down in the middle lane. They are losing all of their holy defense. So what can they realistically do if MV just decides to just go crazy and all ham onto Todak if they wanted to?
I mean, so far their high ground is looking very good with Zyme Senpai as well as Chiku guys alone. I think at this point, I think Monster Vicious should probably look to force a scenario to get an inhibitor turret to increase their odds for the next endgame push.
Send it down to the bottom.
Todak doing a good job at defending so far. Conceal gonna be cancelled. Nova looking for the flicker implosion, but Todak are spacing out very, very well. Even the Bennett's rage gonna be dodged away. So Todak actually still surviving for now. The question is, how long can they hold on to this?
Nasa kabilang team pala si
Around
Sherwin.
for a little bit, just wait. They gotta wait until the next Lord push, right? This is the checkmate angle
Ngayon na
we're
may
talking about. They're gonna
nagting
hit max items
Nababan kasi
before
kanina.
Todak, who are significantly behind. I think this is one of the biggest whopping gold leads we've seen in a while. Look at that, 12,000.
We don't just commonly be able to see two teams that is relatively equal in skill level to have that big of a skill of a gold lead. Like, this is just unimaginable. How do they even get this much goal lead?
I mean, just look at the KDAs, right? Like, Martizi's already like 8 kills, 5 assists. Uni has just been power farming. Zeno, honestly, has been participating in more fights than I would like to believe in. And even Roth, right? He was winning out in the lane early on against Chiku guys, and honestly has never really stopped putting his foot on the gas.
Monster Vicious are just winning out in every point of the map, and Todak unfortunately doesn't have the right draft to deal with it. We questioned this Lancelot, we were happy to see it, but there is a reason this hero just stopped appearing even in Zayed's hands halfway through the season. And now with Suyo joining the roster, it's too difficult.
I don't think he'd be able to 1v5. Not just yet, but even side lane pressure, right? He can't really walk out. He doesn't have that sort of mobility like Hayabusa or Roger or even Ling has when it comes down to just like split pushing. He's good at clearing waves, but running away from people, he really needs a couple of things in his environment to really allow him to be slippery.
But let's not forget about timing as well, right? If MV decides to kind of tackle down onto him at the right time where there won't be any creeps marching in, that is pretty much a defenseless Lancelot.
And now as the game continues to progress, they're just going to make quick mince meat out of this Luminous Lord. And now, here's the end game push. 13,000 worth of gold lead. 14
kills to 1, 13 minutes in. We are witnessing a disemboweling of Todak.
Absolutely under pressure. And Todak literally have got no answer at this point in time where they want to clear the waves as soon as possible. And the best thing is, or rather the worst thing is for them that they can't take any fights whatsoever. They just need to focus on the creeps and only the creeps.
How long can they hold with the Lord coming out and then being 14,000 gold behind? It's gonna take him a long time to deal with it. And this is on top of MV having a Beatrix to just poke the towers from afar.
14k
You can
lead.
see Ruff just slowly chipping away at it. I think at this point, it's just a waiting game. Nah, he's fine.
Okay.
He still has Flicker. He still has plenty of options, and I don't think Momo wants to take him on just yet.
Conceal play from Nova. He's in the base. Todak sees him. It will get broken. Zayed trying to clear the wave, but he's so squishy. He doesn't get caught, but he's not able to stop MV. A Flicker implosion only catches one. Into the Vengeance. Raging Sandstorm jumps into the backline. Doesn't catch anyone, but it's more than enough because MV is just so farmed at this point. Double kill for Ruff. Zayed trying to pull the Lord away. Actually successfully does so, but he goes back on the crystal anyway. Martizi with the legendary. And ladies and gentlemen, our first series of the playoffs will go to a game 5.
Woo! 2-2. How do you like them apples this time, huh?
Hey, I told you, I'm here for the fun ride. I'm here for the fun, okay? 100% win rate on the blue side. If it's all telegraphic, Todak's going blue next.
Oh boy.
I mean, 100% on the blue side. Hopefully somebody needs to figure out red side right now. Because if
May
the
sumpa
story
lagi yung
continues to
red
go in
side
this
daw.
manner, we know for a
Ano
fact that
content.
Todak will eventually take that game. So hopefully it's going to be enough. Hopefully Coach Arun as well as Sora Bayern have something in their back sleeve for red side.
What's the answer? That's the question. We've got we've got both of these two teams, right? MV and Todak. They're trying their absolute best on the red side. Every single one of these games were actually quite a decisive victory, except for game number 2, where Todak actually held it all the way to 19 minutes. So if anything, Todak's the only one that have an idea of red side. But unfortunately for MV, they
Happy
are
birthday,
red next.
Ate Kleng!
The turn order may not. I mean, I really
Hindi
hope that
talaga
this just
ma-
doesn't come down
sa
to
loob ng
MV or Todak lost because we didn't win the coin toss.
Yeah, I would not appreciate that as well. I think
Follow
Todak
agad yung
definitely lost the
MV, no?
draft though in total. MV switched things up, got the Suyo, got Tigreal as well. We're really seeing why this hero was being banned out every single game before. So good at catching the opponents. And the Lancelot, it was an ego pick. It was a test. It was a trial of Prime Zion.
Ito talaga eh, grabe
But when
oh.
the enemy team can do this,
Yeah, at this point in time, you kind of lose all your morale as Todak. I'm pretty sure you just, okay, GG, go next, 14, 15k goal lead. Yeah. what can we realistically be able to do?
Yeah, I don't know. This game is one of those, like, I wish a game like this happened at the very beginning of the series, because then Todak could be like, oh yeah, they're really far ahead. We can just like move on from this. But give it up for our MVP of the game going over to Martizi. He probably feels real good about that one.
May age pa dun
He
sa
has
ano,
been
pangalan
relegated
niya.
to a bit of a punching bag actually this series. Not really able to do the same things he was doing throughout the regular season. But here is the
Magaya
return
kay
to
Ben
form he's been
Aurora.
waiting for.
Baka ma-MVP din ako.
9-0-7 on the Aurora.
MV Martizi, he's shown exactly what, how and what he want to do as that pillar in the middle lane. Definitely when it comes down to Martizi, I haven't managed to see him playing the juice in today's series just yet, but I definitely am not disappointed about the current performance thus far.
Oh, I think that the performance can get even better, but so far, I mean, hopefully we can just blow through these stats, because I need to see what this final game is going to look like, right? That's what nobody has figured out Red side just yet.
I want to jump in right now.
Yeah, I just want to jump in right now, man.
The suspense.
It is suspenseful, but we will have to go through at least the post-game stats. I mean, I feel like it's just going to be inflated. It's literally just going to be like, you know, punching in the high scores.
Like, are we going to see a GPM high score this game? I wonder, considering just how much gold MP was
think that's pretty
accumulating.
fair. Yeah, that seems pretty fair. That could pretty much happen. I mean, all across the board, as you look from the side of MV, it is actually a very huge surprise from me that Nova Escobar didn't even die a single time as a Tigro. That's a big ask. And in fact, the only one that died is actually Rob.
0-0-12.
Yeah, yeah.
Uy, makukuha ni Tim yung
man,
ano,
it's
challenge
just-
natin, guys.
This was a culling. It was
0-0-25.
not. I mean, even Zayed, right? Really greedy with his current build, opting to kind of like just slow down on what he actually needs. What he likes to do, he likes to get the Fury Hammer first, complete the War Axe, and then start building components. But instead, he had to rush quick items like the Malefic Roar just to kind of keep up the pace with people like Nova X Kobar to deal some relevant damage because of his passive, and then look for the Endless Battle, which is when you would have expected Zayed to really start to deal some real damage against the squishies in the backline.
With this entire back and forth kind of series, I just gonna have to say that both of these two teams, they did extremely well, and of course they have very good answers as to how they would want to kind of win games very convincingly. Now, of course, when it comes down to this game, Todak, I felt as though they were just completely oppressed. No answer whatsoever from the start to the end. Even though the start, we're only looking at like, what, 2,000 gold lead? They tried to contest for their
G5
purple
na,
one. They tried to kind of
guys.
push MV away, but
Push
to no
na
avail at
natin
all.
sa G5.
Oh goodness, looking at the total damage dealt as well. Yeah, I mean, it's I'm no surprises that they couldn't do. The narrative so far, blue side has been 100% win rate in this match
After
so
na
far.
mag-end
So
ka na
unless
ba?
Coach Haru and Sora
Yes.
Payong have a plan, let's see how this is
Ano
going to
naman,
play out.
i-play ko
Todak
ulit yung
fanning out.
napanood na natin kanina.
Look at
They
this.
did do it.
This is the way, guys. My question answered immediately.
Yeah, they're like, hell no, we ain't dealing with that
Di mo
nonsense
napanood yung
again.
buong laban.
This
Ikaw na
does
lang
mean
mag-replay.
Hayabusa is open though.
Yes.
That is true. That is true. I think that Hayabusa is still pretty punishable in so many different ways. I think it is a lot more manageable compared to Suyo or even the Ling. Let's see how this plays out, right? Because again, MV is needing to decide what that final ban is supposed to be.
It's gotta be Juicin. It's gotta be, right? I mean, Todak has constantly been wanting to pick up a Juicin whenever they're onto the blue side, and even in, I think, in the previous few games, they are doing the same thing.
I think that would be
I think you leave it open here, if you ask me personally, but well, I'm not up on that stage, so Zeusin does get banned.
I think that this is one of the things that they gotta have to break the pattern for, right? Because so far, when Todak is onto the blue side, oh wait, hold on a second. Game number 3, the Juicin was banned as well, so technically we are still on the same pattern.
Exactly. So far, the drafting meta between these two teams have continuously evolved, right? Slight tweaks here and there. Now, here's where it gets interesting. I think that MV should go for an opener. I'm thinking of an opener that might include Phovius here, maybe even like, considering how they played the previous game, Gato Khalid,
Gatot Khalid.
Ayaw
I
last
do
ng
agree on that
last game
Gatot,
ng
on the
Red.
Gatot part, right? Because it's always been R2 picks all the time.
Replay
But
mo
R1
na
has
lang
been
mamaya.
relatively flexible up until this point in time. But why the Khalid over the Phobias though?
Well, see, here's the thing. I think that MV played a really strong game previously,
There
making sure
it
that they
is.
can kind of cut the waves and get him outside of it. But finally, MV have adopted
I was
Alpha.
literally just about to ask you guys, why do you think these teams have not been picking Alpha to counter Suyo when every other team across the world has been doing it?
We've been talking about
Oo
it.
nga, no?
MV finally
May mga
decided,
nag-alpha.
okay.
Yeah, out of that, we've been talking about, okay, Alpha's the answer for Suyo. This is how we're going to be keeping up into the pattern. That's how Kyrie has been playing it as well. So, honestly, seeing that Alpha being picked up on R2, I think that that's the pattern breaker.
Well, let's see whether it's going to be good enough here, right? Because now Todak have to predetermine a couple of things. Lo Yi was led through the draft, and even now Gatot falls into the hands of Todak. And Gatot is a really good way of punishing Alpha. As soon as you see Alpha use that spear, oh, guess what? A free AOG.
Oh.
You have no escape.
Suyo Gatot Lo Yi is such a terrifying opener. It gives Todak so many tools to work with, and that early game is going to be something MV needs to retain control over.
I really hope that they've got something ready to go here. I'm thinking like maybe displacement, things like Cho, maybe even Arlet as well, both of which don't seem like a bad idea, but fortunately both really can't get through the Gatot in the first place. So it's just going to be I don't want to say a wet noodle fight, because both of them are really tanky, but just like cement cinder blocks just leaning against each other.
So honestly, what Todak is kind of expecting out of MV is the fact that MV will want to play together with the fact that they picked up an Aurora, they want to play aerial denial, they want to play as a team, they want to go for an AoE. Picking up the Phobias, it further solidifies that kind of play style. So it only comes down to MV's R4 and R5 to kind of come up with an X Factor pick to kind of take themselves away from that initial team fight, or rather take away from that AoE wombo combo kind of game.
Yeah, let's see what these bans are going to be though first. I think that like from MV's side, they're not too concerned about what the gold lane is going to be generally because they do have first pick. They can pinch it down though, so they can start taking away like hard scalers like Natan for an example. I don't think that the Irithel is going to come up, especially if you're up against things like, you know, Moskov, Claude, and even some lane bullies like Bruno as well. But those are some of the offsides. MV still making sure, leading into the Melissa, I'm only going to assume that they want to play Natan for themselves, so they're probably going to ban out the Irithel unless Todak says something about it.
Yeah, I can see where you're coming from. The Irithel ban just makes sense, even if they don't go for Natan just because of Chiku. But Franco ban, that is a very classic Nova pick.
Huh. Novaria? Oh, classic Nova Escobar pick. Ah.
Yes.
On the other hand, though, I was actually really leaning more towards the Cho pick from the side of MV. If they want to break themselves out of that shell of we want to play AoE, at least they have a Cho that comes in with the Way of the Dragon single out in displays, so that they do have a way to play more of a pick-off even. Since they do have an alpha onto their side, they can actually just kind of burst down the Gattacacha pretty quickly. Even if the Gattacacha wants to go for the Avatar of the Guardian, you shumpo within of the animation and just kind of kick Gattacacha right within the ranks of MV.
I suppose you could do that, but I think, you know, you're asking for a little too much. I think that at this point, if you're in Todak's shoes, as much as you want that Gattacacha to actually hit, I don't think that's going to be their main win condition, right? Because it's team fighting, right? You got the Lo Yi, you want to be able to flank your opponents. They need somebody who can actually stick on to their opponents, right?
Stick on.
Yeah, because again, you need that vision. Initially, Lo Yi wants to go for those big flanks, catch her backline wide with her pants down, and then after that, yin-yang reaction to clean up that fight really, really quick.
So information is what Todak themselves need. So Cho, Grok, both of these sounds pretty good on the EXP. But
they actually don't sound too bad, yeah.
But that means that Gattacacha goes over to the EXP, which is technically a flexible pick to start with.
Oh, never mind.
Okay.
They banned it out. Not gonna let it through. They are focusing down Nova, not giving him heroes that can set up plays and open up the map.
It kind of makes sense though, being highly contested for this very specific game. Cho sounds great, but for the side of a Grok over to the side of MV, I'm kind of considering it.
I think they're just going to go in front of Natan here once again, right?
They're pretty divey, so I think Natan will be able to kind of catch up as well, right?
I mean, they can go like Natan, Moskov, both of which actually do pretty well in this matchup anyways.
Yep.
Is there anything else that I'm missing out here in terms of gold laners? I mean, I don't want to say Harith mainly because of Gatot, because of Gatot and as well as the way it works with Zaman Force, so I think those are the two safest options. Oh yeah, Matilda. I completely forgot. This got slipped through the draft for so long.
Yeah, Matilda with the Alpha is a pretty good combo to enable early game plays and save you if you're caught out by Gatot or Lo Yi.
You can go all out.
Not bad, yeah, not bad at all.
It just leaves out with the final X Factor pick for MV, but at least that is not a blind pick. We will be able to wait for Todak to eventually get the final 2 pick, but what could that very possibly be? Being the gold laner and either EXP or the roam.
Well, it looks like they've locked in the Arla to kind of slow down the hard engages from the side of MV. Still, though, doesn't it give us much of an idea of who's going where?
Ooh,
Bruno. So Chico guys wants to win the lane. Like MV knew for a fact that as long as Ruff wins the lane hard against Chico guys, there's a very real possibility that Todak doesn't make it out of play-ins.
Picking Bruno here as well means that MV are gonna need to choose whether the Matilda spends more of her time around the Alpha or the gold laner, since Bruno is a tough gold laner to have to deal with.
So do they want a gold lane that have roughly the same skilling as a Bruno?
Probably.
Ideally. Good enough to me, but Natan is going to be the final pick, but it's not exactly a skill lane that I was expecting to kind of rival the Bruno.
Well, that's the thing. I'm hoping that at the very least, like MV understands that, like, if Natan ends up losing his lane, this game is going to get really, really difficult. And the same goes about the mid lane as well, right? I'm hoping that at the very least, in that Zyme Senpai, he's got to play really fast on this Lo Yi. He's got to create big advantages with the help of that rotation.
So far, they have been very aggressive in their lanes, in the middle lane, getting priorities whatsoever. And of course, when it comes down to the great amount of mobility coming in from Todak, I believe that could be a pretty good chance that they take this game and still single out that 100% blue side win.
Well, game number 5 hovers right over the horizon. We will be witnessing the local legendary legacy of Todak up against the local giant slayers of Monster Vicious. No matter what happens, only one shall emerge victorious and alive to continue their journey in the MPL MY playoffs.
All of that games, all 4 games, boils down to this final moment. And Todak versus MV, with Todak gonna be onto the blue side and MV onto the red side. Both sides are actually starting off onto the red, so they are actually gonna be ending up on the opposite side of one another.
I mean, we'll see how this is going to play out, right? Looking at the emblem so far, looks like they're going with standard procedure here. Wilderness Blessing for both sides. Looks like Zyme Senpai needs to be able to kind of match, if not go even faster than his opponent in Martizi.
This is a different pathing from the jungler or Yumi.
Wait, hold on. Chico guys opted to go for common emblem this time around. Huh. Didn't want to go for assassin emblem. It looks like he just wants to have a stable laning phase.
I think that is important. They don't want to go too all in at this stage. Todak understands the stakes that are here. Yeah, if Chiku just outright wins lanes, then they win. But if he doesn't, with an emblem setup like that, it turns things more difficult than they need to be.
Oh, they're gonna have to take their time here. First interaction might just happen.
There we go. Oh, nice freeze on the side step boy. And the guiding winds pulls Uni in for the first blood.
That's too fast. I don't think that there's any way for him to actually react and thinking that, yo, the Alpha's just gonna be flying in.
Yeah, it's either you react fast or you just game sense like pre-flicker on that one. It's a little tough to say. But, well, unfortunately, that's going to be first blood for MV. The Todak fans will have to hope that Todak bounces back from this one. We've seen them do it before, so I'm not too worried about it. But in terms of like where the lane is so far skewing, so far Chiku guys having a much better time.
This first turtle timing gonna be very important. Uni already on it. Yanlor not level 4 yet, but gets the taunt in time. Momo flickers in, final slash on 2. Zion gets the turtle away. Uni with Spear of Alpha able to dash out to safety. Meanwhile, Zeno zoning them out to make sure the Alpha is not jumped on. No casualties, but Todak with the first objective.
0 casualties from both sides. Todak went in with the objective of taking out a turtle. They got it. But of course, I'm pretty sure that Todak would love to actually pop the Pride of Ice. But Martizi didn't manage to get himself flickering away to kind of make sure that he's still have got it.
Oh, here comes the TP. Here comes the TP. They're not going to do it on the back push because at least
Yellow showed himself.
I mean, it's fine. They just want to get the plating for Chiku guys. They want to extend his lead even further. Because Martizi, unfortunately, he ended up missing 2 minions on his way back because of the fast fast clear. And now that they rotated to the bottom side, Ruff can't even contest for the wave. He just has to let it be pushed in.
A kill would be a bonus, but that's not the goal. As now the guiding wins, Herkung Eagle pulls them into Yanlord. Avatar Guardian going to be used onto the bot lane. And once again, no kills here.
Quick disengage. They understand that Monster Vicious is definitely going to be pretty darn scary with the fact that Alpha plus Matilda, these two combinations is pretty scary. And so, Todak, I think that what they want to do is just kind of wait it out until that Bruno is really there, right? Because he picked up his Heart's Claws. I think he's pretty much on his way to be able to be unlocked enough to kind of get himself around the lane.
I think he's okay. I think if Chiku guys was being real greedy, he would have gone for the Berserker's Fury first to like kind of guarantee that, guarantee that damage. And I think that's when Todak is really going to put their foot on the gas. For now, it's not only just the lack of damage, it's more so we need to wait for the first items to start rolling about, especially for even like people like Zyme Senpoi. They need that glowing wand online.
The diversion play in bot, they're identifying timings. They're thinking Monster Vicious wants to go for the lane cut, but Envy didn't do that, which means that Todak wasn't able to find anything out of that play.
Is there anything too out of the ordinary for either one of these two teams? Like, are we, because I'm used to them being aggressive.
Final slash on Martizi, but not enough follow-up. Zyme Senpoi is too far, so no kill in the mid lane for Todak.
Yeah, but he's just trying to swag on him for now. I think that Todak can actually drag this out, or honestly, the final slash would by now should have like, what, a 25-second cooldown? So if they drag this out long,
that's a big pull. Dino right into their jungle, jumps on top of Momo. Yanlord taunting Martizi. Zyme Senpoi looking for the angle, but Uni has already got the turtle. Martizi has to flicker out. Ruff wins a 1v1 against Chiku in the bot lane, and the Spear of Alpha pushes Yanlord back into the side of MP. Momo cannot save him, but Avatar the Guardian is enough to get him out. Looks like the answer is yes. Xeno flicker. So close.
1 HP. Literally 1 HP. That's so sad. And I think the worst part is the fact that despite everything that has happened in that match, Ruff finding that kill onto Chiku guys, I think that Chiku guys unfortunately probably got caught with his pants down and didn't purify the displacement effect. But for now, he's just going to have to go back to that farming phase.
Honestly, the Matilda allies plus a combination of Zero just going in is absolutely bonkers, right? Todak, they're gonna have to expect it unexpected now.
Hey, Eagle, Nova, not gonna jump into the tower. That's probably the best idea. As we can see the pressure coming in now, Ruff has the lead. MV are gonna make sure he keeps it.
Yeah, and you can tell that even Monster Vicious, the way they're positioning themselves like closer towards the river line, just to ensure that they have this chance against them. Monster Vicious, at the very least. Oh, he T2 boots! That's how he won!
Bruno gonna get knocked up, has Purify. Uni now stuck under the tower, taunted. Can they save him? No guiding wins. Uni's gone. Ruff follows because he's way too far in front. And Todak turns it around in the bot lane.
The 4-1 split that I always wanted to see, and now that the top lane is pretty much free and open, that pretty much leaves that Momo that will just be gonna be going all around, and of course be able to assist Chiku guys. I wouldn't be surprised that Todak actually kind of make a complete 180 change and just become the aggressors from this point onwards instead, since both of the T2s and the side lanes are taken down already.
Not until I see Berserker's Fury onto Chiku guys, right? Like as much as Zyme Senpoi needs that glowing wand, Chiku guys needs to have that Berserker's Fury. There it is. It's online for this turtle. Now the full fight is gonna happen. Just need to wait for Yanlord's ult. Oh,
Eagle very deep. Pulls Xeno in once again as Yanlord deals with Ruff in the backline. Sidestill's waiting for the opportunity to go in and finish off Ruff and gets the double kill on top of it. Avatar the Guardian cuts off Nova. Chiku guys gets traded by Xeno because he's really, really deep. Let's see if Xeno can get out. Martizi will be able to recall. Xeno! That's gonna be a dead Mobius at this point. And Zayed gets the snipe killing spree.
They're getting destroyed here. They're getting eaten up both sides. Monster Vicious does not want to let this go against Todak, but it's starting to look a little desperate here as Todak are just winning this war of attrition.
Honestly, I did mention that I'm not surprised for Todak to just kind of turn things around, but what did I expect is Chiku guys isn't exactly the main deal of them winning the fight, because Chiku has been zoned out by Xeno the entire fight. So that was just hands down Yanlord, Zyme Senpoi, Zayed, as well as Momo that dealt with the main two 2 kills from the side of Monster Vicious.
Yeah, I mean, Uni, he's down 2 levels against Zayed so far, and even Rough, right? He doesn't even have that second item already complete. Oh, wait, now he's got a secondary limit snipe complete. Oh.
Final slash on Zeno.
Oh.
He doesn't mind. He's
Oh,
gonna be able
no.
to catch out Chiku. Circling Eagle comes out. Chiku, guys, is already gone. Avatar Guardian lands pretty well. Breaks the passive on Martisi, and Zayed jumps in for the mega kill.
Oh,
Take him
Zayed.
off. Gonna follow up on Nova. Kubar,
Triple
double kill.
boy.
Triple kill for Zayed. Will he get the maniac? Yes, he does. And Momo takes the tower, so he
May
can
savage, oh.
survive.
Kaso
Uni is
may-
here. He
Wala
wants the
makunat.
savage, but he's not gonna
No.
push the envelope.
meron
He
siyang
got
mga-
what he was looking for.
Ano
Come on, you're
tandaan?
brave. Nah, they're still
Yung
dancing around.
emote.
Not gonna give him that savage just yet. But my God, Todak, they are in full control, and Zayed, he's not going down without a fight. 4K goal lead, 9-5 the kill score, 8 minutes into this game.
Zayed. That was quite an impeccable play from that Suyo. Boy, oh boy. Piloted it well, and even when it comes down to just diving under the turret, he knows far very well. S1 gives me the iframe, or rather, just kind of untargetable, and just kind of switches focus back over to Momo.
Just making sure that you can dance around your opponents is already great enough. And I think that MV, at this point of time, it's just a matter of scaling, right? Xeno is actually doing so much work, but there's so much healing going on that is dragging out this fight. It really doesn't help that Momo just slows him down with his mini stuns.
And Lord not able to taunt anyone. Diversion comes in on the mid brush. MV going to spot it out and start playing a bit more defensively to try and reset this Lord. This next fight going to be a pivotal one because MV already 4K behind compared to Todak. They're gonna scout things out. Circling Eagle on top of Zion Simpoy. Pulls in Zeno once again on top of Loyi, but he's being caught out by Zayed. Stopped. Uni versus Yan Lord. Oh, beautiful fight! Last flicker backline. Catches Ruff and Martisi, but now Todak is too separated. They're getting disemboweled one by one. These guys finally finishes off Zeno in the backline, but they've already lost too much. Purify gonna be used. Zayed stops them. Double kill for Chiku, but he gets shut down, and now Uni catching up. Double kill for both junglers. Team wipe on Todak. The turnaround has happened again.
Oh my God.
Ambitious.
The sustain coming out from Monster Vicious. Nova X Kobar is online, and Uni was able to power through the damage. What is his item build? Don't tell me he's got a brute force breastplate in there.
This guy who was below of Zayed, and now he's just kind of getting himself right back into the game again. Todak had a good amount of gold lead, but MV, they're reclaiming everything that they have lost. And in fact, they're probably wanting to get every single one of these T1s as much as possible.
Dear Lord. And even Zeno, really great eye of opportunity, putting Zyme.
Final flash onto Novak's Kobar, circling Eagle. He actually manages to dash out, and Yan Lord is the one trapped instead. Ruff gets another kill.
They gotta keep pushing the advantage here. The T1s are going to fall, and Todak must split apart if they want to have influence over this map. Zayed on bot side, he's gonna give on over his orange buff, but they gotta defend on top side too.
He does have a brute force breastplate.
He actually does.
Damn it,
Queen's
no wonder.
Wings, brute force breastplate, as well as a war axe.
This man is a survivor.
He is a survivor, and at the same time, there's only one person with anti-heal, but it worked out well, right? It worked out really, really well for Uni.
Oh, I can't believe this game is going like this. Game 5, first match of the playoffs, and it is anyone's game right now. Only a 1K goal lead for MV. They've turned things around, but can they keep it up?
In fact, the 1K goal lead, is quite a bit of that goal lead is actually credited over to the Mathilda at this point in time, as compared to the Gato Gacha.
I don't think he's earning passive gold anymore. I think that Martisi might be the lowest in terms of gold income. There we go. There we go. The Winter Crown already purchased. Like, it really. Oh, what? He misses the Spear of Alpha. Oh, God.
Atari Guardian to cut things off. Zayed doing a lot of damage, but not quite enough to finish off Uni. He's got Queen's Wings.
No.
Get out! Can they get away?
Jeez.
You have always seen that aggression from the Diversions, but it's not always and not every day you get to see them retreating with it.
Beat me up. Tractor beat me out of here. They got Martisi and as well as Zeno's Flicker off of that. And this is great because they won't have it. In about 48 seconds is when we expect the next neutral fight to happen for the Lord, and they're not going to have their battle spells.
a calculated bait, if you ask me. They're preparing themselves to land Monster Vicious just run right into them, and here we have Simon Point. Let's get ourselves kind of out of here. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
He does also get the Wishing Lantern, which is going to go great against Zeno at this point in time, because I think Zeno has just been like the biggest nuisance for both Chiku and as well as Zyme, completely cutting them off from these fights.
Yeah, he's really been stepping up for this game, honestly. He's really just making sure that, yeah, Chiku's not around to fight, and especially when he's being supplemented by Nova Escobar, that Matilda allies with Zeno going in. Boy, oh boy, I don't think that anything is just going to be stopping him, especially since, as a Phobias, your problem is to land your passive.
At this point of the game, a single mistake will skew the entire gold advantage. There's still enough towers standing for both teams that even if they lose a fight, the game isn't over, but control over it. Oh, diversion. Zayed in the back line. He's gonna look for Ruff. Lord dropping low. He jumps on Martini. The quick final splash is gonna be enough. The freeze comes out. Yeah, Lord can be first one picked up, but Ruff has all been traded away. Meanwhile, Chiku versus Gino in the back line.
Somebody get rid of him!
Zayed is going triple kill for the Suyo! Uni somehow surviving the burn, but the damage is done. This is what we were talking about. Todak with a definitive win, going for the inhibitor now.
Oh my goodness, it's too late. They lose an inhibitor off of this play, and now Chiku guys can do what he wants with that Lord. Zeno has to chase him down, has to win this fight, and he wasted it. Loses his flicker again. This is a Lord secure for Todak. What a play.
Oh man. This Suyo needs to be respected. The diversion into the backline on him alone. MP did not suspect a thing.
I don't understand. He was so low already. He was so low, but Ruff exploded in the middle of that fight. They had nobody else who had strong enough auto attacks, because dropping an ability, that animation would get you killed. This is very stressful. Both sides 15-13, the closest game we've seen so far in the series.
Yeah, and could literally go any way at this point in time. In fact, this auto replay would really be able to tell us quite a bit of what pretty much went on, with Ruff being the first person to be taken down since Yenlord initiated on him and found that opportunity. From that point on, it's just pretty much Zion understands that, okay, they've created an avenue for me and just gonna be sliding right in and out.
It's getting real scary now. Now they're going to be pushing with the Luminous Lord. This could be the final push of this game to secure Todak a spot in that upper bracket.
Are we about to witness the end game right here? Lord is pushing in bottom. Mid inhibitor is already gone. Todak still full HP at full strength. Meanwhile, we see Uni jumping in. We see Ruff able to go back and regen. The Lord has been cleared up. There's no minions. They're trying to click the crystal, but they're not able to do it. There's no minions. Todak is getting wiped out by Monster Vicious in there. Double kill for Ruff. Chiku guys gets the shutdown. Wind of nature from Ruff. It allows him to stay alive. Only two survivors on both teams, but Monster Vicious holds.
God damn, Ruff played that pixel perfect. Pixel perfect. Nothing less than perfect would have been enough to survive that, and they sacrificed 3 of their members, trained equally against a Todak who had the lead and the Lord. A beautiful defense coming in from Monster Vicious's side.
Definitely Todak wanted to end it once and for all. It is a gamble, but regardless, the gamble is not exactly entirely unfruitful, considering the fact that they have a middle lane and the bottom lane inhibitor. It's either you try it now or you try it later, especially since the Lord is going to be popping down in the bottom side. You do have a naturally pushing lane in the bottom and the mid. Technically, you're gonna have to find a way to eventually clear the top lane in order to play the macro game.
Oh, so far, even the audience, the Todak fans, starting the chant to give them that energy that they need. And now, you just don't want to walk out of your base. There's too much global presence here for the side of Todak, and there's no need to actually walk outside anymore.
One thing's for sure, both teams are truly playing with their lives on the line right now. They know victory and defeat here will cost them a chance at M6. They're not willing to let go of even a single instance. MV, they're on the back foot, but a defense like that has allowed them to even up the gold once again.
17 minutes in, completely neck and neck, and this game would go entirely down the wire. The only difference is Todak does have inhibitor turrets taken down, and with naturally pushing lanes, Monster Vicious, they are the one that will be on a timer, and they can't necessarily stay around the Lord Pit for too long of a period.
Well, this could be the moment right here. Backdoor is possible here, but the mid lane gonna get shoved in pretty fast.
They have to answer.
They gotta do something about this. Like, Monster Vicious unfortunately can't just drag out this fight. They're gonna have to give this Lord.
Unless Uni does something.
Momo jumps in, Zai jumps in, Uni so low, Zeno as well, but here comes the rest of MV, a beautiful Frigid Glacier, and Zayed is gonna kill him. Chiku guys trade for Uni, both junglers got Chiku guys, get the Lord! And now Todak just needs to escape, a flicker forward, Martisi misses! They fight Chiku guys, and he dashes over the wall, Wind of Nature on Ruff, keeps him alive. Here comes Momo once again, stunning them, saving Chiku! He sacrifices himself to keep his goal later alive!
Oh, the margins are so thin here. People are willing to sacrifice themselves for the sake of the game. This is really down to the wire. Even Monster Vicious, really great fight overall, but Todak, in terms of the macro decision making, it's just better.
The Lord, unfortunately, still goes over the side of Todak. So even if MV did manage to get Zayed and Momo down, which is currently on a dev timer, MV gonna have to clear this fast enough before Todak comes in and reinforce this Lord.
Yep, and honestly, they're doing good moves here, right? Ruff has great wave clear, does really well against Lord, especially when it pops down that entropy. He just needs to slow it down so that everybody else stalls their waves, and then they don't have a synchronized push because Todak are not at full fighting strength.
It looked risky to go that far to clear the Lord, but Monster Vicious knew what resources Todak had at their disposal, and the earlier they get rid of it, the less they have to worry about it getting close to the crystal. We are 19 minutes in, the kill score is 19 to 18. It is still anyone's game.
Unfortunately, even with that quote-unquote win in terms of numbers in the bottom lane, or rather in the Lord's pit, it doesn't really quite get Monster Vicious out of the woods just yet. They do have a little bit of gold advantage, but at this point in time, the gold advantage is not that big of a deal anymore. It's all about the objectives. They still have got 2 inhibitors down onto their side, while Todak, they have tier 2s, middle lane, and the bottom lane. What would really work for Monster Vicious is that they gonna have to find that opportunity where they get themselves a nice wipeout over Todak and just run it down in middle lane.
I don't know, but it's gotta be like an honest fight here. Most of the time, Todak kind of push them into that corner, make them choose between a rock and a hard place, and unfortunately, I mean, Monster Vicious have done their best at this point, but all of these small little victories and these decisions are starting to pile up on them. And you can tell by just the current game state. 2 missing inhibitors at this point. It's not like they have much of a choice unless you see Todak make a significant mistake.
MV, they gotta do something. They gotta have to be the one that engages, considering the fact that Todak just gonna have to play it slow and steady. They've got the priority of the Lord. Bottom and mid, once again, it's just free for them. They can just kind of wait it out and wait for MV to actually address these lanes. And then, boom, we can just pretty much go in with a numbers advantage.
One thing's for sure, the gold laners are in very crucial positions right now.
Every 20 minutes.
And everyone else is just a body to throw in front of the opponent to let Ruff or Chiku continue dishing out their DPS. Zayed and Uni are good sources of secondary damage, but theirs don't really add up to too much at this point. Their only goal is to secure the Lord. And speaking of, it just came back.
Yeah, but now they've got a bit of a push here. Notice that Zayed is on that top side. He wants to break that very last inhibitor, but Monster Vicious has a choice to make.
They're gonna try and blitz it here. They know Zai's not around. Final slash finds Zeno. He doesn't mind too much. He's just buying time. Diversion play into the base. Chiku is in the base. He got teleported with the minion wave. It's the backdoor play by Todak. And the crystal is wide.
Oh, grabe! Diversion!
The backdoor returns once again
Ang galing.
to deny Monster Vicious a chance at moving forward. The veterans have done it!
Oh, what a way to go down. What a victory coming in for Todak to reinvigorate the fan base. But God, at what cost was it? MV dropping the game. It's not because they weren't skilled enough. It's just their comp couldn't TP into the base.
This, honestly, at this point in time, this is just heartbreaking for MV to bow out like this.
Let's throw it over to our host for a winner's interview.
Atas kemenangan 3 berbalas 2. Todak berjaya ke peringkat seterusnya dan akan jumpa Selangor Red Giants esok. First of all, boys, congratulations atas kemenangan yang
Diversion
sangat-sangat
play.
sengit. Kita boleh nampak daripada audience that game tu
I'm
memang
happy
intense
this
lah orang
game.
kata. So let's start with the Momo
this
dulu. Sekarang Todak sikit lagi nak masuk grand finals
So, yun
dah.
lang,
Okay, we send home
guys.
one team. So, game tadi
Nice,
sengit. Now,
Gina.
cuba cerita macam mana
And
korang dapat
magwa
kalahkan
1
Monster
AM.
Vicious.
Kunci dia kita orang main sabar dan kita orang tunggu
Kasi
timing dan
mabayang
kalau ada
end.
timing tu kita orang gas. Itu je.
Awak rasa
Thank you so
apa
much
kesilapan
sa mga
Monster Vicious
tumambay
tadi?
at sumama sa
Kesilapan
akin.
dia,
Magpuyat.
diorang tak manage minion tu
Good
dengan betul lah.
night,
So
nice
kita orang dapat
G.
peluang tu untuk
Bye,
split.
bye, bye.
I see. Now, maybe kita
Ito
boleh tanya
muna pala
coach.
yan. Bye, guys.
Sebab dari segi
Thank you po.
drafting, okay, Saiful lah, Saiful.
Happy,
Okay, Kuja.
happy 1st of November.
Alright,
na.
now, coach.
Good night po.
Alright. Boleh tak Rose nak tanya, kenapa Todak tak prioritize Nathan sangat? Sebab kita tahu dari region lain, win rate Nathan agak tinggi juga